Welcome back for main event final table here in Battle of Malta 2024. There were 5,799 players, a big record for a total prize pool of 2,578,000, but they're down to this international tournament with an international final table. I will call the player right now with table 1 with 25,250,000 is coming from Romania. Let's give a nice round of applause for Alexandru Farcasanu. He will show up eventually. Sit open, yes. Okay, let's go through the second one, and Alessandro will come soon, hopefully. On seat 2, 13,800,000 from Italy, Pasquale Gregorio. Is coming. On seat 3 with 20,200,000 is coming from Greece. Give a nice round of applause for Kyriakos Papadopoulos. Seat 4 with 5,950,000 from Spain, Martinez Gomez. Seat 5 with 18,400,000 from Italy, Alessandro Siena. From Italy as well, with 10,075,000, Davide Iannaco. Seat 7 from England, with 32,150,000, Shervin Rassemblou. From Greece is our chip leader and is defending his title from April with 65,300,000. Give a nice round of applause for Vasilios Zisis. And last but not least, from Bulgaria, with 13,650,000 on seat 9, welcome Ivailo Eftimov. Welcome back, players. We're gonna draw for your button now. The blinds are 300,000, 600,000. Just as a reminder, we are still on 90-minute level. We played on to 6 players. 6 players will be 45-minute level. And then 3 players left will play on to 30-minute level. We'll have a 15-minute break every level.
Hello, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I am absolutely fired up for the Battle of Malta main event final table. You heard those announcements from Mika.
Button is on seat 5. Good luck to everyone. Blinds are 300,000, 600,000. Just please shuffle up and deal.
But what you didn't hear from Mika is that this was a record-breaking event with 5,799 entries. And there's been a payout change as well, which you could see on the screen. Now, returning players will be coming back to 22,240. You need to add 800 to all these prizes. Hopefully we can get that graphic fixed, but it's 255,800 because the min cash that was already paid out to the players is not included in those payouts, but quite nice prizes. They've been flattened out. The players asked for a new final table payout structure, and the Battle of Malta listened to them, and all players signed off on it. So here's a look at the chip counts. We have Vasilios Zisis, our defending champion, doing it once again. Miraculously, he made it through nearly a 2,000 player field last time around, and this time around he is on the final table with a massive chip lead, looking strong to get that back-to-back title. He would be the first 2-time champion at the Battle of Malta main event as well, so it would be a couple of firsts. But right away he's folding his rags, and Ivalio with the Queen 9, we can get an idea of how he's playing. And he is reaching for some chips, so we have an early position open by Evalio with the Queen 9 suited to 1.3 million, so a little bit more than a min raise. We will have guests throughout the day. We're going to have Fotios back with us after the first break. They have about 55 minutes in this blind level, which will be me alone. We're going to have a few other guests as well, including Diva Burns sometime around 6 o'clock, who is the founder of the Flip community and also was the host of the very successful ladies event here at the Battle of Malta. Meanwhile, it folds all the way around to Davide, who will be folding as well. One of the two shorter stacks with only Cosme Gomez Martinez shorter. But meanwhile, we have a different story here for Shervin. We need to get another name corrected here. This is Shervin Gasimlu. And what's he going to do? He's thinking it through. He's probably trying to get an idea of how much Evalio has, but he should already know that because this is the very first hand. The chip counts were made public. Does just opt to call, respecting the early position range of Evalio here. And this could spell trouble for Evalio. Both players flopping top pair right off the bat. And Shervin here with the quick check. And Evalio likely to continue with top pair here. And indeed he does. It looks like for 900,000, but we'll get that confirmed. It's for 900,000. And now is Shervin here going to call? Is he going to raise? We know he's certainly not folding such a strong hand to a single bet on the flop. Weighing his options. Perhaps also a little bit of Hollywooding too, when you do have a decision to make. And does call. And the 6 of hearts on the turn doesn't change much. Shervin must think he is ahead with the top pair, top kicker, but Evalio likely thinks the same. And another check by Shervin. Is Evalio going to fire out again? And it is another fake value bet for 1.3 million. Evalio doing it for value, but we can see that he's actually behind. And is Shervin just going to call again? Is he going to raise? He is giving Evalio a nice stare down. No, he is going to call. And the 2 clubs on the river about as blank as you can get. And Shervin with the check mark, thinking about whether he wants to bet here. Or if he checks whether he thinks his opponent is going to bet. And he does check. And gets a check back. And Shervin with the winning hand. So wins the first spot up to 36 million in chips. Not bad. Keeping in mind that it's a 60 big blind stack, even though it's very far behind the 65 million that Ziza started off with. So those of you that are just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. My voice is likely familiar from previous Battle of Maltas and also from some Facebook Live walk-arounds throughout the week. It's been a record-breaking event, absolutely fantastic, with 5,799 runners, beating the old record by more than 1,000 entries. And these final 9 have all earned their spots. They've already earned a bit of money. And Ivalio, who we just saw lose that last hand, he even earned a 10,000 bonus before even getting to the final table because he was one of the opening day chip leaders. Folding all the way around to the hijack, which will likely fold as well. Cosme does need to find a spot with 10 big blinds, but I don't think this is the one. And does make the fold. And meanwhile, Alessandro may open here with the queen 8, but doesn't decide to be a little bit wide. And Davide with the 7-3 in the button, that's a quick fold for him as well. And Shervin gives a walk to the chip leader with just king 4, so easy peasy lemon squeezy for Vasilio Zizas, our defending champion. Possibly the most confident player coming into the final table because he's been there, done that just a few months ago. It was a much smaller field. It was a 100K top prize. But he's been near the top of the chip counts ever since midway on day 3 and has never looked back. He had one key hand yesterday where he would have been down to less than 10 big blinds when his ace-king in a blind versus blind situation was ace-king suited. Did win a flip against queens, so that was a massive flip that allowed him to get here. But with 5,799 entries, you do have to win a flip or two. And I see a lot of Italian in the Facebook chat. So this is also being live streamed in Italian. If you want to check out Jack and Cesare, Jack Bonara, just head on over to the Italian channel. If you prefer listening in English, I'm more than welcome to have you along for the ride as well. It's going to be a long day, a very exciting day, and we will see by the end of the day who becomes the latest Battle of Malta main event champion. Get their face on that wall of fame as you walk into the poker room. Meanwhile, Alexandria with a very pretty ace-king suited, raising to 1.3 million from under the gun. And I don't think the action's on Cosme. But it might be. It is on Cosme. A couple of quick folds there. Davide folding the baby suited cards. It's the problem with getting a hand like ace-king suited from under the gun is that your range is typically so tight there that very often you don't get too much action. And in this case, he gets no action with Ivalio not defending his 10-8 off. On the other hand, you don't want to wind up in a massive flip situation with nobody yet eliminated on the final table and lots of ICM implications. So for those of you watching on Facebook, who are you rooting for? Who are you cheering on? I think each and every one of these players is a deserving champion. We've watched them play quite a lot. Both myself and Jonathan Rabb were reporting the main event on day 3, day 4, where we got to see a little bit more in detail how these players play. And Jonathan is now reporting with my partner in crime and Luca, so best of luck to them. But you can check out their reports. It's going to be on the same delay that we are on the battleofmalta.com. Then just click on the live blog that you see right there on the homepage. Kyriakos folding the queen 4. Back to Cosme again. This time, no decision to make with a horrible-looking hand. And Alessandro with the 9-7 suited. Doesn't like the suited gapper. Is in middle position. And Davide playing that tricky stack where he may open Jack-8 from the hijack, a suited Jack-8, but not off this stack depth. And Shervin now, he's certainly going to open with the Ace-10, sitting on 60 big blinds. Does raise it to 1.3 million, and now our defending champion Zizas folds the button. Evalio is likely to do the same from the small blind. And Alexandru does have a defendable hand, does have the stack to defend it with if he so chooses. Could go either way on this one. And does indeed defend. He does have 2 live cards. And a 7 out of the window connecting with Alexandru, along with another 7. So pulling ahead with trips. What an action flop here with Shervin flopping also quite well with that Ace-10 with the ace kicker. 2 pair. And Alexandru with the quick check. And you should expect Shervin to be betting here for value, even though we see how far behind he is. It looks like around $1 million, but we'll get a count. 900,000. So about 25% of the pot. We know Alexandru is not going anywhere. Is he going to try to make the pot a little bit bigger? Is he going to not want to try to scare away his opponent? Does just call. And although that should give some cause of concern to Shervin, on the other hand, he could have a weaker 10 as well. But then he would be maybe concerned about the 10 jacks and the 8-9s just getting there right there on that card. So that may be something that saves Shervin from losing a lot of chips. I expect him to be checking back the turn a lot of the time here. And indeed he does. And let's see what the river might bring. Queen of spades on the river. And expect now very often for Alexandru to lead out to try to get a little bit more out of the pot. He shouldn't be concerned about too many 9-8 type of hands. Obviously there's full houses to be concerned about, but in general, you want to be betting here. But he does check, hoping that perhaps Olivier, or maybe he is afraid of those hands. But let's see what Shervin does if he still thinks that he's good. Does make the obvious check back, and he'll be happy he saved some chips there with no action on that river. He would have likely had to have called a bet, depending on how big it was. But meanwhile, Alexandru now near 30 million, and we have Shervin at 33 million. So those middling stacks getting closer together. So they're going to be playing 90-minute levels until they're down to 6 players, and this is all subject to change, at which point the clock is scheduled to be 45 minutes in length. And then with 3-handed play, with hands just whizzing on by, the blinds will be 30 minutes in length. And if you're asking why that is, it's because a 90-minute blind level heads up means that we could be looking at like a 10-hour heads up affair, and we do need to finish this event today. This has been the common structure at the Battle of Malta. The one exception I can think about where the clock was eventually shortened was the previous biggest Battle of Malta, when Sergei Lisi beat Steven van Zadelhoff heads up in a heads up battle that lasted literally 6 hours. It was quite an exciting heads up battle, so it wasn't a boring 6 hours at all. Cosme opting not to jam his 10 big blinds with ace-4 suited, waiting for a better spot, hoping someone else busts to get that ICM jump. He automatically received an ICM jump with this new deal. He was supposed to get 9,090 euros if the adjustment wasn't made, and instead, at a minimum, all 9 players are going to go home with 22,040 euros. 22,240 euros. So Vasilios opening up his eights with a min raise. And let's see what Pascal does here. Pascal Gregorio was one of the more vocal players yesterday. Does look like he will defend. Basilia should be opening quite wide from the cutoff as the chip leader. And there's no ace out of this window, but there are two hearts, so it's a backdoor flush draw for Pascal. His ace is still live on the queen-jack 4 flop. It's a difficult flop for Vasilios, but he is representing the queens and jacks. Maybe wants to see if he could take down the hand here. The problem with a hand like pocket eights in this situation, even with that heart, is that you're really just drawing to an 8. If you do get called, it's going to be very easy to get pushed off the hand. But this will likely get the job done. It's a bet of 1.5 million. So nearly half the pot. And Pascal Gregorio making the quick fold, saving some chips. But down to 12 million, so down to 20 big blinds, still not the shortest stack. That honor belongs to Cosme Gomez Martinez, who began the day with about 6 million in chips. We have Giuseppe there dealing the cards. We have two fantastic TV table dealers today. There's Giuseppe that you see now, close-up of his hands, and then there will be Omar coming in. They're basically doing half a blind level each, off and on. It's a bit more difficult than the normal dealing. You'll see there's a headset out of his right ear, so he's communicating bets to the technicians so that we can see the lovely graphics that we have. So Cosme running out of time pretty soon, but this is not going to be his spot. And Shervin with the king 8 in second place at the moment with 33 million in chips. And the Brunson here for the defending champion Vasilios Zizis. A bit too wide from him, but expect Evalio with the short stack. He does just fold, so concerned about the pay jump ladders. Wants that shorter stack to go out first. Doesn't want to get called by a better ace, I suppose. In a non-ICM situation, I think you could be shoving there. And Alexandru here with the king 10. He has a healthier stack, not a shoving stack. This is 100% of the time an open. And does raise it to 2.5 big blinds to 1.5 million. Neither player in the blind showing up with anything, so easy peasy lemon squeezy for Alexandru. So the Eden Arena at the Intercontinental Malta, which is connected to Casino Malta, was the host of the 2024 Battle of Malta and was just packed to the rim with tables, with players at the tables. You walk in this morning and there's just a few tables, a nice setup for the TV table where people can be seated, and those few tables are away from that, and that's where the super high roller is being played out. And I believe it's down to 20-something players at the moment. That has a super deep structure with 1 hour blinds. There's a good chance that the main event will end before the high roller. For those of you on Facebook that are speaking in Italian, I see that there's a comment now by the Battle of Malta that links you directly over to the Italian commentating. I would love for you to stay here with me, but if you do prefer to listen in Italian, head on over to Jack Bonara and Cesare. They will be entertaining you guys all day long, rooting on those Italian players. There's 3 of them at the final table, and Alessandro Siena, Pascal Gregorio, and Davide Iannacocco. Ivalio shoving. This time he folded the ace-8 from the cutoff, but ace-6 suited is a shove for 8.7 million. Nobody waking up with anything yet. Kyriakos with the 5s. He has a decision to make. It would be for nearly half his stack. And does make the fold. I think if it was 7s or 8s, might have been his borderline there. And Cosme with the Queen Jack. Also running out of time. He would have had 2 live cards. So perhaps the shove was also targeting the small stack. But I think he just saw 2 suited cards with an ace, and it was time to get it going. So if you're wondering about the nationalities, we have 3 with the Italian flag, 1 with the Spanish flag, 1 with the Bulgarian flag, 2 with the Greek flag, including our chip leader, Vasilios Zizis, and 1 with the UK flag in Shervin Gasimlu, who is listed as Oliver at the moment on the stream. And you can see those comfortable chairs. I would love to say that those chairs were at every table, but they are not. This is a special experience for those playing at the final table using those ultra comfortable Secret Lab chairs. The one adjustment I had to make when I'm on feature tables is the higher rim that you see. But you get used to that very quickly. Meanwhile, Ivalio now with another hand, and is he going back in? It's going back in for 10 million this time. Ace Queen, can't blame him at all. Let's see if anybody has anything that they can call with. And there's a lot of quick folds, so I love the pace of play at the moment. Cosme is going to have to fold his Queen 6 if he folded his Queen Jack earlier. And Alessandro with pocket 7s. This is a different story. We may see a call here, and we may see Ivalio flipping for his tournament life. It's a very borderline decision. Because if he calls and loses the flip, then he's down to just 7 million. Of course, if he call and win the flip, you're up to 29 million. He doesn't even know if he's flipping. Ivalio could be flipping, could be shoving pairs less than 7s. He could be shoving pairs higher than 7s, although I think with his aces and kings, he's not shoving for 16 plus big blinds. Whereas if he just opened off that 16 big blind stack, then we would have seen maybe Alessandro even shoving. He certainly would have called at a minimum. He's counting his chips, possibly seeing what the worst case scenario will be if he calls. And does make the fold, so Ivalio avoiding a flip there and is back up to 20 big blinds. So Ivalio, the one player that can win more than every other player at the table if he does win the title, because he did come in today with not only that 800 min cash that everybody else already collected after their opening fights, but also a 10K chip leader bonus that he got by being the chip leader on one of the opening flights. It's good to see the players having fun. Despite the seriousness and the amount of money that they're playing for, it's still a fairly light atmosphere here on the final table. I always tell players when they ask me, I say, just enjoy the moments. Make sure you stay in your game, but know that this is something special that you're on the final table. But we have Zizas now with the King-Jack suited, opening to 1.2 million. Evalio with the quick fold to the 5-4. But meanwhile, Alexandru is not going anywhere with the big slick. Likely 3-bet incoming, in fact. Taking his time a little bit. Perhaps thinking about how much he wants to 3-bet to. It looks like it's a 3-bet to 4 million, but maybe something else was announced. Those pink purplish looking chips, I can't really tell what color that is, are 1 million each. So a 3-bet to 4 million. Kyriakos will be folding his Jack 9. Cosme, who's getting lower and lower on chips, is forced to fold once again, and Davide is going to get out of the way. Now is Vasilius going to call for an extra 2.8 million? Playing out of position. He has played a bit with Alexandru on previous days as well, which will come into factor on how he plays this. And does make the call. It could be a bit troubling if it's a king-high flop. But instead, it's a nice low 6-8-3 flop. The ace-king is still ahead. Vasilius with the backdoor flush draw. His jack is live as well. But this might be a matter of who can be more aggressive to take down the pot. This is a board that Alexandru can actually still continue on as well. It might be different if you had the small blind call and the big blind call, and you were the one that just opened. But he certainly can be repping all those high pocket pairs with that 3-bet. But meanwhile, Alexandru taking his time here, is counting out a bet. Looks like around 2.75 million, but let's see the official number, 3.8 million. And this should get the job done. Just having that backdoor flush draw, Alexandru is showing a lot of strength with that 3-bet preflop. It depends on how often he was 3-betting preflop on days 3 and 4 when they were playing together. But I think even that shouldn't really matter too much here. But our defending champion thinking about what to do here. He does take his time sometimes with these decisions. Each decision can be a big one on this final table. They are playing for a lot of cash. And of course, the honor of becoming the champion. And in Ziz's case, the honor of becoming a 2-time champion. And Alexandru chipping up after Ziz's fold, so up to 36 million in chips, a very nice start for him. Our sole Romanian at the final table. It was a very international affair here at the Battle Malta. You can see just based on the flags that have just come up on the screen along with the chip counts, just the number of countries that are represented on the final table alone. But there were 65 different countries battling it out in the main event, or shall I say players from 65 different countries. Aziz folding his weak ace from under the gun. Fold around to Pascal here with the king 10 suited, playing off a 20 big blind stack. And it looks like a min raise to 1.2 million. A quick fold there by Kyriakos with the suited queen. Cosme can't get anything going, 3 high. He needs to get something that he can commit. You can see the frustration on his face there. And Alessandro with ace deuce would have likely opened, but is he going to do anything after Pascal opened? Not this time. And Davide with the 9-7, it's going to go quickly into the muck. And Shervin with the queen 3. Opts not to defend, and easy peasy lemon squeezy. Pascal picking up the blinds and the ante up to 13 million in chips. Not the worst case scenario when you're opening with king 10 suited. So for those of you just tuning in, what you're watching right now is the Battle of Malta Autumn Edition main event. So this attracted a record field of 5,799 entries, and we are down to just the final 9. So all these players have navigated through nearly 5,800 others just to get into the spot, already locking up more than 22,000 in cash, playing tonight for almost 256,000 euros. My name is Jason Glatzer. I'll be with you all day, all evening long. We'll have guests throughout the day. Our first guest will be Fotios Namaris, coming in straight off the break in about an hour's time. The blind level is a little bit more than halfway through. Then there'll be a 15-minute break, so a little bit less than an hour. Pascal looking like he wants to open again, and this time with the ace-3 suited. He's seeing that players are not really playing back at the moment. Is this the spot for Cosme Gomez Martinez? He needs to find one. With this stack, it's almost like an open shove would be better with those weak hands than a 3-bet shove. You just don't have that fold equity at the moment. So it does fold, and Alessandro with the king-queen offsuit. Kind of playing off one of those stacks where you do want to get something going, but you're more than happy to see those small stacks hit the rail. And Shervin here with the 7-4 will be going. He's no longer Oliver, so we have the correct name now. That's great. And Vasilios with the 10-8. Will he defend here? I imagine so, where other players may not. But the chip leader does defend, does have 2 live cards if he manages to connect. And no player with hearts on this 9-queen 5 flop. A kind of inconsequential gut shot straight draw for Vasilios there. It's inconsequential just because he has no hearts in his hand, and it's just an ugly board for both players. But a check for Vasilios. Will Pascal continue repping a queen, maybe repping some hearts there? He is reaching for chips. And let's see, it's a very small bet of 650,000. Trying to deny the equity of Vasilios or his opponent, knowing he's going to get called if he's behind, maybe raised even. And he shows his ace-3, very interesting, or at least the ace. No, it shows both cards, so interesting he's giving away that information. Perhaps wants to use it later, get in the heads of the players that I'm continuing and repping everything. While we're waiting for the next hand, I want to give a shout out to all the dealers, all the floor, all the dealer coordinators. All these guys and gals have worked countless hours to make this event as successful as it was. Obviously, when the numbers are as big as they were, it means more hours for everybody. So well done to everybody involved in making sure that everything has run smoothly throughout the week. Kyriakos, we haven't seen much from him, one of our two Greek players wearing that Novibet patch. Min raising the ace-jack. Alessandro saw the ace and is thinking about something, but that other card just isn't good enough. And Davide with the king-9. He needs to find a spot as well, but he wants Cosme to go out before he actually makes a move, or to have a little bit more of a commanding hand than what he had to make a move. And the Robbie J. Lou here for Vasilios. And doesn't get a call from him or at Ivalio here off the shorter stack. Calling with ace-8 could spell trouble if there's an ace on the flop, but instead it was an 8 out of the window. Ivalio pulling ahead, but may not realize that he's ahead with that queen on the board as well. And with Kyriakos, should have a very strong opening range with some strong hands, even with aces, kings. Ace-queen type of hands are certainly in the range. And then we have ace-jack here betting 800,000. And a quick call here by our sole player from Bulgaria. Seven of hearts doesn't really change anything. Let's see if Kyriakos continues the aggression. It's going to get harder and harder for Ivalio to think, well, maybe I'm ahead with my 8 if he faces another bet, but equally it's as hard for Kyriakos to fire out that other bet after he was called on the flop. But Kyriakos Papadopoulos is thinking things over. It's either the first or second hand that we've seen him involved with thus far at the final table. He was silently getting it done, always smiling and laughing, but silently on the tables, getting it done throughout day 3 and day 4. All eyes were basically on Vasilios Zizas, our defending champion, but in the background was Kyriakos, just trucking along, getting some support from his friends during breaks. And is going to try again. Repping the queen, maybe repping something better than the queen. And does get the fold. So, well, very good awareness by Kyriakos, repping his range, not repping his hand. And chipping up to 22 million. And meanwhile, Ivalio, after defending pre-flop and then calling on the flop, is down to 9.1 million. So getting back in that danger range, he's certainly in a shove range. We did see him shove earlier for more than 16 big blinds, so he is going to shove for 15 or so as well. But everybody's waiting to see what will happen with Cosme Gomez Martinez. He is down to, I think, just 7 big blinds now. And if it was the middle stages of the tournament, none of that would matter. You would just play your hands. But in this case, you have to consider the fact that you do not want to be the first player out. You're giving up a lot of equity. Each hand that you decide to play, you have to consider the ICM implications with these middle stacks. So Pascal with the ace-jack this time. A min raise from under the gun. Quick fold by Kyriakos. Cosme, once again, I mean, I feel sorry for Cosme at this point. I mean, 7-4 begins to look good. That's not the best case scenario for him. Davide getting out of the way with 6 high. Expect the same from Shervin. It is suited, but it is from the cutoff. Facing an under the gun open, it should be a quick fold. Vasilios also folding it, but meanwhile, Ivalio, this is the perfect spot here. I mean, it is the under the gun open, but Pascal has been one of the more active players at the table as well. And does indeed jam it for 9.1 million. And after Alexandria folds, it's going to be decision time here for Pascal. It would be for a good portion of his stack. We can see that he's flipping. I'm not sure why the equity shows that he is ahead, but perhaps there was a 9 folded somewhere. He should be actually a little bit behind equity-wise in a vacuum scenario. Just had Fotios drop in, perhaps thinking that we were after break, but it might be break in real time. But meanwhile, we have Pascal giving a stare down, trying to get some information with some chatter going on. Does not look like the mannerisms of somebody that is ready to call, but let's see what he decides to do. But meanwhile, now it is. He's reaching for some chips. He's at least counting out where he's at. And our counts may not be perfectly accurate, but they should be fairly ballpark. We can do a quick count. I think I see 6 million up top, 10 million between those orange chips, another million in green. There's some more orange behind. So it is neighborhoodish correct, because he should have 12.8-ish in his stack, because he did min raise this bad boy up to 1.2 million. And Pascal does make the laydown, so Ivalio picking up some chips, back up to 11 million, Pascal down to 14 million. We could have seen a flip very easily here, but perhaps also Pascal recognizing that he did open under the gun and a 3-bet shove should have a stronger range, or perhaps just didn't want to go with the ace-jack as well. Either is legitimate. And now it's going to cost Pascal a little bit more because he's straight into the big blind. The green chips you see are worth 250,000 each. The orange 100,000. The white ones are 25,000, and the pinkish purplish looking ones are 1 million each. Kiriakos folding the ace-8 under the gun. Cosme, I mean, you don't have that much time. The blinds are coming through. You've had no cards. I know you want something a little bit better. Because it's going to cost him another 1.5 million going through if he doesn't pick up some chips. Meanwhile, Shervin thinking a little bit long about this queen deuce suited, perhaps as a player that likes suited cards with a Broadway that aren't connected. He was one of the more composed players throughout the main event. You can see with the hand on the shoulder trying to control the heart rate, trying to take away any physical tells. It's a sign of somebody that has been here in this spot before. And Vasilios with the tens. Is reaching for a 3-bet. Took a whole chunk of those purple chips, at least 3 of them. A 3-bet over to 3.4 million. And it gets Alexandra out of the way. But what about Pascal with the 7? So He was facing sevens before when he was under the gun, and now he has sevens in the big blind. It would be very bad timing for the Italian to do a 4-bet shove here. Even if he thinks Vasilios is 3-betting light, there's ICM and other issues. It's why Vasilios can actually be 3-betting a lot lighter than hands like tens. But Shervin with a quick fold as well, and Vasilios up to 64 million. He began the day with 65.3 million. Hi, Kali. Can you hear the players talk? Would it be possible to turn up the table volume for us as well? Unfortunately, there is a microphone at the table, but it's not really picking up the player voices at the moment. I would love to have that in too, especially when I'm by myself in the booth at the moment. Sometimes you can just let the players do all the talking and you just add a little bit here and there. But we can see the players having fun, and apologies that we can't pull that up onto the stream. But we will have a guest soon that will have some inside information about two of the players in Fotios Namaris. Straight after the break, he'll be joining us. Shervin with the sixes. He opened queen deuce suited the hand before from middle position. This time it's sixes from middle position, raising to 1.2 million. Ivalio thinking about the queen nine suited before thinking better of it, and Alexandru likely to do the same with the ace deuce. Thinking a bit long about this ace deuce as well. Does indeed fold. And Pascal will fold his queen five suited from the small blind. And let's see what Kyriakos has. He has the king six. Could be something he decides to defend. We just see that he wouldn't be faring very well if he did, but does give up on the hand. Then Shervin picking up some chips that he lost back the previous hand by opening and folding his queen deuce suited to a 3-bet. I feel in touch with some of these players because those of you that have played poker with me, I do need to stand up quite a lot. I can't sit for 2 hours straight, and I see a lot of these players getting up, maybe stretching, maybe saying hi to somebody that showed up to watch them. There's a couple hundred seats. For any of you that want to watch this go down live, just come on down to the Eden Arena at the Intercontinental Malta, connected to Casino Malta. There'll be lots of other people watching along with you, and it's a quite exciting environment. Especially when you see the double up soon enough, the elimination soon enough, you'll hear the people cheering. You could see some of the people in the background now. There'll be more and more as the day goes on. Is Shervin going to open up 3 hands in a row? He does fold this time, and Vasilios reaching for some chips. Raising to 1.2 million. And Alexandru taking his time with that 6-4 suited, but does fold it from the cutoff. Expect Pascal to do a quick fold with the king 4. Kyriakos is not one to waste time. The queen 2 in the muck. And Cosme getting shorter and shorter, maybe regretting not jamming that queen jack earlier. He's getting into danger zone. He folds here. He's down to 5 big blinds. We do know we have a break coming fairly soonish when the blinds will go up to 400,000, 800,000 with an 800,000 big blind ante. So at that point, it'll be 2 million every orbit for every player. And does call off the short stack. So he has less than a pot size bet behind. So if you see something like a 9 or a 4, there's a 9 out of the window and another 9. I was going to say if you see a 9, expect them to get it in, but what a flop here for Cosme. What a flop. And expect Vasilios to basically just put his opponent in, even though we see that he doesn't really have cards. But maybe he will check it back. Cosme is praying for a shove now. And would have close to 9 million, assuming there's no running queens coming, if that does happen. Vasilios taking his time. And it's a small bet, not a shove, so perhaps seeing what happens, Cosme thinking about what to do here. Will he get the most value if he just shoves over the top, hoping he gets a call? If he calls it back, is he going to be able to get it in later? These are the kind of things he's thinking. How best can I get my chips in? Because there's not much that can beat him. I mean, you have a 9. Obviously, if you're facing a better 9, that's a massive cooler. But does play it slow, does just make the call. But I think just by calling off your 2.7 million stack, you're kind of giving your hand away. Because you might be shoving a hand with the 2 in it. And the check mark over to Cosme with his trips. Will we see our first double up? Because Vasilios now connecting with his 8. He kind of knows where he is. He did bet it, and he's going to see what he expected, that 9. Maybe not the 9-4 suited, but no drama here, folks. Cosme already winning the hand, but let's see what the hand is.
Short stack show 9-4. That is position 4. And position 8 show Queen 8. The board is 9, deuce, 9, 8. Let's go for the river.
Let's see the river, folks. You heard it here, and it's a 3 of hearts on the river. We
3
know
of
that
hearts.
doesn't matter, but Cosme with the
for
double
the
up
short stack.
gets up to 8.6 million. Meanwhile, Vasilios, it didn't take too much of a dent in his stack, facing off the short stack, still has 60 million, miles and miles ahead of his nearest opponent. But Cosme can breathe a sigh of relief, at least for now, at 14 big blinds. So meanwhile, players are on break, and you could take a look at the chip counts. Vasilios with 60 million. Cosme no longer on the bottom, but he's very close to it. It's Davide Yankoko, who is in the bottom with 13 big blinds, but we will be back very soon, and we will be joined by Fotios Maris alongside us, who is friendly with the defending champion and also with Kyriakos. So we'll be right back. This is Jason Glatzer. See you in 15 minutes.
Main event players, you can start retaking your seats.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I am thrilled to be here for the exciting conclusion of the Battle of Malta Autumn Edition main event. Today, players are playing for a top prize of 255,800 euros, and they've already locked up 22,000 euros. It looks like we have a screen freeze at the moment, but that should be fixed fairly soon before the action begins. All 9 players that started today's final table are still in action. The blinds have gone up to 400,000, 800,000. We have 4 players with 15 big blinds or less. And actually, Pascal has about 15 and a half big blinds, but we have 3 players with 15 big blinds or less, and 2 players in Cosme Gomez Martinez who managed to get a double up right before the break, but still only has 8.6 million, and Davide Janoko has 8.3 million in chips, one of the Italian players. Right now, it's still our defending champion, Vasilio Zizas, in the lead with 61 million in chips. So not quite that 100 big blind average he came in with, but still has a dominating stack. And it's Alexandru Farkasanu with 34 million in chips. You could see that's a significant gap, but if he doubles through Zizas, he's in the chip lead. And the same is true for Shervin Gasanlu with 32 million. We have Kyriakos Papadoulis with 20.1 million and Alessandro Siena with nearly 17 million. And we do have a guest joining us. So my friend, my compadre, also a friend, I believe, of the 2 Greek players at the table, the one and only Fotios Namaris. So welcome, Fotios. It's great to have you here. I feel the energy already.
Hello, Jason. Nice to be here.
And you need to put the microphone, I think, a little bit closer.
Is it okay?
Let's fix you up. There we go. So we got Fotios all fixed up now. You can see the chip stacks. I don't know if you've been following along on the stream, but I do know you've been following along a little bit in real time. So no spoilers from you, mister, because those guys out there are 30 minutes in the future. I don't know how all that works, because I know we're in the present, so they have to be in the future. But we're on a 30-minute delay. Players can come and watch. There was at least 60 people watching when I was out there before on the break.
Yeah. It's a lot of people are out there. It's everybody has a fan club railing their friends, and it's super amazing. I have 2 friends on the final table. I hope they do well. So let's see what's going to happen, because it's a super interesting final table.
And it says 100 big blinds, but the blinds are going to go up to 400, 800. So that's a misnomer there. It's less than 80 big blinds anyway. I said 60, but that's also not right. So it's around 75 big blinds, which is still plenty to work from.
Yeah. Huge chip lead for Vasilios. Going for back-to-back in this massive event is like insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a statistical anomaly. It's like the guys that made final tables of the WSOP main event in back-to-back years. You just scratch your head on that. How do they do that? I mean, you have to have a lot of, you have to be a good player, first of all, but you need to win those flips, like the one that we saw with the ace-king against the queens on day 4, in order to get into these positions. And it's just a fantastic run, once again, by Vasilios Zizas. Can I ask you what the mood was of, let's say, Zizas in particular? Like, was he like, I've been there, done that, I have all the confidence in the world, or was he still a little bit nervous?
Yeah, I think he's playing to win. I don't think he cares about the payouts and stuff like that. I think he's the first guy in poker that I see that really doesn't care about money. He just plays for first place and for the glory. It's like a glory player for sure.
So he's worth like several million euros or something that he doesn't care? Like, because I mean, it's still a $250,000 up top. That's not like choke money.
It's not like that. I think it's his mindset in poker and life in general, which is something I find super bizarre. But yeah, it's his style. And it seems that it works because he's not afraid to gamble. He's not afraid to take marginal spots, and it works out for him very well in this tournament.
Yeah, it can, especially when everybody else is playing like a more ICM type of game. Then they're expecting you to do the same, and then they're not ranging you appropriately, and you can get away with a bit more, but then very often, if you're, let's say, on 1,000 final tables and you're playing exactly like that all the time, you're just basically lighting money on fire, going for the glory all the time. You have to be considerate of the payout jumps.
I agree 100%, but the thing is, by playing this style, he's going to get more first places than a player that plays Super ICM, and he's going to get more ninth places
Yes.
as well. So if you're in the good side of variance, you are getting the first places, and that's, I think, what happens in this one.
So it's basically a chip EV decision-making factor.
Yeah, even looser in some points, I think.
So it looks like we've had multiple misdeals going on, unless this is just a replay of something else. Although Cosme wants to look at his cards. Probably the first time he has 2 cards he can play. But yeah, he was completely card dead. If you saw him folding, I mean, he had one spot that he could have jammed with the Queen Jack. That was basically it. It was like 7-4, 4 deuce, just hand after hand after hand. So rather sick run out of cards. And the fact that he got that double up near the end right before the break at least didn't have him coming back to like 4 big blinds, That was against you, actually.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. I saw the hand, actually.
Not against you, against Caesar, sorry.
Yeah, not me.
Against your guy.
Yeah. But it's really sad to be carded in these final tables because it's super big and you don't get to play final table like this super often. So it's really sad if you don't have even the chance to play to your cards and play in a good level or something.
Except for Jesus. Apparently, he can just make a final table whenever he wants to.
The cards are just something not important to Jesus, I think.
It looks like we're moving in a little bit of slow-mo at the moment, unless I've just been not sleeping well, which is the case. But it may be that, but it looks like things have slowed down on the production.
I think we are waiting for a hand approximately 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, but I'm meaning like the the screen, like the movement of the hands of the players seems to be like with a little bit of lag. But we can see everything that's going on, and they're finally playing a hand, we think.
I think, yeah. The graphics are super, by the way. The way it's in.
Yeah, the graphics are amazing. This crew does a fantastic job. I love that the cards are on fire.
Amazing. That's what I'm watching right now. I was watching the stream from my mobile, but I didn't see that it was that good.
Yes, you need a screen that's at least 60 inches to watch it properly like we are.
Yeah, amazing.
But Davide, he's thinking about something here. No, I think he already folded. Yeah, that was Shervin that was thinking. I think we may have some delays, but it looks like Shervin, we can try to announce the action. It looks like a min raise from Shervin.
Min raise from Shervin. I think I jinxed the graphics.
These guys will get it going soon. It's one of the best crews I've worked with.
Yeah.
Perhaps only crew that might be... There's 2 crews that might be a little bit better, but they're very, very good. And those crews are like, the one that works, the Triton, that's something,
they work in
something ridiculous.
In a very high level. I observed them, how they work, and they're...
Yeah, and they're nice guys as well. I've worked with them now. I think this is my 3rd or 4th Battle of Malta with the same production crew, and they're fantastic. And Shervin, now we see what he opened with. It was with ace-jack suited. A lot of players folding.
Yeah, I don't see any interesting hands. Let's see what the big blind has.
Cosme, this is what he is typically getting, so you just have an idea. Mr. Card Dead, we're going to start calling him. And Alessandro, oh my God.
That's interesting.
Let's see how he plays this. I mean, he has 20 big blinds. A shove wouldn't be out of the question here.
Yeah, I think you can shove or you can 3-bet call, but I think in this spot you have to shove.
I think with the ICM, I prefer a shove because you're folding out a lot of hands. You don't really... I mean, he wants an ace-jack to call, but even if an ace-jack calls, you're still risking on a, 2.5 to 1 kind of scenario.
If it was suited, I prefer 3-bet, but this combo, I think you have to pure jam it for 20. Except if Shervin is super aggressive with 4-bets, but I don't think that's the case here. He's never going to 4-bet light here. 4-bet like ace-5 or something.
I don't think any player can really 4-bet light unless they're just find like the ideal spot. It's not going to be their typical go-to move at this particular table, but if a player does it, they're going to get a lot of credit, I feel, because of that.
But because I think players don't respond in these tournaments with much 4-betting, 3-betting this hand doesn't make sense. You have to jam and get call from ace queen or whatever decides if they decide to gamble.
So it looks like it's basically a jam, and not quite. He's keeping a few chips back. No, it is a jam. Here comes the triangle.
And this is an interesting spot for serving it, but I think he has to lay it down.
You told me last time we were in the booth together, but what's the Greek word for triangle? It's escaping me.
Trigono.
Trigono.
Trigono, yeah.
Trigono. I think it's like trikoknik in like in Slovenian or Slovakian. I don't know. I always ask what that word is. I also like to know what the word is for watermelon for some reason.
How does Greek language sound to you?
I mean, growing up with a lot of numbers, I was very good at math. That all the letters of the alphabet were common, and then going to a U.S. university where there's a lot of fraternities, you also see all the letters. There's a lot of Greek counterculture, I guess, that infuses into different locations. So the alphabet has never been a problem for me, but it's basically the pronunciation of words. It's not actually, when you hear some of the words, that much different than some other languages in many cases. But it's not a language that I feel that I'm ever going to understand unless I spend 2-3 years studying it.
I think it's one of the hardest languages, and it has a very different way of speaking and way of... I think I can understand the Greek when they speak English instantly. They have a Greek accent when they speak English. It's a kind of bizarre accent.
And then it depends on, where they, like the Greek accent in the UK is different than the Greek accent in the States.
For sure.
And not just because they're all from Greece, but it's just like they're adjusting to like the local accents and still keeping their own. It's different than the case than the people, from Mexico having a different, it's not a different language, but it's completely different pronunciations than the people in Spain speaking Spanish. That's a different scenario. This is because of the cultural adjustments.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, we have some action. We don't know what's going on quite yet. There's no cards, so there is no action. But it looks like some things are being resolved because the play has been a little bit slower.
So we have an info on the final table about any players. We have made some feedback to the viewers about somebody who might be a professional or something.
I mean, I don't necessarily know. There's some information in the live reporting that I need to spend a little bit of time looking at. What I can tell you is that all these players seem to know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Some have some results, and I would say that in the when you're looking at the final 3 tables down, you look around and you're like, well, where's the soft spot on this table? There wasn't really like the obvious one. There's players with obviously different playing styles.
Yeah. I think I've played with plenty of these guys. The Mr. from Bulgaria, Ivailo Eftimov, I think he's recreational but plays pretty solid.
Yeah, he has a lot of results as well.
Yeah. I've played with him a lot. Mr. I don't remember the name, from Romania. I think he's a professional for sure.
There was another Romanian that certainly was professional, but I think Farcansano is also.
Yeah, Alexandru, I think, is a professional. And Alessandro Sien, I think, is a professional as well. He plays online, I believe.
Yeah, he's been in Malta on final tables before, not at this particular event. And has lived in Malta, as far as I know, for, I think, 8 to 10 years.
And Kyriakos is a very good professional. He's one of my best friends in poker. And he's super good. He's a professional for many years. And he's a Novibet ambassador as well, as you can see.
Did he become a Novibet ambassador because he's on the final table, or he was a Novibet one already?
He's a Novibet ambassador either way, for like 1 year or something.
Okay, and Vasilios has been sporting the Novibet too.
Yeah.
He's also an ambassador, or
No,
he's just a friend of Novibet?
Friend of Novibet, yeah. Kyriakos is an ambassador of Novibet.
And are you an ambassador?
Yeah, but in some events, yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. So part-time ambassador.
Yeah.
So shout out to the guys at Novibet. You have to listen. If you want the best ambassador, just because he's a friend of mine, and also just because he's a nice guy, he talks to players, you should get Fotios at every event that you want him at.
Thanks for the nice words. Here we have an interesting spot. I think Kyriakos can actually 3-bet here. He has a very good blocker to do that.
It's an interesting spot just because it was Pascal that opened, and Pascal has been one of the more active players. I mean, he's had some of these kind of hands where he should be opening, but, perception, he may not have seen the hands. And 3-bet folding is not out of the question off his stack depth, so we'll see
Yeah,
what he does.
I think this is one of the best bluffs. I think he can do like 4 million 3-bet or something, 3.8, whatever, 3.7.
I also won't blame him if he folds. Like, typically with this kind of stack, if I'm on a final table, obviously with not as much money on the line, but sometimes in the online ones, they get rather big, and then, playing the events I play at, I would be actually folding here just because of the other short stacks. I just want to see them leave. Obviously, if I get set up with a cooler, I take it on the chin, but I don't want to be bleeding off chips and thinking, oh shit, if he 4-bets, I just lost
I agree.
20% of my stack.
It's a low frequency 3-bet, I believe, like 35, 40% you can 3-bet this hand. But you can do it, especially if you think Pasquale is not going to play back with 4-bet jamming wide.
No, I don't think you should expect that, but it's
something
we haven't seen enough
aggressive,
from him yet.
Yeah. It's something really aggressive, actually, but I wouldn't mind if he 3-bets, like 3.7.
Well, I'm results oriented at the moment, so I would love a 3-bet because Pascal will be forced to fold.
Yeah, I think he will fold if 3-bet comes. Let's see.
Carefully laid out 3-bet.
Yeah, let's see the sizing, 3 point something.
Maybe 3.5 is my guess, but let's see.
3.7, 3.3, okay.
3.3.
Okay.
That's a nice sizing.
Yeah, 4.5 big blinds or something.
Yeah.
Pasquale here with a very interesting decision, actually. I don't like ace-6 for 4-bet jam, I believe, but I would prefer ace-5, ace-4.
Pascal seems like a very thinking player, and a thinking player thinks about ICM quite a lot in these spots. So an open is more than fine, but there's two stacks that with 10 big blinds, would be kind of suicidal to call off with ace-6, even if you think you're ahead.
He's never calling, I believe. The decision is if he 4-bet jams
or
if he folds. But I think 4-bet jamming here is like... I don't like it. I wouldn't do it with ace-6.
Unless he has some kind of read we don't know about on Kyriakos.
Maybe, because Kyriakos is super aggressive, as you can see. He takes all the marginal 0 EV spots. So ace-6 on Kyriakos especially is not off the question to 4-bet jam. Basically, all suited aces should be good jam here, but I would just stick with ace-4, ace-5 in this final table.
But the action is not moving right now. So what is Alessandro thinking about here?
Taking time, so when he has a hand, I don't know, he just Hollywood now.
But maybe he thinks his cards are different. It's not that he's been wasting time before, and this is really just kind of wasting time. If you were going to do that, you don't have to do it for this long. You do it for 30 seconds and then you fold.
Maybe he folded. Maybe he took the 6 for a king. I don't know.
And let's see, Davide with the king deuce. The king looked pretty, but the deuce not so much.
Let's see Pasquale, what's he gonna do? Because it's interesting if he finds these 4-bet jams or no. I wouldn't take the 4-bet jam, but I don't know if he does. Because thing is, he opens for a short stack, and he opens very tight on the first place. So ace-6 is not that good. It's not like he opens too much in this spot. He's going to open super tight, like 13% or something.
But he's
14, 15 maybe.
He's giving your friend Kyriakos a nice stare down there. Perhaps trying to see the hands are shaking, because he's looking down at the hands now.
He seems suspicious, Jason.
Yes.
Something doesn't fit in him.
No.
He wants to pull the trigger, I can tell.
I can't remember if the two of them were on the same table yesterday, but Pascal was barking quite a lot yesterday. Not all the time, but he would... I remember when somebody called the clock on him, and it was like 3 or 4 minutes into a hand. It was a spot that he was thinking. I don't remember the player that called the clock. It may have been... it may have actually been Alexandru. And here we go, Fotios. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
And your friend Snap folds it.
Yeah, he has to.
Well done there, Pascal.
Oh.
Did he show it?
No, but it was like fist pump fold. He wanted to show and like celebrate.
And Kyriakos, I mean, it was a nice 3-bet. We both agreed that it is kind of a spot that he can do it, and he's going to have to fold to any 4-bet. But that was the problem with the 3-bet to begin with, is you lose 20% of your stack. But he 3-betted a little bit light, so it wasn't quite 20%, more like 15%. Not the end of the world. And here we go with Pascal again.
Very impressive.
I wish we had table noise at the moment to hear what he's saying.
That would be epic. He seems like to enjoy his life for.
Yeah, he's having a lot of fun. He did get annoyed at one player yesterday when they called the clock on him. It was kind of a big spot. I think it was against Jesus, but I can't even remember who it was against. And I can't. It was a player that wasn't in the hand that called the clock 3 minutes in, and he took personal offense to it, and basically said, "Next time you're thinking for 30 seconds, I'm calling the clock." And he's like, "Well, this wasn't 30 seconds. It was 3 or 4 minutes," which it was. I was standing by the table then. And
So there was some spice yesterday.
you know, it was like a friendly kind of thing. It wasn't like, it was maybe a little bit contentious at that particular moment, like just like, what the fuck are you calling the clock on me? But it should have been, every player at the table has the right to call the clock because, you know, you don't want to be wasting time on your tournament. So
For sure.
it was maybe a bad timing because he really looked like he had something to think about, and he's not a guy that's typically wasting a lot of time. So I see both sides to that. And then everything was normal 2 hands later, so it wasn't like a big issue or anything.
But
But
they are playing for a lot of money, so pressure, I guess, is pretty high. Maybe some guys have never been in such spots. I don't know the results, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys got a pay jump when they first walked in the door.
Yeah.
Imagine that they were thinking they were going to get around 9,000 and change, and a couple of the players, I think it was like 4 or 5 of the players, stayed after they bagged up yesterday and said, you know what, can we change the payouts a little bit? Everybody that seems to agree that we want it to be a little bit different. The organization here is very accommodating. You know, they said, well, if everybody really agrees, we'll check in the morning. We'll come up with a different proposal based on your feedback, and that's exactly what they did. And every single player that came in was more than happy about it. And they even signed a piece of paper, yeah, we're cool with these new payouts. Because it was going to be 300,800 on top. And what happened was there was going to be some serious pay jumps from 4th to 3rd, from 3rd to 2nd, and 2nd to 1st. So those are flattened a little bit, which also makes it much less likely that we'll see a deal be made.
I think now payouts are very good. I think they made it perfect. The tournament is super good now.
And Vasilios back in action under the gun, King Jack suited.
With a very legitimate hand this time.
We haven't really seen him get out of line. You know, it's he's playing, I would say, from like a chip leader perspective, where you can kind of roll over the table. He's maybe waiting.
Oh.
And Kyriakos, we could have some Greek on Greek climb, especially if Kyriakos just flats here, trying to get a little bit more value. But he may be putting Vasilios' opening range from under the gun a bit stronger than this King Jack suited. This would be maybe the bottom part of his under the gun range. There's definitely some hands below that he would probably be opening with, but near the bottom, and he may not want to 3-bet just so that he keeps him in the hand. But the problem with flatting is you're encouraging the players in the blinds to come along, and then you're playing aces multi-way. So
I think 20 blinds is a spot that, in theory, at least, you don't want to play flat. You don't want to play 3-bet or fold, but or jump. Maybe you have jumps. It's UTG9, so I don't know. But
I think a jam is out of the question.
No, I'm talking about range. This hand for sure doesn't jump. But you want to play jam or 3-bet, I think, in this spot. Not with this hand, but with your range. So this hand, I think you have to 3-bet.
And he just showed that he could snap 3-bet fold as well, but he wasn't thinking as long as he is now.
That's a kind of tell, I think. You cannot think that much with a bluff, I believe.
Well, we saw, who was it that was doing it last time? Was it Davide that was just sitting there on the Queen 6? And maybe we're spot on. He's doing it in case he gets into a spot like this. It looks like he's thinking about what to do with something marginal versus what to do with your pocket aces.
But I think a player in Kyriakos' caliber knows exactly what his range should be in 3-betting here. I mean, if he has a jack here, he knows he has 3-bet fold. So I don't think if that's... He's gonna think that much with a jack or something.
Yeah, he should raise it to like 3-6 or something,
yeah,
I think.
He's going to raise 3-6, yeah. And Vasilis, I think, is going to fold UTG9 open and 3-bet.
But he's only in the hijack, so there could be another player showing up with some kind of monster that they come in over the top with, especially knowing that Kyriakos is able to 3-bet fold off this stacked size.
Kyriakos is going to play like super tight here. He's going to 3-bet 10s plus, 9s he might fold.
And once again, it was a carefully laid bet.
Yeah. He's very careful. My friend is very careful with his bets.
He doesn't want to damage the chips or the felt. It's a nice, softly laid bed, and it's a little bit bigger than I thought, but it's still a nice sizing, 4.2.
Yeah, I would go like 3 point something or something. 3.8, whatever. I go 3 with the chip leader, so 4.2 might be good.
And meanwhile, Cosme with the 7-4, he's just hoping that fireworks erupt here. He wouldn't mind if your friend was on the rail. Some free money for him then.
Now Vasilios is in a spot, but I think he has to fold. I would fold at least.
Yeah, and we know Alessandro is going to fold. I mean, we did see Vasilios peel and open, I think, with the very same hand. It might have been hearts much earlier.
Let's see. He's on the loser side for sure, so he can make a call. I say what I would do in real game.
And Shervin will be folding.
Because Kyriakos is gonna play like super tight vs UDG. Because he's in the hijack, it's like he has 4 people behind him to act, so he cannot do much.
But we just saw him do the same thing before and fold, and it was also to an early position opener, and Vasilios should be opening up a bit wide, but...
He snap folds,
Yeah. I mean, there's no point for Vasilios to do that. I understood the short stack when was it Pascal? Yeah, Pascal last hand who did the 3-bet, the 4-bet jam. It made more sense because he had kind of like the perfect stack for that. He still had some fold equity remaining, but on the other hand, there's only sizing as a jam. You know, it's either a jam or a fold.
Exactly.
Did you play the super high roller that's going on now?
Unfortunately, I have a flight to catch in like 3 hours, so the tournament would not even be in the money. So I couldn't attend because it would be so hard not to make in the money and lose the flight.
Well, there's worse things than staying in Malta for an extra day.
Yeah.
Although you live in Greece, which is lovely as well, so... This is maybe cold weather for you, actually. How's the weather in Greece?
No, I think it's bad. I think we have like 10 degrees or something. They told me that I'm going to get a total climate change when I arrive in Athens. It's like 11 degrees there.
So why don't you stay in Malta? I have tomorrow off.
I think my girlfriend is not going to be happy with that.
Just tell her you stayed in Malta because the weather is better and you wanted to play Chinese poker with Jason because he has an actual day off.
I don't think she's gonna like that.
No?
Anastasia, I'm coming. Don't worry.
So it could be a little bit of time before we see players hitting the rail. We do, though, have 2 stacks in the 10 big blind range. We are playing 90-minute levels for the time being until 6 players are reached, and then the pace will speed up a little bit with 45-minute levels going down in half, but being it short-handed, it makes sense.
From big blind 1 million, it's gonna be 45 minutes, or when it's 600.
When it's 6-handed.
Yeah.
No, if you did it when it's 9-handed, you're just, you know, shorting the clock. When it's 6-handed, because the hand should go pretty much twice as fast.
900 in final tables is rough because until 1 or 2 people lose, everybody plays on the tighter side, so it's hard to have a bust.
Yeah, and typically we wait and we play down to 8, but it was a very late ending. It was 10-handed for like more than 3 hours yesterday getting to this final table. And then typically what happens is the final 9 play down the evening before to 8, but with 5,799 runners, some things you just don't want play to go to 5 a.m. and then for them to come back fresh for a final table the next day.
And it's a super deep structure, so there is plenty to room to maneuver, and I think it's an amazing structure for this buy-in. It's like I think the best in Europe.
Yeah, 90-minute blind levels on day 4 and day 5.
On a 600 euro tournament, I mean, it's amazing. You don't have to have a big budget to play in this event. I mean, you can play 1 bullet or something and play so deep.
And they even had the half price bullets to buy in for 300, where you had half a starting stack and half the number of players advanced to day 2 than they did in the 600 fights.
Correct. I think Shervin should definitely fold here with the chip leader. I don't like PPP here. Especially if chip leader is kind active, and I think Vasilis is active, he's not tight, for sure.
But he hasn't shown that much activeness, I would say, today so far. No, I mean...
His style is not tight, for sure, but I don't know today if, due to the money, or I don't know, he plays on the tighter side.
I think also he just wants to get the feel of the flow of play a little bit. He could put more pressure on people as the blinds go up as well. But this is a good player to put pressure on that you have position on, regardless of your cards, because of the stack size.
He's gonna check back with his hand, I think. I don't like anything.
But is Shervin is he going to be trapping hands, I almost
Yeah,
like
yeah.
raising, and then if he jams on you, okay, you gave up a little bit.
Yes, but I think you wanna be more polar in these spots. Have like 9 deuce and stuff like that. Has too much equity BBB. In ICM scenario, if it wasn't ICM, it's fine.
It looks like Vasilios agrees with that because he does check back. And it's an ace out of the window. Ace, king, 3, connecting with neither player.
Shervin is gonna bet, I believe, here with 7-4. He's absolutely bottom on the range. He has the 4 of spades as well.
And he can be repping more aces than Vasilios because a lot of aces will check, and then maybe for a check jam or a check call to disguise it.
Yes, Shervin is mainly limping in this spot, I believe. He doesn't play many raises because of the other short stacks.
And I think Vasilios would be raising any ace from the big blind, possibly most
Yeah,
kings as well. So either way, it hits Shervin's range better.
Let's see if Vasilios continues with the backdoor.
Let's see, what's the bet? Is it 1.2?
If it's 1.2, he's not gonna continue. On 800, I don't know.
It is 800 though, so let's see.
Seems close.
I don't mind a call because then if you get checked back on the turn, it really doesn't even matter what the turn card is. You're taking it down.
I think you have to peel one. You overfold, I believe, if you fold this.
The back door doesn't hurt, but
Yeah.
the back door is what, a 4%er. It's not like the end all here.
And
Also has a backdoor Broadway
small
draw
blind-
and a backdoor wheel draw.
yeah, and small blinds can have many bluffs. You can be ahead with Jack High because he doesn't bet Queen High, and he has all the 7-8, 7-4, and 4-5. I don't know. Yeah, now I think Shervin should bet again, and he wins the pot.
Yeah, if you can find another bet here.
Yeah, since he limped pre-flop, he has to play aggressive because you have to fold this hand, but if you play it, you cannot check 7 high on the turn, I believe.
And once again, he has that ace in his range that Vasilios should not have unless he's playing super tricky.
Yeah.
Maybe he would be checking back something like pocket aces or something like that.
He can check back like something like ace 5 suited or something, but it's so few combos compared to the range, so I check. Nah, I don't like this. He should bet like 3.2 or something.
And
Maybe due to
Vasilios-
ICM half pot or something like that, like B50.
Vasilios is probably going to take it down here. Since he also doesn't have very much equity. I can maybe get a better hand to fold. I don't know exactly.
No, I don't like Jack High bluffing there. I mean, yeah, I would bluff the 4-5s and deuce 4s and stuff like that. Let's see what he
Is it
does.
possible he thinks he's ahead here, though, with this
Yeah,
jack?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
then you're betting also to deny equity of your opponent?
Yeah, okay, that does make some sense, actually. Depends on the sizing, because if he wants to deny equity, he should make like a really small sizing. If he wants to exploit like that, like 1.3 or something. If he bets half pot, I think he's bluffing.
This looks like something. There's a 1 million on top, so it was 2 of them. This looks like a fairly big bet, more than half the pot.
Yeah, I don't like bluffing Jack High here, actually, because you win too often. Yeah, he bet too big. I don't think Shervin is folding out better.
It's a value bet, though.
Yeah, it's a good value by Vasilios.
He wants to get the jack deuce to call. Oh, Sherman, has he picked up any tells on Vasilios? I mean, Vasilios is usually, when he's in a hand, he's not really giving off any information or tells as far as I can tell. And those are much easier to identify when you're actually looking at it from a big screen than when you're actually playing at the tables.
Yeah, he had to fold. That's why I don't like VPPing this hand via the chip leader, because he wanted to seem aggressive, but he just made one bet and then he gave up the 7 high. And this is not a profitable strategy, I believe, for sure.
Something is happening now.
Yeah, let's see. It's amazing how the fire god is after the card that is hidden. It's very good.
It's a saying we have that, like internally, that the battle malt is on fire.
Yeah, it's on fire.
Bomb go boom. But while we're waiting, we can give a few more shout outs. So the Italian crew also deserves a fantastic shout out. If you prefer to listen to this in Italian, in fact, head on over to their YouTube stream. Jack Bonara and Cesare are doing a fantastic job in Italian. And of course, they have an amazing photographer. They have 2 videographers. So Irena's the photographer, Nucci and Marco doing a fantastic job. Gaetano helping out with the social media. So a shout out to that crew, and apologies for anybody that I may have left off the list there. And yeah, and then we have Patricia and Valeria, our 2 hosts who have done a fantastic job. They're really part of both teams.
Yeah. They're very good in
They
their
come
job.
to me, says, Jason, we want to do something fun. Let's go do something fun. And I said, okay, what's the topic? And then I say, let me surprise you. But it's been fun with them all week long.
Mm-hmm. It's been a very, I think it's been a very good, you have a very good team.
Yeah, and then on our side of the team, with the English team, it's, we have Jonathan Rabb, who's been in the industry for so many years. Igor now, who's been our photographer for now the 3rd festival, and it's an absolute pleasure to be working with him. And for the first time, we have somebody helping us from home, and my compadre, Luca, from Slovenia. So we have a little bit of remote help today as well, so you'll see a new author in the blog.
Okay,
But a shout out to Luca as well,
that's interesting.
not just for this, but for everything else that he does with my Poker Pro company where I'm CEO of.
Yeah.
And Cosme, what does he do here? It's the Ducks.
I think it's a fold. Hijack. He's on the low jack. No, he has to fold. Yeah, I don't like deuces here for 10.
It's pretty borderline though.
It's close, but I think it's fold. Yeah, good fold.
Cosme showing a lot of discipline. A lot of players would have just said, okay, I'm tired of folding. This is at least something.
Very good fold, yeah. I think he understands ICM in this foot.
And Alessandro folding one of his cards from the 5-3. And here comes the other one. You could fold both at the same time. Nobody's going to judge you.
They all don't seem very happy to fold their cards.
No, I think the deck is just filled with cards from like 2 to 10.
Yeah.
There's like one ace in the deck, and here it is. I joke, everybody, just before anybody takes that comment that line, this deck has been verified. It's a 52-card deck. Every card is there. There's no jokers in the deck. But playing Hold'em with a joker can be fun sometimes. You don't make it necessarily wild, but you can make the joker like any number card you want, or you can make the joker any like Broadway card you want. It really mixes things up.
Shervin is definitely going to VP here with a raise, I believe. It's not like an amazing spot when the chip leader is the small blind, but I think you have to raise.
You know what, though? We haven't seen Vasilios 3-bet light yet either,
yeah.
so...
That's what I have observed, so you have to open here. It's not like he's going to 3-bet you with king deuce off and stuff like that. He's not going to get out of line.
And being that Ivalio is right behind Zizis, and Ivalio is capable of
showing.
He's kind of the wild card there. He's probably the only other player besides Zizis that might be playing directly for the trophy. I mean, it's hard to judge that, but based on some of the moves he's made, it seems like he's playing to win and not playing to ladder up.
Yeah, he showed the ace-6 jam, and he plays to win for sure.
And we do have an open, apparently not with
Shervin opens.
normal chips, but let's see. I think it should be 1.6.
Yeah, let's see what Vasilios has. I think.
Ooh, pretty hand.
Very interesting.
This is something he can 3-bet.
You can do a lot of things with
You
this
can
hand.
peel here too. You shouldn't fold, I don't think,
No, no.
against a button open.
He can peel for sure.
By peeling, you're basically giving Uvalio an open window of
Yeah.
squeeze there.
I'm not sure if you can jump here for 30, but I think peel is like the best.
Yeah, no, Vasilius can't jam here,
Yeah, yeah.
but he can definitely 3-bet to like 6.5 big blinds or something. Even a little bigger maybe. But he does call, the safest of moves, and Uvalio probably was not going to be squeezing anyway and does
Yeah,
quickly
he's
fold.
gonna fold, yeah, for sure. I think all is good here. I
And
think
should
it's
we
the
see
best
like
option.
an ace, queen, 3 flop with 2 diamonds for the sweat?
Let's see. That sounds very good for the viewers.
Let's see if any of those cards come. We see,
Okay.
no, a king out of the window, but it is a diamond along with the 6 and the 7, so nobody connecting. Shervin's still ahead, but facing off against the chip leader, who does have some nice backdoors at least. Not that they usually come to fruition, but it's enough to usually call a single bet, even out of position, but we'll see.
I think Shervin should definitely not bet here. I think it's a board that hits very well Vasilios. He has many pairs that he flats here. Many suited king X. He can call here. So I think that's a very good board for the small blind.
He has all the 6 7s, 8 9s.
Yeah, yeah. Also 6s, 7s, yeah, very good check back. He cannot range bet this board for sure.
And you want to keep the pot low, but look at this, Vasilios improving to the second pair there with that queen of spades.
I think he needs to continue checking. He can lead for 20% or something, but I don't think you played that much of a small bet with this hand.
I think check is better just
Yeah, yeah,
because what's going to call you.
Yeah, yeah, very good check.
And now Shervin maybe trying to get back in after it was checked twice to him.
Let's see if he tries to bluff some eights or something. He does elect to check, which is fine.
And the 8 of diamonds on the river does not complete that diamond flush, but still we have Vasilios with that pair of queens.
Let's see how much he bets now. It's interesting, the sizing he chooses. Because the board is super good for him. He always says something here with equity. Almost always.
But it could be a good check call spot too, because Shervin maybe would try to bet those, like, I don't know. Shervin can't really bet anymore after
no,
checking
no,
the flop
no.
and turns.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
have to bet when you're Vasilios.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have like 50% or something, or something like that. Or maybe he can bet really small so he can get a call from an 8 or a 7, a 7 or something.
Yeah, I think like in the 2 million range is enough.
Yeah, like 1.3 to 2.4 is like the optimal bet.
It looks like he has 2 of those pink chips in his hand.
Yeah, seems like a big bet is coming, or no?
You could see the gears in motion. Always looks calm and composed, but then he's always smiling when there's not cards in front of him.
Mhm.
And let's see the sizing here. A bet of 3.1, so higher than
that's-
both of us expected.
Yeah, that's way too big for sure.
Maybe he's doing it, you know what, maybe I'll get an ace to call if I do a big enough bet that it looks like I'm just trying to steal the pot and go like reverse psychology on
Yeah,
it.
I don't like this bet for sure. You don't target anything. Nothing. The only hands that calls you is queen jack and, and maybe ace queen that check back flop and.
I guess a queen 9 might call too. you
Yeah,
know,
okay.
Like it's like
it's
that's
the only
hand,
Yeah,
yeah.
and you lose value from ace 8 and ace 7, and which if you bet 25%, 30, you get called for sure. It's not a hand that you want to bet big.
Yeah, and if you're betting a little bit small, the ace 8 is going to just side call. How long are you here for? You want to come in now or you want to come in after the break? Because it's good with Fotios right now. Better to stay, I think, with him and then you come after the break? Okay.
Or after the break, I can replace you to stay with Fotis.
I have to do the intro, but then you can come in for 15 minutes and I'll. Okay. So we have exciting news for you because Fotios and I will stay together for a little bit of time, but after the break, I'm going to come in for the introduction, but then, we'll let Argyris, who is basically the head honcho more or less over at Novibet, have a little bit of time with Fotios. He promised, or at least he needs to promise, that the commentating does not go into Greek. I know we have 2 Greek players, but both of you speak fantastic English. But I'll give the microphone. We have 2 headsets over to the 2 Greek boys so they can, root on their players. If we can get players from the other countries in here too, we can do the same thing. It'll be for about 15 minutes time that those 2 will go at it. I'll probably give them an orbit or so. And then we'll see if either of them want to stay to commentate with me. Hopefully either Fotios or Argyris do want to join.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We have time until the plane leaves.
And our door keeps opening as well, so I think we need to also put a do not disturb sign on there.
We should not let them get in. Pascual
No.
here with an interesting hand. I think he should fold, but I don't know. UTG9, this hand never opens.
I think he's going to open.
Yeah, I don't think it does open though. UTG9 with this ICM.
Pascal seems to be one of the more active ones.
Yeah, 22 big blinds. This should be close TPV. ICM never.
I think if it was like 5s or 4s, he's folding. I mean, I'm probably open folding the 6s myself. I'm just saying what I think he'll do.
It's a fold. Yeah, very
And
good
he
fold.
does fold, okay. 7s, he's probably opening, so it's probably really close there.
Maybe 7s is 50-50. 8s are pure open. But 7s I could open it stably, yeah. Because
I mean, he has more than 20 bigs. It's okay. You
25,
can
yeah.
open fold it.
It's gonna. Main thing is here, the players from behind, I believe, is gonna play less 3-bets than they should in theory, and mainly more flats, because in this spot you should not flat a lot if you're not on the button. So, I mean, only the chip leader can flat here, especially. So I think because there is gonna be more less 3-bet and more flats, you can open 7s for sure.
Meanwhile, Cosme is busy thinking. Oh, it's Kyriakos thinking. No, Kyriakos, I thought folded.
Cosme is like
Oh!
it's like supercard dead. I'm going
Yeah.
to say, and he just got aces.
So he either gets 4 deuce or pocket aces, but now he's thinking, he's saying, well, if I just raise, I'm disguising my hand. You really should just shove, maybe leave 200,000 behind and hope somebody wakes up with something, because a min raise off a 10 big blind stack is just screaming aces.
He also does all the asking how much you have, how much you have. He asks half the table.
Yeah, I think you wasted a little bit too much time here, too.
Yeah, he's thinking now he's going to open for sure. I think he's looking again.
I think he should have just shoved, like, instantly. Not instantly, but within, like, a 15-second period.
I would open in myself, but I can see the jam, the main. What do you say about the jam? I would play min raise here, I think, but
you're also the type of player that might min raise other hands off a 10 big blind stack.
I would min raise ace 10 off there, stuff like that.
Unless you're a player that's doing that and able to fold off a raise fold off a 10 big
I
blind stack.
I
There's
have
no
a
point
raise
in
fold
doing
there.
it.
Yeah, I have a raise fold range there for sure. King queen off or something. I would raise fold.
I just feel on a final table, most players that are going to min raise here are
Yeah,
only
but
going to be doing it with the top of the range.
If I see a min raise here, I'm screaming if I have jacks here.
And Alessandro, I mean, he wasn't going to call a shove with ace-9. He probably shouldn't be 3-betting because he doesn't want to get into a tricky spot with one of the shorties.
I think he should pure fold here. He will, he just Hollywoods a bit. I think everybody in this table likes a bit Hollywooding. I don't know. They all tongue with hands that they're not going to play.
I mean, to be fair, it looks like he's trying to get a count of the stack. And if he had more chips, then a 3-bet could actually happen, even though it's not suited.
Yeah, 10 big blinds, he cannot 3-bet. I mean.
No. And also not against pretty much the tightest player at the table. Although Davide is probably tighter, the other short stack. And I'm not saying tight in a bad way, it's just their short stack and they're not getting cards. So, perception-wise, they just have not been playing hands. And Alessandro will fold, I believe. This may be like a balancing of other things so that when he gets aces himself, he can do the same thing. And one at a time like usual. You might be right. He may want at the time on the camera with the one on the time, but I don't think it's that. I think once the game gets started, people kind of forget that there's, cameras rolling. At least that's the case when I'm playing. Of course, it's in the back of your head, but it's really far back in your head.
I don't think they pay attention to the cameras because
They know that people are watching them live
yeah,
as
yeah,
well. And that might be
unfortunate
also
for
the case.
Cosme because no one seems to have a playable hand. Oh,
Ace Jack is very playable.
I think. Oh, he folded. Snap.
Wow, wow, wow. And if it was a jam, he may have called there, actually.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's just an example. I
Very
think he
good.
maybe would have folded anyway.
Very good.
But nice.
Very good instincts.
And didn't even waste any time there.
Yeah, yeah. He was like, sure. Insane fold.
Oh, we have some Greek in the chat now by Antonis. I'm going to George says, hello, Photios. Is this my George or a different George?
No, it's a different George.
Okay, well, you could be my George too if you want, but my George is special.
yeah,
and
yeah.
a shout out to Antoine as well, rooting on Davide Yankoko, the one name I cannot pronounce. I can pronounce the Greek name, but I cannot pronounce Yanoko. But anyway, shout out to him. Both him and Alessandro Siena live in Malta, so I'm pretty sure Antoine will stick around to watch them. But what is Antonius? What's Antonius
He
saying
says,
in Greek?
hello, Fotis. Who would you bet? Kyriakos or Zisis? So he actually says who I think is going to win the tournament.
Okay, I mean,
I don't know. I think Kyriakos is more experienced, but Zisis is a wild card. He plays really. I think if I would bet on a player to win, I would bet on Zisis because he has more chances of win because of his play style.
but let's say all the stacks were the same. Who would you be picking then?
Okay, I have to pick Kyriakos because I think he's the best player in the field left. So yeah, I cannot say not because he's my friend, but I think he's the best.
Okay, so massive props there for Kyriakos, the Novibet ambassador.
Yeah, he plays pretty high stakes too and has many results over the years.
So we have the Robbie Jade. Cosme just getting back up to 10 million, getting no action on his aces. And we have, once again, the slow fold there by Alessandro with the 2 cards, but it wasn't a tank. And Davide,
That's interesting, but I think he has to fold from low jack again.
yeah, I think if he's in the hijack, it's already a shove. But
Yeah, here he has to fold. Sure, nothing.
And Shervin will have to fold. I don't think you're necessarily lighting money on fire with a shove there with ace-5 either.
No,
though.
it's not like money, but I think it's not the best play. I think if it was suited, obviously. Vasilios here has a pure open from cutoff. He still has a very big chip lead, I think, right? Which is the second stack? Like 40 million or something?
No, 30-something million, maybe
Yeah.
35 million. I mean, Vasilios should almost not be looking at his cards when he's in the cutoff when it's folded and just open.
I
but,
think you just have to see a queen plus and just open.
yeah.
No need to see the second. He can always sweat it.
Of course, he has to look at his cards just so that players think,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
wait, I
yeah,
have
yeah,
something. But
But thing is, in these spots, when you have like 11 million or something, that you care more about the pay jumps than winning, because winning when somebody has 16, you have 10, it's like super rough. So it's like not a satellite, but your risk premium, the equity you need is way higher.
it does look like a min raise, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, he made like 1.7, 1.6, no, mid-raise. Ivailo has a pure jump here,
Ooh,
and seems like he's going to pick the blinds.
good spot for Ivalio.
He has like, how much? 12 big blinds?
Yeah, a dozen. I like how we have the decimal points when we get down to the single millions there.
So it's like 12, right?
Yeah, it's about a dozen.
Okay, yeah, good pickup.
And jam by Ivalio. Alexandria is going to have to fold from the small blind.
This is the good spots when the chip leader wide opens. You can get the pickup with ace queen, for example, and there are very good spots to keep your stack in this level and preserve the stack. Because when there is nine-handed, there is no and you have a huge chip leader. There ain't many spots that you can pick up chips like this. You have to get hands. I mean, you cannot steal with ace deuce or something.
Well, I think this is the second time at the final table that we've seen Vasilios open and Ivalio jam. So maybe the seeding is now getting to Zizis a little bit here.
Yeah. But
We've seen both times Ivalio's had a hand.
he tanks. I don't.
He's asking for a count, so it's not a tank. You know, maybe if he thinks he has 6 million, he has to call, for example. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's not a call. For sure, it's not a call.
No, but he wants to.
TPV's fault.
He may want to just get a count so he knows for future
yeah.
hands.
If it's 6 million, maybe he can gamble some king jack suited and stuff like that. King 10 suited, king queen suited, but now he cannot.
But also, if it's small, you can show.
But Vasilios,
Don't fuck with me. I'm gonna call
Vasilios
you.
is the kind of player that can call this spot. Actually, he's the only player I know that can call this spot
Because you send a message.
he plays to win. That's what he can call for sure here. But I wouldn't call, obviously, but I think he can call. If there's one guy that I would put money on calling in this table, it's Vasilios.
But I do think it sends a message if you call. I mean, you can't call here because it's too big, but like if it was smaller, it would be sending a message. Don't be doing this because
I'm going to call you guys.
I don't care if you're ahead. You're going to be gambling.
Though. I thought he went to throw his cards, but then he took them back and keep it. The other guy just says that he has a card, and if it's going to call me. I think you look at his face.
Yeah.
If Vile is like, okay, I have a hand call, he just waves it to his friends or something. Vasilios is without. I don't know why he's tanking that much. I think he should fold earlier. I mean, if he had something like king 10 suited, something that flips more, he can call. But this is worse than king 9 suited, for example, because king 9 suited plays some flips with sevens. This is behind every time. I mean, you cannot flip with anything, ace deuce.
No, it should be a fold already, but I don't blame him for taking a little bit more time.
Maybe Hollywood, so they know that he opens wider from cutoff and don't fuck with me because I have hands when I open. Maybe this is the reason. And maybe now he folds and shows an ace. I don't know.
Or maybe he just didn't get a lot of sleep last night and needs a little bit more time to think. I mean, these guys ended around, what was it, 2:30 in the morning? There was plenty of time for them to get sleep. But did you guys go out last night?
Yeah, we did a bit of partying and... Oh, he calls.
He called?
Whoa, okay.
Did he call?
Yeah, he called and saw the hand.
Oh my God, wow. I'm shocked.
Yeah, that's...
But maybe he gets there. Maybe Valio is the first out.
Aggressive call. I'm rooting for Vasilios, but it was aggressive call.
Wow. Ivalio in an amazing spot to double up and get into respectable range here. And this could be the first chink in the armor for Vasilios Sizis, our defending champion.
That was an unexpected spot for Ivalio to be able to get to 21 million because that's not a cooler and he could get like... That's huge equity for Ivalio if he holds.
It's going to be a double paired board.
Yeah. You believe it? Let's see.
It's going to be a chopperoni.
Are you good in these predictions?
No.
I'm very good in this trip. I have 3 on 3, I believe. I called 7 of spades 3 times and game.
We could start betting red and black on flops, but here we go. We have a 6, 10, 5, 2 clubs, so backdoor flush draw for Vasilios, but still needs that 2 to eliminate Vivalio. Otherwise, we're looking at a double up.
4 of clubs is interesting in this spot now.
Yeah, 4 of clubs or 3 of clubs were both the same. Then it's a gut shot to the wheel and a flush draw.
I pick 4 of clubs.
Okay, let's see if you're right.
I don't think I'm going to be, but let's see.
Ooh, it's a 4, but it's the wrong black 4.
It's not the correct 4.
No, but still it opens up new outs. So any 3, any deuce. Otherwise, it's a double up for Ivalio.
I think that was a misstep from Vasilios. It was super unnecessary because he has a super high chiplet. He should be just opening and picking the blinds 2 million every pot. I don't like this open. But let's see. Let's hope he finds the 3, for me at least, because he's... No.
And it's a queen on the river to give top pair over to Ivalio Eftimimov, and he's now up to 21 million. Vasilio is still in the lead with 54 million, but about 11 million shy of what he started the day with after doubling up 2 short stacks now. But maybe he sent a message there, don't mess with me.
I don't think anyone is going to jam on him king queen suited or something now. King jack suited is not going to go in. Yeah, I thought... on the first place, I thought he was tanking because of the, how can I say it, because he wanted to show that he had a real hand and then he's going to show that he folded an ace, but he ended up calling, so he had a real decision in his mind.
I'm going to address a couple of the comments now that are coming up on Facebook. So Fabio is wondering if there's Italian commentating, and indeed there is, but you need to go over to the Battle of Malta YouTube channel. You can also go to the Battle of Malta website where you'll see both the English and the Italian commentating by Jack Bonara and Cesare are doing a fantastic job. Nicoletta is saying, go Greek power, opa! And
let's go.
And as always, best commentator. So I assume that means you because, she must be complimenting the Greek commentator. But if it's for me, thank you as well. And Ajdi Pame, is that...
Pame is like, let's go.
Let's go, vamos.
Maybe she means you, because I don't know Nicoletta. Hello, Nicoletta. I don't know here. But maybe she means you. She means that you're very good, you do your job very good as you do it.
And then we have something in Italian from Fabio saying, Così I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. My Italian is not good enough to translate that message, but if someone in the chat wants to say what that is in English, I'll be happy to respond to it. But you can go to YouTube, Battle of Malta channel. You can go to the battleofmalta.com website to check out the Italian stream. If either I'm tilting you with my commentating or you just prefer to listen to Italian, we'll probably get Jack in the stream. We always get Jack in here. It's the first time we're doing a pure Italian stream in a few years, but we do need to get Jack Manara in here for 15 minutes as well. It's always fun when he joins us. And here's a look at the chip count. So it's still Vasilios with the sizable lead, but all of a sudden Alexandria's 32 million looks a little bit closer to
Nicoletta says
Vasilios.
both of us are great, so it goes for both
you're
of us.
So nice. Yeah, Ollie Nevin, since the break, it's been running on half speed, which is insanely tilting. And I have good news for you about that too, but we may miss a hand or two after the break. The technicians are already on the case. They're fixing things up. They gave me a message during the actual break that, yeah, Jason, don't sweat it if you miss a hand or two. And I said, of course, that's cool, as long as we get, this thing moving a little bit smoother. This crew does a fantastic job, but we are in Malta, and sometimes things are, let's say, out of the hands when it comes to things like connectivity and things like that. So as far as I'm concerned, everything is running pretty smooth, but I understand your sentiments exactly. It may help that we're looking at the stream on a very big screen, and you're probably watching it on your phone, your computer, iPad, whatever it might be. So thank you for the feedback, and we hope that it'll be better after the break.
Davide here with it.
And thank you, Ali. And thank you for joining us, everybody. And please keep the comments going. It helps keep me also energized to some degree.
Yeah.
I do love, and please let me know who you all are rooting for. I know Nicoletta's either rooting for...
Kyriakos or Zisis, yeah.
Yes, it's a pretty easy choice there. And Simon saying, watch the English guy. But right now we need to watch Davide because he's about to jam 6.3 million. And indeed he does. All the chips go in.
Yeah, it's a good jam. I think it's standard.
Is anybody else going to wake up with anything, Fotios? That's the question now. Vasilios liked ace-2 offsuit, but he did open that one.
No, I don't think he's going to call that after he called the ace-2. I think he's going to snap it now.
Let's see.
Let's see. I'm going to be super impressed if he calls again. I think now he knows he's way behind him.
We have a funny comment from George, but we need to wait and to see what this hand happens. Vasilios does fold a little quicker than it took him to call last hand. Ivalio with a quick fold. Alexandru with the fold stand up all in one move.
Pascual here.
He's practiced that one before. Pascal's going to have to fold the king 10 suited.
No decision as well. And Kyriakos, let's hope he doesn't have because he would be behind.
Oh, nines. This is going to be a call, folks,
Okay,
and we're going to have some action. And
That's
will
a big flip.
Davide get there with his ace-king on the flip, or will he be out in 9th place? Time will tell.
Let's see. Kyriakos is actually, as we can see on the graphs, is way ahead because there were many kings and aces folded. So you can see 70-30 is like he's way ahead. It's like he's dominating ace-king.
So can Kyriakos' nines hold with that extra information that we have? We could see it's a 70-30 based on that. Really, it would be a 55-45 in a vacuum, and that's how these players are thinking, that it's really very close to being an actual coin flip.
Let's see, it's a super important flip.
An ace out of the window, though, taking away some of the drama. Ace-7 jack, will there be a 9 on the turn of the river, or are we looking at yet another short stack double up at the final table? The 8 of spades on the turn. Now a 10 will do the job for Kyriakos. If not, we have a double up for Davide on Coco.
That's a bit sweaty, but let's see. 9 or 10. Very big spot for Kyriakos.
And will Yano go double up here? Or is it a 9 or a 10? It is a 5 of hearts on the river. So Davide doubling up to 14 million, actually pulling ahead of Kyriakos here. Kyriakos Papadopoulos. I thought I could pronounce that correctly.
Yeah.
I did my best, folks. But Kyriakos down to 13 million. Blinds will go up soon enough to 500,000, 1 million too.
That's a pretty unfortunate spot for Kyriakos because I think he has a big edge in this final table. And if he finds 1 or 2 spots like this, he's going to dominate it. But You have to win this if you want to win such a big event.
On the break, you should pull him aside and said, I need to train you how to win flips. So watch Zizas, how we played yesterday, and do the same, and you can win some flips.
This is something you cannot teach, my friend.
No? That's a shame. Your friend George here is saying, Fotios, why don't you stay in Malta? Yeah, I mean, I invited him to play Chinese poker with me all day tomorrow. I mean, by the pool, of course, maybe at the beach. But he wants to go home. Do you think my girlfriend will be mad if I also stay in Malta? I mean, if you're staying with Fotios and there's a promise of playing
He's trolling right now.
Chinese poker.
Yeah. I have never played Chinese poker, actually.
It's fun. It's fun to do if you're just cash, and want to have a couple drinks and have some talk. And
I think it should be very
some
interesting,
cards.
actually.
I think you would be quite good at it, actually, because it's very mathematical.
Yeah.
And then we have Nicoletta with something in Greek. I don't think she was happy about the outcome here.
She said, Aide Kyriakos, let's go Kyriakos. I think she supports Kyriakos.
Okay.
And as we can see, she's a player because she said, so sad I missed this event this year. So Nicoletta will wait you next year.
I think I remember Nicoletta, actually. She was
Really?
on the final table, I believe, of the ladies' event when we streamed that during the spring. Can you confirm that, Nicoletta? But I believe I remember you if you were indeed on the feature table. And we have Robert Pierce also saying, been a cracking 4 days. I'm English, so glad the finals is in my language. Well, it's sort of in your language. I'm not speaking British English, but I'm doing my best, Robert. And I just couldn't understand the other two.
I'm speaking Greeklish, so
Yeah,
Greek
so
English.
Greekish.
Yeah, Greeklish. That's how we call it in Greece, Greeklish, because
But
we all speak.
well, we have something here going on
Yeah,
here
I
because
think-
we have Sherwin with an open.
I think Kyriakos is going to fall for sure, yeah.
Okay, so nothing to see here, folks.
Yeah.
And we know Cosme is playing his cards quite well, and Jack 3 is far out of his range there, so it is a fold.
Cosme is playing very good. He had a very unfortunate spot with the aces that the big blind fold, this jack is like amazing fold. He read him very well. But I think he read him because he's super carded, he doesn't get any cards, so the big blind thought he's a nit and he just has aces. Which I don't think is the case. I think he might have bluffs here because I have played with him and he's aggressive. I don't think he's tight. Just card dead. I had
It was card dead forever.
yeah, I haven't seen him folding a spot that he should play. I mean, he always gets 5-3 or something. I only played poker 2 years ago, Nicoletta says. Yes, but not final table.
No, I remember
She attended.
Nicoletta. I remember her from the spring. And then we have Vasil rooting for Ivalio, I'm pretty sure. Vamos, Bulgaria. Antoine is in the chat rooting for Davide.
We have an active chat. They message.
It's because you came in. Everybody loves you, Fotios. But Ivalio now, speaking of Bulgaria, with the ace-jack, he's doubled up to 21 million about 20 minutes ago, maybe a little bit less, over against, actually, the chip leader, Zizas, our defending champion. And Antoine, you should know there's 2 Maltese residents at the table. Alessandro Siena, you can claim him for Malta and for Italy.
I think he plays poker professionally and he lives in Malta.
He lives, I believe, in I can't even pronounce it. The city that starts with a B in Malta.
Yeah. Oh, I know the city. Yeah, I cannot
Bukiba or something like that.
Yeah. It's like random letters in a row.
And Nicoletta left to Cyprus, so good luck there as well.
Alessandro here with an interesting spot. I don't think you peel that much in this spot. You have to fold a lot of the big blind, but I think 7-5 might be a call and 7-4 is a fold. But
I always peel these kind of hands, and it's probably a leak of mine.
Yeah, very good fold. He is a good player. Very good fold.
I'm not a good player. I would have peeled.
It's very close because I believe that it depends a lot on the opponent. I mean, this is a break-even spot. I might call because, from my experience, Ivailo is a good player. Pre-flop, he knows his stuff, but post-flop, I think he might miss a c-bet or something, so you can get edge from that spot.
Yeah.
So VS a very good professional, I would fold. VS a guy that I think he plays for fun or he's not that strong of an opponent, I might peel as well.
I feel you can only lose small pots in that spot. Of course, you can have like a core situation where it's like 5-6 of diamonds comes on the board with something else, and of course you're going to get it in there. But other than that, you can get away with it pretty easily. And otherwise, if it just smacks you in the face, you. I
mean, if the board is like 10 high or something, Ivailo might check back when he has overcards and bet when he has the overpairs, so you get to win every time a low card comes. So it's like it's just a random example. I say that maybe the call is not out of the question. But in theory, I think it's a good fold. I think you peel 7-5.
And Alexandru now taking his time with the king three. He's maybe thinking, well, I haven't played a hand in a while. It's king four, actually, so it's much stronger than king three.
I think he folded, just the graphs didn't, because Pascual has already opened.
Yeah, Pascal opened, so let's see. But
With
that's
ace-8
definitely
off,
a little
yeah.
nicer there, ace-8 and forcing Kyriakis to
Yeah.
fold the queen
Pascual is
nine.
opening all the bottom range opens, I think. This is bottom. Good open, though, I think.
Pascal seems to always have a handle of where he's at. At least
Yeah.
that was the impression I got from him yesterday.
I think he hasn't lost a spot. And David is definitely going to fold here. Yeah, okay.
Easy game, 2 million
Everybody's
chips.
playing very good this final table, I think, as well. I don't see many mistakes or many missteps. Apart from the call from the ace deuce off, I think everybody plays pretty solid.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And then I wouldn't have expected differently, actually,
Yeah,
based
yeah,
on what
yeah,
I
yeah.
saw yesterday. I mean,
Yeah,
it was fantastic poker.
In these tournaments, actually, you see players making some missteps or some mistakes or some tight folds. Here, it's not the case. You see a 6 suited 4-bet jumps and like good folds from the big blind. It's like seems like a high-level final table.
Yeah. And Antoine now, also now on Team Siena as well, learning that he is from Malta. Not from Malta, but a longtime resident of the island. And not only that, he had a final table not so long ago. I'm not sure which event it was, but I did cover an event where he was on a final table. So it's another familiar face, another player that's been there, done that. It wasn't a televised final table.
Very good. Alessandro here with a pure open. I think, who's in the big blind? This? No, this is folded. If it was this, he should size up bigger, I think, 2.5x, because he's going to open tighter on the chip leader, but now 2x is good.
To Alessandro getting busy, one of the quieter players on the table, both speaking wise and with his actions.
David here with an interesting decision. I think he should 3-bet fold, but I don't think he is going to do it.
Off a 15 big blind stack, that can be a little bit awkward on a final table too.
Or jam. I don't think fold is.
No, that's what I would either jam or fold, depending on what my perception was of Alessandro.
Yeah, that's,
I like the fold there. No, I like it because Alessandro has really not been active at all. So it's not the typical button opening range.
Okay. Then I agree. Serving here with a pretty
Because we've seen him fold the buttons. And Shervin needs to defend here. He may even want a 3-bet, but I would like the defend seems the more optimal move based on the same reasons why I didn't mind that ace-8 fold. It's much easier when you're here and you see everything that we see.
Yeah, of course. They have the pressure. They play for a lot of money. It's not easy pay jumps.
Plus, we have all the information. We've seen what players have folded, what they played. When a player folds a hand in real time, none of the other players know.
And for example, we know that the guy from Spain is not tight for sure, but
hold on a second, Fotios. We have a 3-bet here.
Oh, I don't think I like that.
And our door randomly opened again.
Yeah, I think you wanna be offsuit here when you 3-bet off this stack size. I don't like king 4 of 20. I think suited.
The thing is, Shervin hasn't been really 3-betting a lot either, but hasn't really faced a button open before either. So it's kind of a unique circumstance now.
And Alessandro is kind of suspicious, I believe. Oh, he pushed. Very good.
Did he shove? Wow!
Very good shove.
Nice awareness there by Alessandro, knowing that Shervin can be 3-betting
That's why
late.
you don't 3-bet suited hands. I don't think it's good. That's over bluff for sure. You have to 3-bet like king deuce off to king 4 and stuff like that, not king 4 suited. I think it's bad.
So here we go again. A nice shot of Kyriakos there. If you are not angry, you are not paying attention. Why do you have to be angry? What's with the anger? If you're not angry, you're not paying attention.
Who wrote this?
It's on Kyriakos' shirt.
Yeah, I don't know.
He
It's just
doesn't seem like an angry person.
no, no, no. He's super calm and super cool and super very nice guy.
So folding around to Davide once again with the 6-3 suited. And Davide having nothing of that. And Shervin, we saw him limp before
Yeah, that's
with a 7-4.
way more reasonable hand to lead.
Yes.
Servin is playing pretty loose, I think. He opened the queen deuce suited when Vasilios had the tens. He's playing on the looser side for sure, given the ICM that we have in this spot.
He's certainly mixing it up quite a lot.
Yeah, he's mixing it up. But he's aggressive, he's not tight, and that's always good. Vasilios here, let's see what he has. 10-5, yeah, I think that's a good hand to make it like 2.5. Because Servin is over limping for sure in this spot. He should be tighter than he really is. Vasilios snap checks. Yeah, I think I like raising here like 80-90%. I would always ISO this spot when the small blind overlimps.
Interesting ace, ace, king flop. It'll be a case of he who bets it gets it. And Shervin learning his lesson from betting before, checking, but this time he has the better hand than Vasilios.
He thinks he has showdown now.
Yeah, if Vasilios bets, I imagine that Shervin may call.
Servin is gonna pill one. I don't like this bet from Vasilios, I think, because you don't want to bluff 10 high. You don't want to bluff like 3-2 and stuff like that.
No, what do you have on that would have hit this board that you wouldn't be raising from the big blind? Now
Yeah,
you could
yeah,
be a
it's
little
a-
bit sneaky with an ace, maybe like a king 3 or checking back.
And
And what nice awareness by Shervin. He did raise it. Oh no, it was a
Call, yeah.
call. I thought he raised it.
yeah, a 5 on the turn. I think actually now.
Now Vasilios should think he's likely ahead, but needs to be a little bit
Yeah,
careful.
he should check back. He should check back. But yeah, I don't like the bet on the flop with 10 high. You have showdown versus some 9-8s and stuff like that. And you overbluff for sure if you bet 10 high on the flop. You bet range, I think.
And Vasilios thinking, and he's going to bet again. If he
Yeah,
bet the flop, he could bet
He's
the
gonna
turn.
bet small so he can check the river, I believe. Yeah, that's what he does. But I don't like it from theoretical standpoint. I don't like it, but I can understand the thinking behind it. Oh,
Oh boy, he let Shervin get there though. I mean, if I think you were going to bet, you bet a little bit bigger, but it was just a min bet.
yeah, he wanted just to bet one blind so he can check the river. But I don't like this.
And Shervin should be checking again, and he's going to have to call a bet by Vasilios.
He's not gonna bet. He's gonna check for sure, 100% back.
Yeah. I would only be betting to get a 9 to fold, and you're probably not getting a 9 to fold. But
No.
meanwhile, we'll never know because Shervin
Shervin-
leading out.
For like 1 million.
It
be
looks
20.
bigger. No, you're right. 1.1.
Actually, he didn't play it that bad. This hand is, I think, it's good. The lead.
And I feel like Vasilios almost needs to call here. I mean,
I would fold it. This is never a bluff, I think. He doesn't. He called the turn and he led on the river. I mean, this is not queen high. Queen high is a showdown. He's not gonna bluff queen jack or something. So I believe he needs to fold because I don't see many bluffs. I don't know what calls flop, calls turn, and leads one blind river. Oh, not 1.1. I mean. So yeah, I don't like calling, but
maybe a Jack 10 suited kind of hand.
I think Vasilios put himself in an uncomfortable position by betting flop and betting turn. It's like check flop, bet turn, and okay, river check check. But the way he played it, now he thinks he's forced to call. Yeah,
Yeah, it's hard to get away.
he raised.
He kind of knows that he's losing.
No, he called. Yeah. I think it's very well played actually from Shervin. Very well played this hand. The king four suited, I don't agree with hand selection, but in this hand, I think it's very good.
And Shervin up to 27 million. Another dent in the armor for Vasilios,
Yeah.
down to 51 million, still with a commanding chip lead.
River lead, I think, is perfect.
And we probably have a few more hands before the next break. I'll be coming in at the beginning of the next break, but then I'm going to let Fotios and Argyris, who is the main man over at Novibet, have a little bit of a chat time about the Greek players, They promised to do it in English for about 15, 20 minutes. I'll be watching in the background. We were hoping to get a third headset set up in anticipation of that,
Yeah, yeah.
but we need to plan more than a few weeks ahead, apparently. But I will see if we can do that at the next Battle of Malta. We can probably get a mixer with 3 inputs. Right now, we
Yeah,
just
yeah,
have
yeah.
the 2.
Alexandru is pretty card dead as well, I think. I haven't seen him VPing a hand as long as I'm here, but he didn't have a spot to play. Oh, Kyriakos here with pure open. I think he's gonna open this.
Yeah, it's a
sure.
16 big blind stack. It's fine to
Yeah, yeah.
open off that.
It's a good bluff. He's definitely gonna open 1.6.
I'm still kind of puzzled by the T-shirt because he doesn't seem like an angry person
Yeah,
at
yeah.
all.
I don't know. I have to ask him in the break. I don't know.
So it is a min raise. Nobody waking up with anything yet. I think Alessandro will also fold. Indeed, he does. Davide with the Jack 6.
Yeah, no one seems to have a hand.
Goodbye. And Shervin with the 10-4. Snap fold. Vasilios is not going to play around with the King 6 offsuit from the small blind out of position. And Ivalio with the Jack Deuce. So easy peasy for Kyriakos, gaining the 2 million.
Very important pots in these spots not to get caught bluffing here. Because it's super important to preserve your stack, because if you lose 2 or 3 opens like this, you are super short.
Well, we've almost made it through the second blind level today. The first one was a little shorter because there was just 55 minutes left on the clock of the 600,000 blind level. But we've seen maybe 3 or 4 double ups already.
Yeah, yeah.
But nobody on the rail.
Short stacks are putting a fight out there. They are not ready to die. And I think play is gonna speed up when there are 7 players or something. But until we lose 1 or 2 players, it's gonna be super slow because.
It's when it gets to 6 when it has to speed up because it's going to be a 45-minute clock then. Ooh, Kyriakos.
Now let's hope somebody has something.
You think he's going to fold?
I think he's gonna tank and open again.
I think he's going to tank fold, thinking maybe somebody has like queens, and I know there's going to be 2 queens on the board.
Let's see.
Now, of course, he's going to open, and it's likely to be a min raise.
Yeah, sure. He showed that he can open bluffs like the King 9 suited, so
Another min
let's see if
raise.
anyone has anything here.
Not for Cosme. Cosme Gomez Martinez, who has had a short stack all day, did double up to gain some breathing room, but that breathing room is going away a little bit. Alessandro with the easy fold to Davide with 4 high. We know that's not happening. And it's back over to Shervin, who folds. We don't know what yet. 7 deuce, okay. Basilios folding the Jack 8, and Ivalio, did he wake up with anything? Nope,
No one
Queen
seems to have
deuce.
anything. 8-6 is not gonna defend. That's a
So
pity.
the first hand, you want to fold this hand. Please shove, please shove, please shove.
But no one had anything in both scenarios.
So our chat has gone quiet. We had such a nice chat,
Yeah,
and I want to give a shout out to all you that are watching. It's been a fantastic Battle of Malta, record-breaking numbers.
I think it's I'm coming here like every year. It's the biggest for sure. Very big event.
I think this is the first time in a while I didn't get you on my Facebook Live walkarounds, but when it was like the last of the opening flights, I'm just like, I'm really not going to go in there because my camera guy may get lost.
Yeah.
You know, it was just like a sea of people, so I just kind of went along the aisles that day. And I'm not the type of guy that wants to get a camera in people's face when they're playing hands and stuff like that as well. So I try to be respectful. I know the people that don't mind being on camera, and if I see them in the faces in the crowd, we have a little bit of a chat.
Serving here with a very good hand to open.
And I didn't go live at the party this year, but that's because I didn't see you at the party.
I came, but you were throwing darts and stuff like that, and I came for a beer, but a friend of mine didn't want to join, and I visited him in
Yeah, I played
his
with the
house.
Estonians. It was fun.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And with Asif, it was the second time playing on a team with Asif. We did it at the Irish Open too. We nearly won at the Irish Open, but
How did it
they
go?
made
In
a
the-
miracle shot at the end in the shuffleboard. I don't know how we did. I did horrible in bowling. It was the worst game of bowling I've ever done in my life.
Really?
It was shameful. I did better at the darts. At the
Okay.
darts, I did better than expectations. At the bowling, I don't even want to say what I bowled. I caused embarrassment and shame to the Estonians. But it was fun playing with Tano and Tybo and that crew. And that trophy you see in the background,
Yeah, it's a very
it
impressive
was
trophy.
a 3D printer.
Really?
Yeah, Avant-Garde 3D. If we have people listening, I'm going to suggest let's get the printer on site. Imagine having like the trophy printed with the name on it. That would be absolutely amazing. But these trophies are redesigned, very pretty. Ivalio took a hand off. That's okay, I suppose. It would have been nice to know what he folded.
Yeah, I think maybe he has to go take a coffee or go to the restroom or something. Yeah, if he misses one hand, it's nothing important.
I think he decided to go for a swim. Maybe it stopped raining. The beach is literally just
Yeah.
outside the building. I mean, you
Vasil-
can't do it in 5 minutes, but you can.
Vasilius here, I think. It's close, but I mean, I don't know. It's super
He
close.
should open here. He's,
Yeah, I think he should open. Yeah, but it's super close because the blinds behind are regulars, and I think they are gonna jump. But he's in the cutoff, not because Ivailo is not playing, so he should open.
Sveka Stepas. We have a new person in the chat, Labas Ritas. He says, let's go Shervin. So we have some British connection, I assume, there.
Yeah.
I'm just assuming, based on your surname, you're Lithuanian living in the UK, or maybe just friends with Shervin otherwise.
Shervin is playing pretty good, actually.
Yeah, he's playing pretty good. He's been, I would say, the most active,
Yeah, yeah.
out of everybody, comparatively to their stack depth.
But no one is afraid to 4-bet. That seems the most impressive to me. Like 2a6 suited, 4-bet jammed. Kyriakos here with a very interesting hand. I think he should jam. 20 big blinds, chip leader is opening like way too wide. He cannot 3-bet, he cannot fold. Call, he can call, but I think jam is very good in these spots with low suited aces, ace deuce to ace 4. Because Vasilios is opening like 8-5 and way too wide.
But this is the only time we've seen him open way too wide. Our door
Yeah,
is
he
open
he
again.
opened the queen 8 off and stuff like that. Do you want me to close it?
I think we need to block the door, actually. I don't know why it keeps opening. But meanwhile, let's see what Kyriakos does. It
Yeah, he
does look
calls,
like it
okay.
just peels. And that's also fine.
Yeah, it's good. It's okay. It's okay. Probably fine. Same EV, I believe.
And does get that backdoor flush draw. He is ahead with the ace high, but this hits Vasilius' range a bit better.
Maybe he got intimidated by seeing the ace deuce off call. He thinks Vasilios is going to overcall him, so
Yeah, that's
he's
right. He
afraid.
did
Yeah,
send a
yeah.
message.
Yeah, yeah. Because I think Kyriakos was going to shove if he didn't show that hand. But now maybe he's afraid he's going to get called by ace 9 off and stuff like that.
So Vasilio should be continuing on this board.
He should range bet this for sure, like 1.5 or something.
And a snap fold by Kyriakos.
Yeah, makes sense.
So this is how you do it, folks. Use the power of position, power of your stack. And Stepa saying chat disabled on YouTube. Yeah, the chat's disabled on YouTube because it's also showing up on the Battle of Malta website. So if anybody wants to chat with the commentators, we're keeping a keen eye on the Facebook chat. And I believe this may be the last hand before break, just based on the timing of when the technicians came in to tell us about how they were going to up the quality even more during the break, and that we might miss a hand or two in the process. But they assured us that we did not miss any big hands if we did indeed miss anything at all. And Vasilios folding his 10-4, ready. The graphic stuck on him. Evalio back in his chair, folding the queen jack. He might as well have not needed to sit down, but we have another player running off. And Alexandru now, time to take a jog somewhere. Maybe it's his turn to swim.
Let's see. I think he's going to open for sure.
But Pascal off a 20 big blind stack. Putting the chip over the cards, I believe that Photios will be spot on here. Let's see what he does. I think this should be a min raise a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Off a 20 big blind stack. But it looks like we're frozen a little bit. There we go, we're back live. And David Savai rooting on Shervin. So Shervin with a few fans popping in now.
He has a big rail.
He has a big rail in real time too, like out in the
He
arena here.
has like 1 or 2 guys, I think, that are rail for him. Kyriakos with nothing.
So Pascal, all that thinking was, okay, I'm not going to do a min raise. I'm going to do a min raise plus 2 chips. So raised to 1.8 million.
I think that's due to Cosme being that short. He added like something. I think Cosme is going to defend here.
He may shove.
I don't think he's going to. I think this
We saw him defend before off a short stack. A lot of players, when they get that short, they don't like to defend and then have to give up, and all of a sudden they're down to crumbs.
He's going to call. He cannot fold, I think. So I would call in his shoes.
I don't know. I think we're maybe going to see something different here, but it looks like he's reaching for a call. I thought maybe because of the extra little juice on there.
Yeah. But it's not like Pasquale is opening wide, and here he plays jams. Pasquale is going to jam in some hands. So the good thing with King 9 is that he dominates a lot of the opens.
Oh, look at this.
I think the money is going inside here.
A dream spot for Cosme.
He might lead jam or something. I would check jam, but I don't know what he does. I think
He lead jammed. No, he didn't lead jam when he got the trips. He let
he checks.
Zizis bet into him, and it is a check again.
Pasquale here, I think, should stack off in this board. He cannot do anything.
It's basically a pot size bet
Yeah,
behind, so
it's
he's probably
1.8.
looking at the stack, and
1.3 or something.
I don't think he needs to jam here, but it could be something close to that.
Yeah,
It'll be the same thing anyway.
He can bet small, I don't know, but all-in is good here, I think.
And it is a jam, and I don't expect Cosme to be folding here.
Yeah, he's going to snap. He cannot fold.
It doesn't look like snappy, but I think he's going to come to that conclusion, and we may see him double up for the second time unless there's some runner magic or a queen popping up.
You cannot call King 9 and fold it on with like 7 blinds on this flop for like a pot. I think it's bad, but let's see what he does.
Taking his time as he should, running through some
I mean Pasquale
hands
here can
maybe he
have
did
King Queen
before.
and stuff like that and jam like and run his equity. King Queen with a heart or something.
You can have an ace-8 and jam here.
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
have 2
yeah.
hearts and jam here.
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
jam
yeah.
anything.
Like he can jam, a pretty wide range. You dominate Queen 9, Jack 9. You cannot fold when you beat value. At least that's what I think.
And if he has a 10, you still have some possibilities, but
But he seems super troubled. And it's okay. It's not like you have that much of a risk premium because you're last by far.
I think the question you should be asking, would Pascal be jamming with the 10? Would Pascal be jamming with an 8-jack or a 2 pair, And
I don't think he's... Ooh,
wow!
I think that's
Wow,
a
wow,
misstep.
wow, wow, wow,
I think
wow,
that's
wow.
a misstep.
If you're going to defend, and Pascal, the beneficiary of that pot, up to 19 million. So
That's a misstep.
we have now Cosme Gomez Martinez back down to crumbs.
You cannot fold this with under 7 blinds. Yeah, he's... How much? 7 blinds? Yeah, you cannot fold this with 7 blinds. I mean, you have half the stack of the 8th player. Risk premium here should be like 5% or 8 or something like that. You cannot fold 8% maximum. And thing is, Pascual here is going to play a lot of jumps. So many hands that you think are dominating you, for example, Jack 10 suited, is going to jump pre-flop. He's not going to open it. So he doesn't have that much 10x. He has 10-8 off and stuff like that, okay, but not that much.
I feel like, though, if you're going to be folding when you get those hands, you would have just been her off in that kind of spot just to jam.
He should jump pre-flop and just a big down with it. I don't think jamming pre-flop is good, but if you're going to fold on 10, 9, 7 with 7 blinds, yeah, okay, put it in pre-flop. It's better.
And Shervin has a lot of fans, both live and here on Facebook. Does open. No, it's Vasilios that opens. Apologies.
That actually is very good for Vasilios because now we have a super short stack and every other guy is not that short. So, for example, Alexandru here is in a very tough spot. Yeah, good fold. So that's the problem now with the other guys that we have a super short stack and the other guys are not that short, so they have to play tight.
Yeah, we could see Zizas getting his chips back, but slowly, hand after hand.
Zizas can win some chips now.
Kyriakos forced to fold his offsuit Jack 9, Cosme with nothing. And it looks like players are getting ready to go on break, so this will be our final hand after Alessandro. Forcansano folds his hand too. He's taking his time.
Yeah, he's going to show the 9-3.
Oh, he shows it.
Yeah. Show the 7.
Well, let's make sure this is the last hand. Maybe players just got up to talk to the rail because everybody else is still at the table.
I think it's not the last hand because...
No, they're coming back. Maybe it's like close enough
that
they were running.
Think it's close.
And maybe that's why Alexandria was kind of waiting a little bit. That was Alessandro. So where are our Spanish fans? Where are the Cosme Gomez Martinez fans? We have some Italian fans. I think earlier we had somebody rooting on Forcansano. We have definitely people rooting on Eftimov. The Greek duo needs no introduction. Shervin has a rail as well. So where is the rail online? There may be one live anyway for Cosme Gomez Martinez because maybe he has a Cinderella story in the making. He needs a little bit of energy in the chat too.
Let's see. Let's get some energy in the chat.
I always root for the underdogs.
Yeah. But after the fold from the Spanish guy, I really like folding ace-jack there from Alexandru. I think he was spot on, insane fold. Because he seems on the tighter side if he folds this hand. So he doesn't have bluffs when he opens with 10 blinds. So Alexandru, props for knowing that and folding ace-jack off. Because ace-jack off is not obviously not a folding theory, you have to call.
And Ivalio back with the ace-10. Nobody waking up with anything. Cosme with the king-4 has to let it go. Getting shorter and shorter. And Alessandro will be folding as well. Ooh, Davide with an ace here. Playing off a weird kind of stack.
I think that's a fold.
Yeah, it's usually problematic with like these weird aces that if you flop an ace, then you're just sometimes stacking off. Sometimes you were ahead and getting pushed off because you're outthinking yourself.
And Divilo is opening tight here. I mean, that's the worst hand he opens. For sure. He doesn't open ace-9 off, for sure. And he opens some suited aces that are lower, but not that many. He decided to defend, though. And problem is, in this spot, you lose the pot 100% of the time. He just c-bets small. And in ICM, chips are super important. It's not like CPV that you can call and fold to the flop.
Maybe he can get a read on Ivalio.
Yeah, but with
I don't think so.
ace-9 off, yeah, Ivalio is going to bet for sure in this board. Half of the time, you just lose the hand.
And this must be the break. We have a lot of empty seats now.
Yeah, now everybody left.
We have our dog. I don't know. I've seen this dog now for 2 days on the rail. It's become my friend now.
Davide is doing some Hollywood here.
Or maybe he's thinking, is Ivalio full of it? If I shove, is it going to work? I mean, he should be folding, but let's see. And does indeed fold. And were we trolled by the players that half the table got up prematurely or not? We shall find out. And we have players sitting back down, so it just seems like a lot of anxious players
Yeah,
getting up
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
down.
They just discuss maybe hands with their friends on the rail, seeing what the guy had in that hand, or getting some information. I believe, I don't know.
What do you think about that? Should that be something that is policed a little bit, or are
I
you
think,
okay with it?
I think it's something that happens a lot, and I think it shouldn't happen.
I think it's fine to talk to anyone you want during break, and I think this whole example with WSOP where there was a computer open, I actually didn't have a problem with the computer being open because they could do that at home and just meet with somebody at break, right? So,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, you're just basically pushing that then underground, but I do have a little bit, like I think there should be a TDA rule that if you're on
Yeah.
a final table that you, if you need to go to the toilet, you can do it once, you know, in the middle. Otherwise, you know,
Exactly.
if you need to get up and stretch, do it around the table. Don't go talk to the
Exactly.
rail.
I don't have a problem if they discuss the hands with their friends in the break, but leaving the table now when we're playing so they can hear what the guy had in that hand or in this hand, it's not good. I think you can do it on the break. You can see what the guy had, but not in game when you play in this spot.
Let's use tennis as an example, right? So they can call a timeout and once in a while talk to their coach. So maybe they have like these tickets that they can use, like they get two per in between breaks that they can use one and get up and talk to their, you know, coach.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think, coach? Did I overfold?
A6 off.
Here we go. This should be a shove by Davide.
Yeah, A6 off is a good fold.
I mean, he doesn't have to shove. He's in the small blind, but
Yeah, he cannot do anything here. Here's the shove. Very clear spot. A6 off. Yeah, the big blind has too many chips as I can see. Maybe double stack. But he didn't shove.
I guess apparently he does not have to shove because he just completed hoping
Yeah,
to maybe 3-bet this in.
I don't like this.
It's a little bit too cautious, perhaps.
I think I don't think it's an induce. I don't know what this is. I don't like. You have to shove here. I mean, your hand needs protection. There's a guy that's shorter than you. You are gonna lose. It's not like you had queens and you trap. It's like sevens. You cannot trap sevens.
No. I mean, any board that doesn't have a
Yeah,
7
yeah.
is typically
I
going to
mean,
be
even
that one.
the-
A 6-5-3 flop is good, I guess, but not so many others.
Even this board is tricky. I mean, you can get bluffed very easy. Let's see if he's gonna call flop, but it's gonna be very hard for him calling down.
And the entire table's empty now, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say this
Now
is the
this is the
final
break
hand.
for sure. Yeah. Let's see what he does. Yeah, I don't think he has a decision on the flop he has to call, but let's see what he does on later stage.
Does indeed silently call, and that must give Shervin something to think about there. And the 5 of diamonds, are we going to see another
Shervin-
check bet?
Shervin is in a very interesting spot now. I don't know. I don't like Jack 8 of bluffing here, because I wouldn't give the David a pair here. I don't think he should ever have like 6s through 9s. So, but he continues bluffing. Yeah, I don't know what he targets with that, especially if he knows David has 7s specifically.
But let's see if it works. It's 1.8 million, so nearly half the pot.
I think it's gonna work, Jason. Actually, I think he's gonna fold.
Not an easy spot for Davide. I mean, now he's going to come back from the break with under 8 big blinds if he folds.
He calls again. Oh,
Okay.
impressive.
Maybe he's sensing something. Then
Yeah.
maybe with the bet sizing that we haven't noticed, I don't know what it could be. Oh my, now Davide going nowhere. Maybe he just knew a 7 was coming on the river. Let's just wait till I have it and then we get it in. But Shervin is likely going to give up at this point.
Yeah, he's not gonna pull the trigger, I believe. Let's see though. I don't know him as a player, and he seems loose enough, so maybe he pulls the trigger.
Maybe saying I have a 4, but he doesn't even know that Davide is praying that he has a 4. Even if it's a full house with a 4-5, 4-king, you're ahead of that. You're only behind pocket kings and pocket 4s.
Let's see how he plays it after David checks, if he pulls the trigger or no. He seems like the kind of player that could do such a wild bluff, so I don't know. And on that river, when all 6-7 and stuff like that arrived, I think Maybe Jack 8 is a good bluff because it's zero equity. He has to bluff.
Oh!
Yeah, he did it.
What a spot for Davide. Gets jammed into with the full house, and here we go. What a way to go on break. So Davide's limp worked out the whole time. If he shoved, he would be getting a fold, and instead he's up to around 14 million in chips.
Davide paid it full.
Actually
the
more.
Limb, the limb worked.
It's nearly 20 million in chips. So he's up to 19, Shervin down to 18. And I guess it wasn't. I mean, it seemed for sure the players are trolling us. Should we tell them that they're trolling us? I mean, it's their tournament. They can do what they want.
It's a very...
But maybe once in a while we can get the camera on the
Yeah,
clock, and then we'll have an idea of where we're at. But
I think, well, wild hand.
crazy, crazy. And Davide, who we haven't seen him be that active, getting that full house on the river and getting paid. In hindsight, knowing exactly how that board's going to run, that was basically the GTO move. If we're being results oriented.
If you know the board, it's
Yeah,
perfect.
if you know there's a 7 coming on the river, you just limp, call, and then hope your opponent shoves and double up. Here's a look at the chip count. So we still have our defending champion, Vasilios Zizas, with a
he's still
commanding
massive
lead.
chip leader.
He did have 65 million to start the day. But with the blinds going up fairly soon, that's really just a 10 big blind deficit. And Ivaliev holding the ace-8 suited under the gun. If it was in later position, he would have been opening that.
Yeah.
Based on what we've seen from him before, and based on basically what a solver might say to do as well.
Pascual, I don't think he can open here on the chip leader big blind. I think it's way to lose.
Antoine is saying that Davide would have called on any river, even if an 8 came.
Really? Okay. Impressive.
Because he knows a little bit more about Davide than we do.
Yeah. But impressive that he didn't go limp pre-flop and he trapped the sevens by limping because he wasn't folding. If the
Yeah, I didn't think you could trap with 7s, but I've been proven
yeah,
wrong.
Yeah. Impressive.
It's not the first time I'll be wrong. It
And
won't be the last either.
And it's a huge blow for Shervin actually, because in a spot that he was gonna lose 0, he lost a big stack, big pot.
I'm getting a message from my sideline reporter. Let's see what it is. The stream is now delayed by 45 minutes in real time. I don't know if that's a real-time message or not, but whether it's 30 minutes or 45, it works out the same for us.
Yeah. Pretty much the same. Vasilios here should definitely check.
They can always catch back up to 30 minutes, during the break, and it's better for you guys too. Not better for me because I need my breaks, but here we go. We have a blind versus blind situation, part 2. This time, Shervin's in the small blind instead of the big.
That's a good hand to bet, I think, for Shervin. He can turn many backdoors and can blast it off. And now Vasilios has very few aces, so I would bet. Yeah, Vasilios, I don't think should bet here. I don't know. I wouldn't bet. It's a board that you don't want to bet because you don't have ace queen, you don't have queens, aces, 7s. The other guy has it, so maybe no, you don't have 7s, I think. So yeah, it's a board that you should bet small frequency, big sizing, maybe.
An interesting card there. That's like the world card for Shervin. He has the flush draw, he has the open ender.
He has everything now.
Yeah, his 9 and 10 are live. A jack would be kind of the miracle card because then Vasilios would probably feel like he needs to stay involved.
Vasilios checks. Makes sense. But
And
let's
it's
see.
a blank 4 clubs on the river, so the jack high is good. Is now Shervin going to bet?
Very interesting. I think you should block. He didn't bluff. Okay. Yeah, but
And the check
what are
back
his
is
bluff-
obvious by Vasilios with the jack.
What are his bluffs here? I don't know. I think you have to bet 10 high. I mean, what are your bluffs on the flop when you call? I think you should bet for sure 10 high. on the river.
And meanwhile, we have Zizis back up to 57 million.
This is made a good value, but with Jack high. And won the pot very. He didn't expect it, I think, from the way he reacted.
It's a big temperature change, by the way, from where we're sitting over where the players
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah,
sitting.
yeah.
Like normally it'd be very hot on the TV table with the lights and camera, but what happened was this morning, all the tables except for about 4 of them for the super high roller were cleared out of the room. And we had a room full of thousands and thousands of people, and today we're looking at, you know, a couple hundred people in the room with a few dozen playing in the high roller, and then all the fans that are here, all the family of the players, poker fans. It's a great way that if you like poker and you want to see it live, you're not going to get too much of a better setup, especially for this kind of event, than you will here at the Battle of Malta to watch it in live time. Of course, I'd prefer you watching it with me, but you may want that experience. Or you could be like Fotios, who was kind of muting me, but watching the stream, but watching the players and cheering some of the time, and otherwise watching down at what happened 30
I
minutes
try
ago.
to do all the multitasking. I try to do it all. Now this should jump really wide. I don't basically no. I don't know what what's the stack of the big blind? Like 20 million? No, if it's 20, he cannot jump.
Yeah, it's
He
about
can.
20.
If it's 20 blinds, this hand is for sure all in, but I don't know how much he has. Now you should absolutely. He should raise a 3.5x or jam. I don't know the stack of the big blinds though.
Why so big, the 3.5? That's like a 4x.
3.5x.
3.5x.
Like 2.5
okay,
million or something.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was thinking you meant 3.5 million.
Yeah. Not 3.5.
Instead of like 2.7.
Yeah,
you're
2.7
saying.
or 2.5 or something like that.
And shows the deuce.
I think Ivailo doubled, so you cannot jump. Yeah, he has 22 million.
Yeah, you can't jam there.
I thought he had like 16 million. I think 20 blinds to jump. Then it. Because of the other short stacks, he cannot call wide at all.
I think you just raised there, and even then, because like Ivalio is going to 3-bet shove his strong hands, maybe call a couple of them, but he's going to fold mostly anyway, right? So you're gaining that much more. Is he going to? Is Ivalio going to 3-bet bluff you? You know?
No, he's not gonna 3-bet bluff, but I think he's gonna call more than he should in theory. Maybe beast the 3.5. I mean, he's not gonna fold hands that he should probably. I'm not sure. I just have played with him a lot, and I think he's gonna overcall in this one.
Okay.
So I think in this spot for sure you're raising, but if he has like 20 blinds, I would just jump. Kyriakos here.
Kyriakos folding the king 10.
Yeah, no decision, I think. Let's see.
It was from
Cosme
early position.
is in a tough spot now because in 2 or 3 hands, I think he's going to be in the big blind, and he.
It's a familiar spot for him, though. It's
Yeah,
been
yeah,
like
yeah.
he's back to where he was at the first hour or so, and back to getting 3 highs and 4 highs and 7 highs and nothing he can play.
That's the tough thing in these big tournaments. That if you make a big mistake, it's hard to take it back and like. Vasilios here. Oh, I was gonna say he's not gonna see his card much, but
No,
he did very well, I think.
that would have been the perfect spot not to see
Yeah.
your cards in min-raise, and then you wake up and you look at them. It's
Ace
ace
king.
king when you're shoved back on.
This is a very interesting spot for Alexander. I think he's gonna should play very few 3-bets.
It looks like another min-raise, but let's see the sizing. No, a little bit more, 1.7.
Vilo with 8 call.
Ooh, just a call. That we could have had some fireworks going. I don't know if a call is the right play there. I guess on his stack size, he doesn't want to be shoving 25 big blinds. You don't want to be 3-betting and playing 8s out of position if you're called. So I suppose a call is okay. What do you do here with your value? Are you shoving? Are you 3-betting? Or are you just calling?
You have to push. I mean, Vasilios is not going opening only ace king. He opened like a 9 deuce suited in this spot for sure. I
And
know.
playing 8s out of position is annoying,
Yeah.
unless you flop an 8.
Yeah. Okay, but that's hard.
It's
Let's
not
see.
annoying at all.
Yeah, I think you have to play here. Yeah. Okay. You play tight in this spot because there are other short stacks, but
No, I would probably do the opposite. I would put the pressure back on the
you
chip
play
leader
tight,
with
but the,
my
the
22
hands
million.
you want to play them aggressively.
And 8s are ahead of the 7-9-4 flop. Backdoor flush draw for Vasilios. The ace and king still live. Ivalio checking, but he's certainly going to call a bet by Vasilios if he decides to continue on this board. Maybe a board he checks back on with no Broadway cards, but he's
Yeah.
reaching for some chips.
He should check, I think, at this point.
Does indeed check it back. And the two of spades. That doesn't really hit either player's range with a call from the small blind. Ivalio, though, may think that his eights are good and does min bet it. That's not going to scare away Vasilios, so
he's gonna
you're just
he's
bumping
gonna
the
peel
pot a
off.
little bit.
It's a bit suspicious because it's probably like specifically this hand, this sizing, but
Maybe like a hand like a 7-5 or something would do the same. And then there's the queen of diamonds on the river. But is Ivalio peeling those hands from the small blind is always the question. So Ivalio has the check mark.
he block bet.
That's interesting because maybe Vasilios sees through this and
Yeah.
turns his hand into
That's
a bluff.
very tempting.
Because he's like, he
Ace
bet
king
on the
has-
turn and now betting on the river, and if it
Yeah.
is queen, so be it. I can probably push him off a 9 or a 7 with a raise here.
Ace king has zero showdown, I think, here. I believe it's a good bluff, actually. Because you have many queen X that you check back on the flop and call on the turn. And
I'm not sure I would call it a bluff, but it certainly is a nice blocker bet.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
You're setting the size.
I'm talking about ace king. That's a nice bluff.
Yeah.
I don't know what are the better
But look at
bluffs than
this. Look how much he's reaching for. So he is. Oh, no, he's just calling.
No, I don't think.
I don't
he's-
like that.
Yeah, no.
I wouldn't mind the raise, at all there.
Yeah, it feels weird to bluff ace king, but in this line, I mean, it's obvious that the other guy had like eights or some ace nine or something like that.
But then he's maybe thinking, well, I'm going to get called anyway, so maybe I just call and see if my ace king. He was getting such a good price on that
Yeah.
call, so really hard to say. But anyway, we have Ivalio gaining back some chips, or gaining some new chips, I should say. He has to be close to 30 million now. Okay, caught up on all the messages from the tech team, and it looks like we're on. I think now I'm safe. Like, I see players physically. I guess there is no save. Players just get up
Yeah,
as
I
they
don't know.
wish.
They just get up and get information, but I don't think that's good. All the players are doing it, and I think it should only be allowed in the break. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
I mean, they play a hand and then they go see what the other guy had.
I mean, there's nothing in it on the TDA, so from a TDA perspective,
It's
it's
okay,
all legal.
but I'm talking about on an ethical standpoint. I think it's better.
It's definitely something worth thinking about.
Yeah.
And Ivalio now
He won a
took
very
down the
nice
hand
spot.
with eights against ace king, and now he has ace king himself from the button.
Let's see what he does here. But he opens, but let's see what happens. Obviously.
One of the more composed players that you can't get a poker
Yeah,
face on, actually. I was trying to
he's
see
playing-
yesterday, and I was rather impressed with his play and his demeanor.
He's playing very good, actually. I haven't seen him misplay a spot, and it's okay. It might be a jump, but it's not that huge of a difference if you call it. It's like, okay, whatever.
Alexander taking his time.
I
I'm
think
not sure what he's thinking about.
He's super carded, I think. I haven't seen him having a spot to play.
Still, is
apart
this
from
the
these jack-
spot? I don't know. I mean, obviously you can 3-bet a lot anyway,
No.
but I can
I
say
think it's
button
just Hollywood
open,
here.
but it would just be, I think, a little bit spewy.
Yeah, I think he just Hollywood there. 9-7. I don't think can defend here.
Pascal can defend.
It's close.
Pascal thinking about what to do, asking the dealer, and this dealer I can't recognize from the back, but I'll try to find out her name on the break and give her some shout outs too. We see Mika, the tournament director, in the background, standing in front of that trophy with the suit,
Yeah.
the gentleman giving the announcements in the beginning.
Pascual has the absolute bottom, and he's deciding if he wants to pill. I think. It's the absolute bottom, this hand. 9-8, I think I peel 9-7, very close. Whatever, it's not wrong. I believe he called because he thinks Ivailo is going to misplay some boards. He's not going to misplay this board.
This will almost certainly go check,
Yeah.
bet, fold. Not having any spades may slow Ivalu down, but I think he's going to bet. And indeed, he bets 900,000. Very
Yeah,
small, but it's good enough to get the job
Very,
done.
very good, very good. Ivailo, I think I haven't seen him apart from an A6 suited jam. I think I have never. Everything he played is very good. I think even the 8s are up. I think good. I don't think it's a crime that he didn't jam. It's okay.
But if he did jam, he would have maybe been the new
Yeah.
chip leader.
Yeah.
Because he would have been called by Zizas with the ace-king there.
I think the reason that he didn't jam, and I think it's a very good reason, is that this is calls a bit wider, the jumps, and he might call a shove with ace-10 or something. So
Or maybe he's heard us talk that Zizas is very good at winning flips.
yeah, okay, that's a good thinking. But yeah, if this is called ace-10 or something, it's not a good jam. And I think he's capable of calling ace-10 off or something.
So Cosme finding a good spot. He has the sevens.
On the best, he find on the best spot UTG before he plays big blind and big blind ante.
Yeah.
Let's see if it goes well for him.
I'm not sure if he even wants a call. He'll maybe be happy getting a free ride, but
Maybe
I'm
he
pretty
wants
sure
a call from the
wants
big
one.
blind. Maybe Kyriakos can have sixes and stuff like that. But yeah, in general, he wants just a walk for sure. And Alessandro here seems to have a spot. We cannot see his cards yet.
It looks like we'd never need to see his cards. They get folded one card at a time. And back out of his seat goes Alessandro. He's asking actually for some room to get up.
Yeah, he didn't have a decision.
Maybe they're just going on toilet breaks every hand. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because it's every hand.
But it wasn't a shove. It was a raise to 3,150,000.
Yeah, that's good, I think, because
Yeah.
if it goes jam re-jam, he can fold. He's good. That's good. No one seems to have a decision. There's Kyriakos in the big blind.
Against a Fisher table, it would be a problem actually, but against this
Yeah.
kind of table, it's good.
Kyriakos with
Oh ho! Will we see some flip action?
That's very rough for Kyriakos. He has to call, I think. He can jump for sure wider. But Cosmo seems tight, so if
You do a stop and go call and then jam a flop, or what do you do here?
I think no, he jumps. He's gonna jump, but so he gets sure an ace-3 suited. If it comes king queen 4, doesn't fold.
Yeah, that's true.
But Cosmo playing very tight. But in this spot, how can you play tight? I don't know. I don't think he can. It's super close, super bottom. It's very. I don't know what he does. I will be looking like him in this spot. I'm not sure. I think eventually you have to call. I mean,
You can't blame him if he folds either, because
no,
Cosme
it's
hasn't
super,
played too
super
many
close,
hands.
super close, super close. VS a tight player is super close.
We can see that his equity is rather good. I don't know how
And
he's
I think-
ahead, but I guess there's a 7 that somebody folded.
He put it in, yeah.
So he does indeed jam it in a snap call by Cosme, so we could be losing our first player, or Cosme
let's
could
see.
double up for a second time at the final table.
Second big all-in for Kyriakos, let's hope. For me, let's hope he's one. For Cosmo's rail,
Okay, I'll be on Cosme's side, and you
Okay.
could be on Kyriakos. So,
I believe in Kyriakos in this flip. He has to win one.
but Cosme needs some love too.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's see what's going on here. Let's see like a fun 8-9 jack flop.
Yeah, that's a good flop. King Queen 4 is good actually as well.
And a jack out of the window, and there's the 9. Is there an 8? No, it's a 5. But we got the jack and the 9.
Let's-
7s are still ahead.
Let's see an 8 now.
Or a queen.
8 is good. Yeah.
A queen better because it's a double getter.
Yeah, sure.
And a
Oh,
king, that's even good. So now it's an ace, 10, or queen that Cosme needs to fade. Otherwise, Kyriakos is going to be low on chips.
yeah, it's going to be a very big river for Kyriakos.
Oh, 4 of hearts. So Cosme getting another double. up to around 12 million in chip, and meanwhile, Kyriakos all of a sudden is now the short stack on the table with 10 big blinds.
I think he's playing very good, Jason, just being very unlucky. Nothing he can do.
He needs to take lessons, apparently, from Vasilios Zizis.
I think
When
he
you
needs
get the
some
flip in, you got to
Yeah,
win
yeah,
it. I mean, what's going on? Why aren't you winning your flips?
Yeah, he has 0 for 2, and I think he has played every spot very good.
We should give him some training, flip training.
That's hard to, to learn. It's a skill that you need many years to master.
But I'm not sure if now we're going on break because none of the players have come back to the table. We do have some chips being counted out. But we'll be staying with you at least until we know whether this is the final hand. But what I do want to tell you is I'll be back with you shortly after the break, but then it'll be Fotios and his partner in crime taking over.
Argyris.
And I will be refilling my coffee and maybe migrating to some tea. It won't be until after the dinner break before we have some adult beverages added to the mix as well. So it is indeed the break, folks. So we'll be back very soon, in about 15 minutes' time. It might be a little bit longer due to the technical issues that they're working out, so we can get a little bit more clear screen here. Here are the chip counts. 55 million. Vasilios leading the entire way through the first two blind levels. Still has a substantial lead. If Ivalio and Alexandru double up through Vasilios, that changes fast. And meanwhile, Kyriakos, after losing 2 pure flips, is going to be down to 8 big blinds when we resume. This is Jason Glatzer. I was joined by Fotios Maris, and Fotios will be back. I will be back. Everybody will be back, and we hope you're back too. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I'm just alone right now. Photios went to catch a flight, so the promises of Photios and Argyris to do some commentating. They decided not to cut it close, but I will be joined shortly by Flip founder Diva Byrne, who also hosted the ladies' event here at the Battle of Malta, which was quite well attended. There was a €4,000 top prize up top, but there was a deal made between the final three players. The final three players also won a Battle of Malta seat valued at €600 to one of the 2025 Battle of Maltas. And the dates were announced for the next one. It's on April 2nd to 9th. So you can already reserve your flights for what is the most popular event of this buy-in range around Europe. And we do not know the cards, but we do see a couple of quick folds there. I'm sure the graphics will pick up momentarily. Here we go. We see an ace-3 folded, 5-4 folded, Shervin with the king-8, already folded Vasilios with the king-5 from the low jack. And we have a raise for Vasilios, and the blinds are now 500,000, 1 million, so that 2 million raise is just a min raise. Those short stacks got effectively shorter, especially Kyriakos, who did lose a hand before, but now he has pocket sixes from the small blind. Is this going to be a shoving spot for him? I don't know what Kyriakos is saying, but maybe he doesn't like that people are standing where they shouldn't be standing, actually. They should not be this close to the table. They should be in their chairs. But I don't think it's related to that. I think it's Argyris saying goodbye to people. But no, there's somebody on the rail, I think. And the floor is being called. Meanwhile, Kyriakos is taking that time to check out the stacks.
Hello. Yeah, thank you.
And checking out the stack of Cosme, but meanwhile, we have our special guest joining us now. And we will introduce her shortly, but meanwhile, we're going to wait to see what Kyriakos is up to here. So welcome. We have Diva, as promised, joining us in the comms booth. So hey, Diva, how are you?
Hi, Jason. Thanks for having me here. Finally, I made
No,
it.
Vrushka.
Such a busy day, like non-stop.
Should we switch the chat in Lithuanian and have a little fun? But I don't think I can keep up with you anymore in Lithuanian.
Shall we try and see how it goes?
I'll just embarrass myself. But great to have you. We can do English. You live in an English-speaking country. I'm in Lithuania, so we've done things a little bit backwards. But a pleasure to have you, Diva. And meanwhile, we have Kyriakos with the jam. That's going to get through. And he needs these chips. He lost 2 flips, was down to 8 million in chips, and this will get him back up to 12, which is a big difference. The blinds are 500,000, 1 million now. They just went up.
And with still 9 players.
Still 9 players. All the shorties just keep doubling and doubling. They're getting it in good or winning flips. It's been quite entertaining poker.
How interesting, because I literally came here 3 hours ago, and we're just about starting final.
But hold on, Deva. We do have a call by Vasilios. He felt he was priced in with the king-5, and the king is live. The diamonds are live. Let's see what happens. But excitement as soon as Diva comes in the booth.
I know, action straight away.
And let's see.
I think it's absolutely fine call with king-5 suited.
He did min raise, so it was.
So you
he
got
was
ante
fairly
in, you got
priced
2
in.
big sends, so. Yeah.
Ooh, but Kyriakos, he does flop top set, but now a 3 would be very damaging to him. He would still have some re-outs to quads or a full house.
Yeah.
And the drama, the suspense. And it's a 4 on the turn. No more drama, no more suspense. Kyriakos doubling right off the bat, and after losing those 2 flips, has plenty of breathing room now with 19 bigs. So just like that, Vasilios His chip lead just keeps getting dwindled away, but he's maintained to be on top the whole time. He's our defending champion, by the way, Diva. Vasilis Zizas. He won in the spring, and he's back on the final
Really?
table with the chip
Oh
lead.
my God, that's absolutely incredible run. How do you do that? That's impressive. I'm gonna watch and learn, seriously.
I think you need to take some flipping lessons. We've established that, and he plays extremely well. So if you do those two
Yeah.
things, but on the final table, he hasn't been winning these all these flips. This wasn't really exactly a flip,
Yeah.
but he's given away some chips. But
Oh,
he
that's
won a massive
amazing.
flip yesterday with Ace King versus
I mean,
Queens.
that's the least you can do, win flips, but you have to also win when you're behind to, in, you know, such a huge field tournament with nearly what, 6,000, 7,000 runners.
I'm thinking of charging people for that information. You have to get lucky when, you know.
Yeah, you can't win a tournament without getting lucky and outdrawing people and being on the right side of cooler. So if you got king, someone has queens, or you know, or if you have queens, you have to hit the queen. Basically, it has to be your tournament, and things have to go your way. You just feel like, you know, universe is looking after you. That's how you know you're running hot.
And I want to give a shout out to a couple of people that chatted during the break that I missed. So John Briscoe White, I'm sorry I missed you while in Malta. I'm around tomorrow, though, if you want to get together for a coffee. Gianna is saying, hey, Photios, love your commenting. Well, Photios isn't here anymore, but I will thank you on his behalf. I hope you're enjoying my commentating and now Diva's as well.
Hi everyone. Hi to the audience.
And George has been in the chat rooting on the two Greek players. It was Greek on Greek crime on that one, so I'm not sure if he was rooting for either player there, but we have two Greek players at the table.
And what are the other nationalities? Two Greeks? I
One
can see Italian.
Romanian, one Bulgarian, three Italians, and Shervin from waving that United Kingdom flag. So it's a quite nice mix. And then Cosmo Gomez Martinez from
amazing.
Spain, who is looking at his cards now.
That's fantastic. Very international table. It's nice to see so many different nationalities coming for this festival, and yeah, playing and making final table. It's very cool because I feel like different nationalities have very different type of poker we play.
And the Queen 7 in the muck, open folding it. Interesting. And Alessandro, it's not that he's been widely aggressive. I think that's a bit of a strong hand just to open fold there, but I can understand the sentiment that you want to save your chips. And he's been short all day. He wants somebody else to go out. He's been the short stack most of the time. Once in a while doubling. He's had two short stack double ups
Yeah.
with just a handful of big blinds, and that's it.
Easy stack to play. You know what to do.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, not much stress. It's like you wait for a hand, you all in, and just hope it holds.
But it could get very annoying, and he's had a lot of discipline when he had like orbit after orbit with having like 5 high or 7 high, you know,
Yeah.
like nothing doing. It makes the decisions easier, but it doesn't make your motivation any better.
Yeah, you just have to be mentally strong and be patient. That's I think I always say every commentary I do, to be honest, just patience is massively underrated in poker.
Meanwhile, hello, Alexandru with the big slick. We know he's not folding that from the low jack.
Never. Look at the hand, you go like, oh yes, let's go.
Anam.
Einam. Waarom?
Let's go, Alexandru. Let's see what you do. He's definitely one of the players at the table with some personality.
Love that.
And raising to 2.3 million, not just a min raise, a 2.3x. Used to be somewhat the online standard for a while. And then we have Cosme, who has been playing pretty tight. I don't expect him to get fancy with the ace-4, and he does fold it. And Alexandru with the decision. I think this will also be folded. If it was in the big blind, I would expect a call.
That's an interesting spot.
He may decide to 3-bet as well. I just don't see a flat being
I actually
advantageous.
see a flat or fold, to be honest with you. It's no point free betting small blind, big blind still to act, and the guy's obviously open early position, so he's wrapping a strong range of fair to big effective. I think it's a nice peeling hand.
I think I honestly just folded here. You know, it's one of those weird stacks that you don't want to blow up. Of course, you want more chips, but you'll find better
Yeah.
spot. Let other people
Yeah.
do get on the rail first, even though you've been waiting a while.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely fine, and I think if you feel the guy is opening too much, I like free betting shoving as well. So literally you can go either way. You can fold, flat, and shove.
And whatever you do, you need to win your flip.
Only if you get called.
Yes.
You know what would be cool? I was just thinking, looking at this table now, if every player had a Battle of Malta patch, but with a nationality flag, with a country
Ah.
flag. How cool that would be, you know? I know you show it next to the name, but it would be cool if you just actually wore it at the front.
No, that would be very cool, and maybe even something with the chairs as well.
Yeah.
We're
You know, it
thinking
would
next
feel
level
more
now.
would feel more like European Olympics, that kind of thing.
Yeah, because it is a very international event. There's
Yeah.
always at least 2 or 3 Italians on the table, just because that's
Yeah.
about a third of the field. But it's definitely an international event with 65 different nationalities represented.
Wow, incredible.
Not on the final table. On the final table,
Of
just
course.
4 or
yeah,
5.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would get a little bit tricky. A 65-person final table could be fun. I don't know if you could do that with one deck of cards.
Unfortunately, no female on the final table this year. I was hoping for a female winner.
Yeah, we didn't really have too many deep runs in this event, but we've
Yeah.
seen like Gia last night. She took 4th place in the horse event. She could have gone further. I saw the core of a hand where she had middle set in 08 in the horse,
Yeah.
and then it was just like a weird river that connected with both players, ace queen, to connect with Broadway, and the chips were already in then.
Yeah, that's poker. So,
This is interesting. He's not jamming off a 9 big blind stack. It's just a min raise. So maybe he even has some fold equity with the ace 10, but I don't see anything happening.
I think it's men raising to induce, but I mean, who's reshoving there? I think it's a very interesting approach, Vad.
It smells like aces when a player does that to me. So it's interesting with it when it's ace 10.
I see a lot of the time people do that online these days when actually, you know, especially for ICM reasons. So let's say a small blind was to shove and big blind snaps, so you fold ace 10 and you're still in the game and you're laddering. That's the only way, the reason you do that at this point in game.
But you're basically pricing the big blind into so much of their range. And here we see that it actually may be saved him, but Shervin will likely not just be calling here. I mean, maybe if he's putting Cosme, well, he's only min raising with aces, it's giving him something to think about.
Yeah, no, you're never folding ace queen there, ever.
We saw ace jack folded in a similar situation, not by Shervin, by another player, but it was a similar situation where Cosme actually did the same thing with aces.
I know, but if you run into aces 10 bigs below, you know, and below, I mean, Salavi, and plus you still go out with ace queen, straights and flush draws, you know, and all kinds of, you know, combinations after post flop.
Yeah, I think you just try to take this 4.5
you're
million down,
blocking-
and if
yeah.
you're called, you're called.
You're blocking ace king, you're blocking aces, you're blocking queens. I mean, it's just a perfect spot.
And does indeed jam. Now let's see if Cosme has a raise fold range. He does off a 9 big blind stack, exactly what you said.
Yeah.
And an ICM play, not necessarily the play you would do with 30 players left. I
Yeah.
think then you shove.
Oh yeah, totally. It's just total, absolute ICM because the pay jumps are insane. Well, for 9th place, you get 8,000, first place 300K.
No, they agreed before the start of
Oh,
play. You didn't hear about this.
no.
The payouts now, it's 255 for first, and the returning 9th place player got 22,240.
Oh, that's really well done because I was thinking that needs to be adjusted and literally if someone's played for 5 days and we're getting 8,000, I mean, that makes more of a battle now, you know, and it's easier and more fun to play for everyone to get rewarded.
Yeah, so they got an extra 13,000 just for coming back. You do need to add 800 to all the payouts because the min cash is not calculated in,
Yeah.
but it's...
Makes sense.
And then we do have a start of the day chip leader bonus by the player in seat number 9. And Ivalio Eftimov, he was a chip leader at the start of one of the days and has another 10,000 coming his way on top
Yeah.
of whatever payout he has.
That's perfect. How do you like that new concept, one-day chip leaders?
I like it. I've seen others experiment with it before. I'm not sure if, let's say, the amounts need to be tweaked a little bit or something like that, but I think I do like that concept. It encourages stacks to play near the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's very original. Like you said, perhaps, yeah, I would probably personally would get rid of the 2nd and 3rd place finish, go just for first because you're playing for 10K and I mean, that's the point, right?
Or you make it 5-3-1, something like that, where it's
Yeah.
a little bit less coming out of the prize pool. But when the prize pool is like
Yeah.
over 2.5 million and you have these bonuses come out, it's a rounding
Yeah.
error, really. If it
They
was like a
can-
1.5 million prize pool, it's more than a rounding error.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's exciting for someone who's, not going to go deep in the main, but we still essentially won a one-day tournament.
Yeah, it basically turns it into that
Yeah.
you can treat an opening day with all that money up top as actually a single tournament.
Yeah. So this guy in seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, he was actually on my table on day 3.
Sherbin.
Yeah, and he told me, I think he had a deep run last time as well. He finished 20-something in the main event, literally last year, or in April in the main event.
Yeah, we have a lot of experienced players on this table. So
Yeah.
it's not just Jesus, it's not just him. We have, I mean, pretty much, I think if we dug deep into, like things that aren't obvious on Google searches, we're going to
Yeah.
find a bit more. A couple of the players have their stuff hidden, which is their right to do.
Yeah.
But
Cool,
it doesn't
cool.
mean I won't try to investigate, because that's my nature.
Yeah, everyone's super serious because such a huge payday to come first. And obviously the trophy and the title and all glory that comes with that.
Yeah, there's a lot of glory, a lot of, you want to get that face on the wall of fame, and but the players are being very friendly to each other. You see some laughs sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something, somebody says something funny,
Yeah.
the mood is lighter than it looks right
Yeah.
now. At least it was before the break.
Yeah, I can imagine. It takes time to kind of settle into the game and find your way and feel comfortable, especially with so much pressure on with such big payouts.
I'm just surprised that we're still nine-handed. The short stacks are getting their chips in good or slightly ahead on the flips, but something will have to give.
Well, it shows us a good structure, it's deep structure. But, if it was below 10 bigs, or 12 up 15 bigs, average, so people would be, flipping much more often. Now we can play pots and
Yeah.
still not risk all the stack.
It's my kind of final table. I like watching poker and, like, at least in the beginning, let it be a little bit deep and then have it kind of settle itself. And eventually it always becomes, let's say, a shoving. Not always. Sometimes you just see one person just completely run away with everything. But it's very often going to be coming down to that,
Yeah.
3-4-handed.
So do you have your pick for the win?
I mean, it's hard for me to really make a pick. I've heard from Fotios, who was our previous guest at Kyriakos, is probably, in his opinion, was the strongest player. I kind of like Ivalio. He's kind of, I think, the underdog that nobody is talking about at the moment. He's playing super solid. Always seems to have his head in the game. Isn't necessarily chatting with the other players, but
Yeah.
it seems like he's really holding his own. And of course, then you have Vasilios, who is the odds-on favorite, coming in with the chip lead already with a title under his belt in the spring.
That's very impressive.
That I think he might be the favorite, but I think Ivalio may turn out to cause some trouble a little bit later on in the tournament. I think everybody's just waiting for a bust out or
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
And when the clock goes down to 45 minutes, when it's six-handed, I think things will speed along. For now, we can enjoy some good deep stack poker, though, which has been rather exciting. But I have no, let's say, close friends in this one. There's usually like a final table. I'm commenting that, I'll say, you know what, that's a friend, but I'm rooting for everybody. In this case, I think all 9 of these players will be a deserving winner based on their skills, based on the fact that they've made it to day 5, which is quite the grind. I mean, they were playing to
know.
2:30 in the morning last night, and they were going to play down to 8. And we just said, you know what, we could do a final table with 9. You
Yeah.
guys have been playing for
That's
so long.
nice.
That call was made much earlier than 2:30 in the morning, but being that we're still 9-handed now, that was an amazing call because we'd be looking at like a 5, 6 a.m.
Literally.
end time where just player getting tired and going out because of that, and that's not what you want. It is an endurance game, but you don't want to have people play a final table and then be sleep deprived. You want to give them the
Totally. It
opportunity to
gives you an
sleep.
extra hour sleep, when you finish. Probably an hour or 2 extra sleep when you finish 9 or 8-handed. It's a big difference, especially when you're playing deep stacks, like you say, before final table. But I'll be rooting for
Yeah, I should have asked
seat
you.
6.
Seat 6.
Just because he was on my table, he was playing well, and I like his t-shirt.
So
That.
there we go. I'm trying to see what's on his T-shirt now. It's like a dog, like
Yeah.
doing the. Nobody could see us on camera. We should
Literally.
have a camera
I
just for
know,
like those
that's quite
moments.
funny.
I don't like commentating with a camera because people don't need to see me. They need to see the players.
Yeah.
But in general, for those moments, it would have been funny.
Yeah, and it says something by the country and what it says.
So Alexandria defending his big blind, nothing on the diamonds, but does have a backdoor to Broadway. And meanwhile, Vasilios from the button has a good amount of the aces in his range, but both players do. But I would expect Vasilios to continue, and he
Yeah.
does.
So is Basilius the biggest stacker right now?
Yeah, he was the
40
biggest
bigs.
stack to
Yeah,
start
okay.
by more than double, but it's narrowed a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Kyriakos won a flip against him before.
Yeah, okay. Definitely continuation with Agara
So very interesting
to
here.
a short, to a small bet with Betestein, so definitely continue. Hopefully to pick up more outs on the turn.
Is it going to slow Vasilios down, though? Because if he fires again, then Alexandria will have to give up. And if he checks here, it's opening up the opportunity to have to fold the better hand. Because if he's calling two bets, you have to give him credit.
Well, yes, but I think
And if he's calling a bet here, he's not going to just check the river. Unless it's a king, then maybe he'll do it to induce. If not, he's going to bet to rep.
yeah, I like better king high because you know you're blocking those kind of hands like ace king, king jack, and also you're putting max pressure on the big blind. That's perfect stack to put max pressure on with shorter stacks with ICM considerations. And he just can't continue with many hands, and very strong hands will have free bet pre-flop, like, you know, ace x, you know, ace queen, ace jack, ace king, and tens plus will have shoved, even nines sometimes. So it's a perfect turn to actually, which didn't complete anything to barrel on. Because even if he has an ace rag, it's very hard to continue. So usually when you bet on the turn, you're targeting, you know, a top pair or mid pair. But this time you're targeting literally just top pair, because he can't continue even with that.
Yeah, so good awareness by Vasilios getting some chips back.
Yeah, it's a nice bet.
You can
Makes
see
sense.
the big stacks of those 1 million chips. And the car is back. We have pictures of that car from when he won last time.
It must be so exciting for him, like trying to, you know, repeat the history kind of thing. And have you ever had double winner of a battle of Malta main
No, he
event?
would be a man in his own club.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Very cool. I mean, to go through so many players 2 years running, that's a skill for sure.
Davide giving up on his weak ace. I think that's a proper fold. And Shervin. So it's Davide that you played with, I think, wearing
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
the doggy shirt,
Doggy shirt.
doing something.
Yeah, that's cool. It's very nice and friendly. I like when people at the table are, you know, respectful and just professional.
And we had Antoine rooting for Davide, I believe, before as well. I think he's a Maltese local, even though he's Italian. We know Alessandro Siena is another local living here for, I think, 8 years. But meanwhile, we have Vasilios back at it again. This time he's going to have to give up on a Pascal, going with all the marbles with the ace-10.
Yeah, 17 bigs, big blind, cut off. Yeah, you know Vasilis will be opening wide because he can with his stack. And he knows once someone free bets, we're always going to have it because of his stack sizes. So it's really easy to play. You can literally open any hand.
But did ask for a count, maybe just to see what he has for the future.
I also, to see what are the stacks, but also I think you don't want to give any live tells, timing tells away. So you kind of want to take the same time, even if you fold or when you call.
I'm not sure what he's looking at there. Maybe the clock. Yeah, the clock is behind him, so he's probably just taking a look at the clock.
Well, yeah, that's another consideration. You know, if the blinds, you want the blinds to go up on the shortest as well. So if the blinds are going up in 20 seconds, you can just, you know, take that time. So the blind gonna go up on the next player, and small blind has to pay more.
But
So
we
you
have
kind
a
of
good
grind
hour.
them down. Yeah, I know, I understand, but still, it's not good for the shorty if you hit the blinds going up. So it's interesting. Yeah, there are a lot of considerations every single hand, but it's very good opener. It's an easy fold, and that's it. Next.
Yeah, he had that look next.
Next.
And Pascal, who is shows a lot of personality there, picking up the pot. Has a nice smile when he flashes it as well.
Yeah.
He's one of the players that wears like his emotions on his vest, but not
Yeah.
necessarily during a hand. But
That's nice to see. It's nice to see some emotions in poker. Especially on the final table, people are quite serious. It's a lot of money at stake, so
the best player is Massimo Ascetta. That may be the case, I don't know, but he's not on the final table, so he's not the best player on the final table. I'll go out on a limb and say that without, I think, offending anyone.
he might have been like the best player left, like with on day 5 before final table.
But meanwhile, we have Cosme here with the snowman. We know what's going to happen here. There's
Oh,
only
yeah.
one move. I mean, he may not shove. It may be something other than a shove,
7 big.
but it'll be an effective shove. Or does he do the min-raise to induce, being that he min-raise folded before, but I don't think you could really min-raise off 7 and think that an opponent would think that you have fold equity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all in. It's going for it. Good luck to him.
Some jamboree. Good luck, Cosme. Suerte. Oh, it's a raise to 5 million. He's done this before, and the reason, once again, is similar to the reason of the min-raise, that if there's an all-in, another all-in, and maybe even a third one, yeah, you can fold and get the, keep your 2 million and hope that you laddered up a spot or
Yeah.
two.
Exactly, because if 2 or 3 people, then you know your 8s are crushed.
Basilius folding his ace-8. Divalia
Ooh,
would be
interesting here.
flipping, but it's not going to be a hand that he plays.
Depends what kind of player he is. Okay. Fair enough.
He's a pretty solid player from what I've seen.
Okay.
And then we have Pascal here with the 10-7. We know what's going to happen with that.
I've seen people on the final table like just going for their favorite hands, regardless,
Yeah,
of the
this is a
ICM.
different kind of final table, actually. I think every player is competent in their own way
Yeah.
on this table.
Well, you can be confident, but you just sometimes want to play your hand you never lose.
Yeah, that's then poker goddish, like rig talk, like I love when people say, my aces were cracked, I'm never playing there again. I'm like, come on, then go play chess,
Yeah.
Brush it off.
Yeah. And I would say, okay, that's fair enough. If you don't feel like playing aces, don't. You bought, with your money, you can play any hand you want, the way you want. And that's what I love poker. People approach the hands in a very different way. And no one's here to say you played it wrong or very well.
It's what keeps it profitable for me anyway, because I'm not studying GTO. I don't have the time for it. I know, some of the very basics of it, and to talk
Yeah.
hands with a variety of people every once in a while, especially when I'm at live events. But even, I play a bit online
Yeah.
myself. I play at the local. I play sometimes when I travel, so I'm always talking spots. Are usually spots that I won, oddly enough, like that I play this right, not...
Yeah.
I'm never bringing up a bad beat. I'll bring it up if I'm frustrated to a friend, but not in a
Yeah.
way that I'm going to learn anything about it. Just say,
You
listen,
wouldn't go
let
on
me vent, and I'll be done.
You wouldn't go on Facebook and write the history and then tag the person who got lucky.
No, and then say you completely misplayed this, you freaking muppet. No, I wouldn't be doing that. The more muppets, the better.
That's fun. How's poker been treating you lately? Have you played anything at all this series?
Not here. I played an event in Tallinn right before I was working. I late entered day 2 and ran that up to 17th place. I finally had chips when there were 20 left. I was just felt like Darrow Kearney with like a 15 to 20 big blind stack, sometimes down to 10
Yeah.
the entire time. And then when I finally get chips, I blow it up in 2 hands. You know,
Oh,
just
man.
standard stuff. But it's just kind of frustrating when you do that. But it was a nice cash at least.
Yeah. Well done on the cash.
But online, when I'm home, you know, I'm traveling quite a lot. I
Yeah.
usually will play a few nights right when I get home, and then depends on what the family's up to. But usually after my son goes to bed, have a little bit of a relaxation time. My screen's not as big as the one we see
Yeah.
here, but it's big enough to have 6 tables without an
Yeah.
overlap. I can have something else on the laptop screen. The iPad
Yeah.
usually has something
So you put your
going on too.
So you put your PJs on, sunglasses on, and you go, yeah.
Yeah, the
online.
sunglasses are mandatory. PJs are optional, but sometimes that happens too. The problem with putting on the PJs is you don't want to get tired at like 3 in the morning when you're like
I mean-
18 left in a tournament.
I'm sorry if you're still in a tournament at 3 a.m. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah. But you don't want to be making a cup of coffee that late, and if you're wearing pajamas, your body says, okay, time
Yeah.
to lie down.
That's funny. How most rituals work. Ooh, look at this.
Yeah, look at this. It's going to be interesting now for Pascal. He should be 3-betting.
So min raise and got 20 bigs behind.
I'm just
Okay.
curious what he 3-bets to. Ooh, it's a massive 3-bet, just saying, you know, I just want the chips now. I don't want to go out. You know, it's going to get a lot of hands to fold. Ivalio should be folding the ace-jack, but we'll see what he does. Cosme, though, looking for a spot. He's been very tight in a good way. And Alessandro with the 9-8 is going to get rid of that too. It's going to be up to Ivalio whether he wants to risk it all on ace-jack. And Pascal has been one of the more active players on the table. We haven't seen these kind of moves, and it was a snap fold there by Ivalio, nothing to
Yeah.
think about. And Pascal perhaps losing some equity there, but he didn't want to risk, I guess, getting into a weird spot with an ace or a king on the flop on a final table without anybody
Yeah.
busted yet. I guess that's the only thing. I would have liked to see a 3-bet to, you know, something like 5.8 million or something like that off at 2.25.
But it looks very
X.
strong because the question is like once he makes it like 5.5, 5.8, is he ever doing that out of 20 big blinds with
We've
a
seen
bluff?
we've seen a few players do that actually
yeah, but
already.
what about him as a player? Would he do that?
I
And
think he's certainly capable of it.
yeah, but actually, you know, me personally, I like the shove because your shove represents, you know, a lot of the time you go ace queen, ace king, and if your opponent has tens and nines, he might talk himself into just calling, and sometimes, you know, it's correct call as well with tens. And when you literally got them crushed, you got 80% equity. But when you free bet, I think you really narrow your range down. You either got super nuts or you actually have absolute air.
But meanwhile, we're back to Ivalio opening again. This time it's just a min raise from earlier position with a slightly weaker hand with ace-10. It's a fine open based on the aggressiveness or the lack thereof sometimes of the players. And Alexandru now, it's maybe his turn. I don't think he can be shoving 28 big blinds, but he should be
Yeah.
3-betting.
I think 20 big blind free bet is absolutely fine, but when you got 20, I think you do that the same like nines and tens when ace king and
I still wouldn't mind to see like it bumped up to like 5 to 5.5 million.
it's been unlucky here. Ace jack and ace 10 and running both times into better hands and just, yeah, you know, you only lose minimum by min raising twice, but at the same time, when you're only playing just 25 bigs, opening, folding twice is actually takes a lot of your stack.
So Alexandria taking maybe taking some advice in hindsight, not that he can hear Diva, and does jam it. It's going to force Ivalio to fold, but we'll see if anybody else wakes up with any kind of monstrous hands. That queen 4 will be folded soon enough, and Ivalio,
I would have liked free bet this time actually, because his stack was bigger and he's got more fold equity. So people are less, you know, more likely to jam with worse hands because you got fold equity. When you got 20 bigs, you hardly ever bluff with that stack. I mean, I know you said people do that, but as a universal rule, like what I've seen personally when I play live, people don't do that enough.
yeah, we've seen a couple of 3-bet folds, but nothing like outrageous. It's been a lot of, let's say, expected play from a high level, you know,
Yeah.
not necessarily expected play on a final table, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, final table is all about ICM. And
But we learned that from Fotios, who was in the booth earlier, that Zizas,
Yeah.
defending champion, is not playing with an ICM mindset, according to him, that he's playing purely to win that trophy, that the trophy means more getting the second one to him than the €250,000.
Yeah,
I find
yeah.
that hard to believe, but maybe that's the case.
To be honest, if I was on that final table, I would be playing for top 3 as well.
Yeah, playing for top 3 is fine because
Yeah.
that's where a lot of the money is. Although now with the new payouts, I would say, top 5 should be your first
Yeah,
goal.
yeah. Or that, that, and then you can talk with deal again and see what are the stacks, and anyone wants to talk, and then because if you 9-handed 5 hours later, it's a different story. You cannot adjust to that.
And Pascal back at it, this time with Jack-9 suited from the low jack. And Cosme, is it going to be a full jam? Is it going to be a jam with like $1 million back? He seems to like leave some chips back in case something else happens.
It's nice to look at the premium when you're shorter.
Especially when it's against Pascal, who we have seen be active before. Taking his time, perhaps thinking about what he wants to put in the middle. My money would have already been in the middle.
I mean, it will go eventually.
He's leaving a little bit back. It looks like maybe a raise to 9 million. Or maybe those are chip card protectors, but it looks like there's like 300,000 back. Maybe it's maybe those are million chips though. So it looks like a raise to 7.5 million. So a little bit more back.
It's committing raise. Versus the opener.
And he'll be happy enough to see a fold with the jacks.
Yeah. I don't think there
He
is
went-
any playability with Jack-9 calling 7 bigs off 23 big blind.
He wouldn't mind getting a call from 10s, 9s, or 8s, but would rather not probably be flipping against ace, king, ace, queen until another player or two, until the first player or two hits the rail.
Yeah.
But Pascal is maybe doing a little Hollywooding here. I don't see how he can call, but maybe he thinks that against that range I'm priced in with the Jack-9, so maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. That against this particular player, maybe he will wind up seeing a flop or putting it in now. He did count out some chips. Perhaps it's favorite hand syndrome. And look at this. He does jam it in. This could be
Ooh,
trouble.
That's interesting.
I mean,
20.
Cosme is going to love this.
Oh, it's nine bigs. Okay, yeah, 9 bigs effective. So only that 9 bigs.
Cosme is going to absolutely love this. And the equity makes him a 5-1 favorite, but it might even be a little bit more outside of the dead hole cards. But let's see.
I mean, it's unlucky to run into jacks.
Should we
Jack
ask
nine.
for an 8 queen of spades flop so we have the gut shot straight draw and some spades
Well,
to
queen,
sweat?
queen 10 spades.
Yeah, queen 10 spades would be like the most deadly, but it's an ace out of the window, 7-4. There is one spade there, so some thin hope.
Thin hope.
Very
But
thin.
there is a hope still.
About a 4% hope. And a jack on the turn, that seals the deal. The case jack
Yeah.
gives Cosmo the double up, and he's been short stack. Look at him celebrating with that Spanish rail, and who
that's
can blame
nice.
him? Up to 22 million. I mean, he's been a sub 10 big blind stack most of the way, and now he's at 22 million, and
Yeah.
Pascal is down to 16 million.
Nice grind. A nice stack now. So he's got some breathing space.
Perhaps a Cinderella story in the making. I do love my Cinderella stories
Me
as
too.
also a poker writer.
Well, never give up. The recent story. I was playing the ladies event yesterday, and it was 17 places paid, and we were 20 left, and I had 5 big blinds,
And you,
and I chopped the heads up.
wow.
So you just never give up.
And here's a look at the chip count. Jesus has been leading the whole way, but you could see that that lead is narrowed. He's no longer anywhere near a 2-1 chip advantage.
But it's amazing because literally every player at the bottom 5 is one double up away from going into the top 3 in stacks.
Yeah. And anyone in the top 5 is also one double up through Jesus into being in the chip lead as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game at this point, I would say. Anyone's.
Especially with this structure at the moment. It's still 90-minute blind levels until we're six-handed. So after a couple players, after 3 players hit the rail, then, you know, you have to be a
Yeah.
little bit quicker. But then it's still 45 minutes, which is plenty time. And
It's isn't it 1 hour clock?
it'll be, I think, 45. It's 90 minutes now. I think it goes down to 45, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 1 hour. I'll double check that on the next break.
Well, that's my favorite thing about day 2 of a Battle of Malta main event. That on day 1 you play 40 minutes, but on day 2 it's 1 hour, and I love that.
And day 3 is 75 minutes, and day 4, 90 minutes. And we're
I
still 90
know,
minutes now
I know.
until it's a little bit short-handed. And the reason that can happen is that you play a lot more hands six-handed than you do nine-handed.
Yeah, so then you make day 2 and it's like some proper poker there for sure.
But Pascal getting a short stack in now, will anybody wake up with anything? I mean, he still has about 100,000 left behind.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he wants a call or not. There
Well-
should be people calling a little bit lighter than ace queen. I don't think the deuces is one of them, though, to get half your stack in instantly mucked.
Well, if he wants a call, not depends on what hand.
That's also true, and
Yeah.
Shervin should be folding his king 6. And let's see what Zizis wakes up with. Is it anything? No. So it'll be some new chips for Pascal up to 18 million.
Yeah, no be.
So I had that wrong because he started, I think, with 16 million with 16 big blinds. So it was
Yeah.
the chips that he had left after
Yeah.
opening for half
Yeah.
a stack. And then we have Massimo responding to Antonio that he's saying thank you. Well, wait till there's a seat open on the final table. You could talk to the tournament director. Maybe they'll give you a seat on the final table without earning it. I don't know.
That's a new
I would
rule.
assume that's against the TDA rules, but maybe you can prove your friend right or wrong that you are the best player.
Yeah. Can only be the best player if you are in the house.
I wonder how much would be like the effective buy-in, you know, if you were going to allow someone to buy into just the final table, it'd probably cost them like 80K, you know. Of,
I wanted to say 50K probably if you want to buy into final table.
yeah, so just bring 50K, we'll sort you out. And for those of you that can't understand my sense of humor, we will not sort you out, so do not
Yeah.
come here with 50K.
That's funny.
Davide, once again, will be folding.
So what's next for you? Will I see you in Queens at the Queens of Tallinn?
Possibly. I will at least be supporting that. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it up because it's my son's birthday during that time.
Okay.
We have the Kings of Vilnius back home, which will be a lot of fun. The first one there. It's nice
That's
that we have some big
exciting.
festivals going on. We're
Yeah.
like 10 minutes from my house.
When is that?
November, I think 18th, maybe a little bit earlier.
So I basically need to win Queens of Tallinn main event and then just fly to Lithuania.
No, this is after. You need to win Kings
Oh
of
yes.
Vilnius.
Oh
and
no,
then
I can't go there. I
Ah.
already, booked to go to Tallinn on the 29th of October.
But hello, we have
November.
ace-10 button open and Vasilios with pocket tens. We know he's not going anywhere. Is it going to be a call? Is it going to be a 3-bet? Shervin has a smaller stack as well, so he's doing a quick visual count. You could see him staring down at his chips. And he also has Ivalio after him in the big blind to consider.
Interesting spot there. So him and raised were 15 bigs behind and small blind 3-bet. Okay.
And it should get Shervin out of the way, but we may see something strange. Maybe Shervin will do a 4-bet shove, but I don't think that'll be the case. Vasilios should be 3-betting wide from the small blind, but he hasn't been 3-betting wide from the small blind.
I think not many people do, to be honest, if small blind is one of those. People tend to have, I think, like 70%, like with 80% we got a hand.
So some chips back to Vasilios. Zizis, our defending champion.
Yeah, but nice play. I like that. 3-bet actually to induce. It's quite nice. You see, it crossed ace-10 player's mind. He kind of he thought about it. Especially when he's an aggressive player in the big blind, you know, you definitely think, okay, I got ace, blocker, and you know, I'm on the button. He's in a small blind. He can do that with the chips, with many worse hands.
If the technicians are listening, it would be nice once in a while to see the tournament clock. So I'm not sure if we can integrate that in every, let's say, 10 hands or so. We can see how much time is left in the blind level, because we definitely lose track of time. We're in a room that we cannot hear or see anything that's happening. So Kyriakos' turn for the ace-queen.
We've seen a lot of ace queens. He seems
Well,
to
we
be the
have a-
most common hand so
We have a
far.
queen in the booth, so we should see some queens on the hands too.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be.
So it looks like a min raise and ace-10 for Cosme, who just doubled up to 22 million. He's not been in a position to play around with extra chips before, so we don't really know how he's going to approach ace-10 with a 22 big blind stack, because he hasn't had a 22 big blind stack until now, at least on the final table. Obviously, earlier in the event is a different story. But looks like it's about to fold and does fold. And let's see if anybody else wakes up. It was an early position open from under the gun +1. Davide folding. Shervin is likely to fold as well. And Vasilios with a quick fold. Ivalio with nothing, and Alexandru. So it's going to be, I mean, he could defend here actually, but opts not to save some chips. And Kyriakos back up to 19 big blinds. It's been up and down, but the tick is going back upward for Kyriakos, who did lose 2 flips right before the last break.
Well, it's better to get them out of the way early. Bad flips. You want to win them later.
Because the cards remember, like we already gave you a
course.
couple losing flips, and this time you're going to win.
Yeah. That's how it works. You say, you know, get rid of your bad luck out of the way early doors.
It sounds like the person that bets red on roulette because they see that like the last 8 spins have been black. No, I'm not
Funny you say
understanding
that
it's still
because-
50-50.
Because I don't play any casino games at all.
Well, you're the true winner then.
Yeah. I only stick to poker, what I know.
No, with some fun money, I'll play some stuff every once in a while. Back when you could actually turn blackjack into an advantage game, that was fun to try to get away with. Like,
Yeah.
but that dates me. That's like 25 years ago.
Wow.
I wasn't on the scale of like these conglomerates all group working together though. It was just like simple counting, some adjustments on the bet sizing, and
Yeah.
some of the splits might be different, or the hits and doubles, etc. But if I'm over going to play for drinks and I can play a game like blackjack where, you know, the house has like a 1% edge if you're playing properly, and I can bet small and have some fun with my friends, I'll play some blackjack. It's fun.
Yeah. I would just rather play home poker. You know, just with friends.
Yeah, but I'm talking about if I'm
Yeah.
already in a
Oh, I see,
casino,
okay.
you know, I could
Yeah.
either go to the bar and buy drinks,
Yeah,
or I
yeah,
can
yeah.
get them free when I'm playing
Oh,
blackjack.
yeah, in Vegas,
and
you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
Well-
in some European casinos, they do it.
They give you free
If
drinks?
you're playing table games.
Oh, okay.
Not all do.
Definitely not in England.
I'm not sure they're allowed to in England, because it may then be considered that you're
Yeah.
encouraging gambling.
Yeah.
So an open here by Vasilios with his weak suited ace, and Alexandria with ace queen. And we saw Vasilios call before with an ace deuce on a shove, but I don't think Alexandria was A, shoving with ace queen, and B, Vasilios isn't going to call a 30 big blind shove if it indeed. But I stand corrected. It's a 31 big
Oh
blind
my
shove. Oh my
gosh.
God, and Pascal. Wow.
He'll snap with jacks there.
Does snap it, not even thinking it over,
Yeah.
but there was nothing to think about there.
Yeah.
Vasilios getting out of the way, so Pascal is at risk, and it's a massive pot of 37 million to the winner.
And potentially we're gonna lose a player.
We
If
could be
jacks don't
looking at a
hold.
lead change as well for the first time. So let's see.
And it always comes down to a flip.
It's definitely the biggest all-in pot of the day. A 37 million chip pot. Pascal is flipping for his tournament life. Will be in amazing shape if he can hold on. And that is not the flop for Pascal, but Alexandru now falling far ahead after connecting with this queen. It's going to take a pair of backdoors or a jack to save the day. Could be a club just for the sweat. Maybe a jack of clubs. The king of clubs,
Oh.
that's the ultimate sweat.
Definitely possibilities now.
Any jack, any club.
Still just 7 outs.
And it's the three of spades. The ace queen gets there. Alexandru
We lost
winning the
first
pot.
play.
And we have lost Pascal Gregorio in ninth place. Thanks to the agreement made before the day, he did get a little bit of more money, but it was 22,240 euros for that ninth place prize. And the next player out will get 26,330 euros. So we've had our first pay jump. Remember to add 800 to those numbers. They do not include the min cash. Perhaps we can get that graphic changed on the dinner break.
Anyway, well played to him. Very unlucky with the final hand, but still amazing payday for a few days' work. 21,000 euros.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
It pays better than this job.
Maybe you should ask for pay rise.
Yeah, can you pay me 20K? You know, otherwise I might as well just play and take ninth place. You know,
Exactly.
a little cash. But well played there by Pascal Gregorio. You didn't really make any mistakes as far as I can
No.
tell. That was pretty standard with the shove there, with the call off with the jacks.
Yeah, it's just one of those spots. Unavoidable.
Yeah, you need to win the flip. And meanwhile, we have our first lead change of the day. So our defending champion, Zizis, is no longer with the lead, and that has gone to Romania for Alexandru Farcasanu. Now with the chip lead, Zizis still in heavy contention, trying to defend his title, though. So still quite exciting.
Yeah, and everyone thinking, finally, I can breathe a bit now. We're doing laddering. Next pay jump. What's the next payout?
The next payout, I think, is 26 and change, 26,330, and then it goes to 35,500.
Wow, nice.
So it's a 9K jump between 8th and 7th, and then the pay jumps get a lot more serious after that.
Yeah, like top 5.
Even with it flattened a little bit at the beginning of the day agreement with the players. I can imagine the party depending on who wins it. There'll be a player that maybe wins it, just $250,000, I'm going to go home. But I think with these players, whoever wins this $250,000 is going to have quite the party this evening.
Yeah. I think no one's going to sleep because firstly you won't be able to sleep, and secondly it's just too exciting. Let's celebrate. And you are in the right location next to Pashville, yeah? And in Malta, you can just go and party. Bars are open till...
Or you could buy 100 shots for $5. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
It's just
exaggerating a little bit there, but it's pretty close.
It's like a party street just around the corner. Like, it's a perfect place to celebrate.
I'm too old for that. I just avoid that street. I found like the elevator shortcut to get to the top of the hill.
That's funny.
Nothing ever good happens walking up that street. Actually, it's the one case where it's better to be a woman than a man. You walk up that street and you're getting actually physically touched by people trying to pull you into clubs, and especially when you're by yourself, and I'm just trying to walk like this.
Yeah.
And not that people see what I did, but I was with both hands on top of my head. But it's
Prepare.
if I was a bit younger, maybe single, maybe that would be the right place. But neither of those things are a fact.
Yeah, well, only if you're on a celebratory team for a win.
Yeah, yeah.
You got no choice when you just go.
No, but then I tell them, let's go to Picos or somewhere else. That's fun. Vasilios opening from the hijack. His hand's taking a little bit of time. Evalio opting not to 3-bet, not to fold, but just call from the cutoff with ace-jack. And Kyriakos is getting priced in from the big blind with a very pretty 6-5, which is easy to get away from, but can flop very well. And it's the ace that connects, but so does the 9 on this 2-diamond flop. So Vasilios with the middle pair, backdoor queen high flush draw, and Evalio with the paired aces and Kyriakos, we don't expect to stick around too long in this hand facing any action.
Yeah, not much for the 6-5.
I'm not sure I like this lead out by Vasilios. We'll see. I mean, we know that Ivalio is not going anywhere to a bet.
Yeah.
$2.6 million, so a little more than 1/3 of the pot.
I guess he's just finding out if anyone's got an ace. Especially when you're out of position, you don't want to end up in a situation where you check all, and then, you know, at least you set the price now. And if you get called, so you just like give up on the turn unless you improve.
And Ivalio makes the call, but Kyriakos gets out of the way, as we expected. And the 6 of hearts on the turn doesn't change anything, so Ivalio now even further ahead. We can see that he's a 7-1 favorite based on some of the cards that are out, including that Queen of Clubs, which was in somebody's hand.
Yeah.
So just 4 outs for Zizis.
I'm guessing he just checks now and evaluates on the bet sizing. Or might even get checked behind. Ooh, no, he's going for aggressive line. Continuing with aggression. Wrapping a big ace. Ace king or ace queen.
Yeah, this
Or
has
better.
to make Ivalio a little bit nervous that he's facing off a better ace or even a 2-pair here with like an ace-9.
Yeah, ace, better ace or better.
But Ivalio should feel that he is maybe ahead against this particular opponent. Against other opponents that they're betting flop and turn would maybe be a little bit more worrying, but I think he's playing it exactly the same
Yeah.
regardless.
I like his continuation. There's no point raising, there's no point folding. Folding be too weak and too tight.
Oh no, a 9 on the river. Wow, wow,
Jesus.
wow, wow, wow. Could we be losing another player just like that? Wow, I don't see how Eftimov gets off this hand.
It's hard, especially as played.
And it's going to be a shove, I think. That's the only move based on the pot size. And we could see Zizis retaking the lead if we do get a call. And I don't see how Ivalio Eftimov is getting out of the way. We could be losing our sole
Such a-
Bulgarian left.
Oh, he called.
And he does call. I mean, I feel very bad for you. I mean, you played very well.
He did.
I had you down as potentially a winner if Zizis didn't win. Now I guess I'm on Team Zizis, but congratulations to Ivalio Eftimov. 8th place prize of 26,330 euros. And now players have already laddered up. They're going to have at least a 35,500 euro payday. That's bigger than what
Yeah.
some main events pay on itself, just to give you the magnitude of what kind of money we are talking about on this table. This is life-changing money for a lot of people. I know I can use an extra $250,000 in my bank account. I'm sure everybody at the
Yeah.
table feels the same. I'm sure you feel the same too, Diva. That's a nice little vacation home somewhere.
I just feel disappointed for the ace-jack player because I know how it feels. Because he played the hand absolutely perfect, induced the worst hand to bet 2 streets, and then I assume the player with queen-9 will have shoved potentially the river if you bet twice. I mean, you couldn't still give up. But yeah, he got him to put the chips with the worst hand and then just go lucky on the river. It must be so
But I like the
disappointing.
sportsmanship. You saw all the players clap. You know, I think he said good game to everybody.
course,
So
yeah.
it's very nice to see how friendly everybody is with
Mm-hmm.
each other. They are competing heavy, but at the end of the time, they're recognizing everybody's a person. You know that a lot of emotions can come through, and it's very hard to be leaving the final table in 8th, regardless of the nice prize that he collected. So once again, that's 26,330 for 8th, 22,240 for 9th. If the graphics guys are listening, please add 800 to all the prizes so that I don't have to manually do it in my head every time.
No, it's always nice to say GG, you know, and like good game and like you said, play a good sportsmanship. But I'm just feeling from a poker player's perspective, and I know how he feels now. I would be absolutely gutted. I'd be like, bottle of wine coming up for me.
But look at this. Now, Zizis has the most chips that he's ever
Yeah,
had. So he lost
yeah.
the chip lead for that very short period of time. But 70 million chips, that's more than 1/3 of the chips in play with 7 players left. A nice spot to be in.
Here comes ace queen again.
Alexandru with the big stack. And just to go through the payouts, it's 35 5 for 7th place, but the next jump takes you over 50. It'll be 50,650.
Very cool.
So basically
Exciting times for the players left.
a 15K pay jump
Yeah.
just by letting a player go out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone wants that.
Can't quite buy a vacation home with 15K, but that extra 15K can get you
I
a
think
used car.
you can get 1 week in Maldives.
Yeah, 1 week in Maldives. A spin of the wheel in Vegas, maybe. It gets you a main event entry and some expenses, so you can look
Oh
at it
yeah,
as that.
that's also, yeah, so many different options.
Kiriako's thinking things over. I mean, ace-5, without ICM in this spot with a 15 big blind, I wouldn't mind a jam. I'm not sure what ICM says in this spot. I'm typically not going to be jamming here.
Oh, interesting.
It's basically an effective jam.
Oh,
It's
wow.
2/3 of a stack.
And big blind wakes up actually with a decent hand as well. But not with the open yellow.
And it's certainly possible we're going to lose. Like, we didn't lose anybody, and all of a sudden, bang, 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 we're going to lose potentially 3 players. I don't see Alexandru with his stack, doing anything but shoving.
Yeah,
and
that's a call.
And it's a snap call, so Kiriako's at risk with the ace-5 suited. He's a 2-1 underdog. Needs some clubs, needs some wheel cards, needs a 5. He wouldn't mind a 5-5-5 flop. Who would?
Ace queen causing all the drama, yeah.
Yeah, it's the hand of the day, one way or the other. And Alexandru, does he get the lead back? If not quite, but it will be close to Zizis if his hand holds. But meanwhile, good luck to Kiriakos. I know a lot of you in the chat were rooting for him earlier on. And let's see. A queen of hearts out of the window, ace-7. So ace-queen now miles and miles ahead. Just running 5s can save the day, or it showers for Kiriakos.
Yeah, very. Drawing very slim.
Oh, there's the first 5. Is
Oh,
there going to be
wow.
another one?
That'd been pretty spicy.
Spicy, spicy. Do we get a spicier river? Come on. And it's the jack of clubs, so well played by Kiriakos Papadopoulos.
played.
It's collecting the
That
7th
timing.
place prize at 35,500 euros, and now each of the players are guaranteed at least 50,650 euros. One more ladder is even bigger. It'll go to 66.6. So the numbers are getting big. They're getting serious. And you're going to see a lot of stress and emotion from some players that haven't been in these spots before, like Zizis has been, like
Yeah.
he was last spring.
How exciting, and we are down to literally 5 players now. 6.
So we have a Lithuanian. I'm pretty sure this has to be a Lithuanian in the chat, but he's speaking English with us. Now, Daiva's from Lithuania. I'm not Lithuanian,
Oh,
but I've
yeah.
lived in Lithuania for 15 years, so,
Stepas Ambrazevičius.
Yeah,
Labas, vakaras.
or Labadieno.
Steppy.
Is it night or day?
It's
I'm losing
night.
trade, okay.
It's a 1 hour difference. So we're dinner time.
But he's been rooting for Shervin, so there may be some UK connection there as well. Maybe they know each other from their local
Yeah.
card room. I didn't get a chance to actually chat with Shervin.
Maybe we swapped some action.
Yeah, that's also possible.
It happens a lot.
Oh, I should say for the record that I've swapped about 20% action in all the players at the final table, so I'm the big winner.
So you're the biggest winner of all.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Literally absolutely smashing it.
And for those of you that, once again, are taking me seriously, because sometimes these comments get taken way out of context, no, I do not have any percentage of anyone at the final table. So lots of action. And look how close they are now. So Alexandru did take the chip. No, Vasilios had the chip lead by 1 million, because we see that he's raising to 2 million, but Alexandru right on his neck. Between the two of them, they have around close to 70% of the chips in play.
Yeah, that's exciting. Then you're playing that stack.
And it'll make it very interesting to see how the short stacks navigate, because now the pay jumps aren't just 4,000 and 9,000, and last one being 15,000. The next one is 16,000. Then it really gets serious. A 25,000 jump, another 25,000 jump, a 35,000 jump, and then that massive 85,000 jump at the end, 95,000 jump at the end.
Yeah, I'm super excited for them. That's what you play for when you enter the tournament. You want to be on the final table, and especially once the jumps start to really, really matter. Then every decision becomes so crucial.
And it looks like it's stuck on who? Okay, Alexandru 3-bets here with his ace-7 suited, and Alessandro off his 15 big blind stack. Is he going to decide this is my spot? I've seen Alexandru 3-bet before. Maybe he's not an ace-king type of strong, and we see he has ace-7 suited, so it wouldn't be the worst spot, but I think in real time I'd feel like I have to fold here from an ICM perspective.
But he's the shortest stack, right? So
But there's other stacks that aren't too far from him as well.
that's true. It's a very interesting spot.
I wouldn't mind the shove, but you have no fold equity is your issue. You're better off just being a 3-bet shover when you want to have that fold equity still left. But it looks like he
literally can
he did fold. It
He
looked
was
like for a
close.
second he was going to put his
Yeah.
chips in. And this should fold likely around, because I don't see Vasilios calling out of position with the Jack-10 off. And
Yeah.
nice awareness by Alexandru, taking the chip lead, denying that ace-jack out of the hand.
It's very interesting. You see, as soon as you have chips now, you can start play proper poker and put proper pressure on the medium and short stack players.
Alexandru was one of the players that was pointed out to me while we were reporting at the end of yesterday, and they said he's playing really well. So now we can see that with the chips, that he's showing some controlled aggression,
Yeah.
not getting out of hand, but
He knows what to do. He looks very comfortable and good sizing.
and I wouldn't want to be on the left side of that table. That seems like the jinxing zone. All 3 players out side by side in seats 2 through 4. Maybe they'll put them a little bit more spread out after the break. But Alexandru now will likely open again. I think he's going to get wider and wider until people start playing back at him, actually, because Zizis hasn't been opening as much as I thought he would be. And then when he is doing these lighter opens, he's always getting a 3-bet because somebody actually wakes up with a hand.
Yeah, well, before people had awkward stacks, but now we got really 2 deep stacks, 70 big blinds effective, so we can really like 3-bet and not worry about it.
So Stepas saying Labas Vakaris, which means good evening. I've lived in the UK since 12 years old and played with Shervin at the university a lot. So that means Shervin has played a lot of poker, because he does not look like he is still in university. I'm not saying he's an old man like me, but still I would say that he has a little bit of experience under his belt.
No, that's amazing. Yeah, I hope your friend as well.
Ooh, so we had a shove here, which I'm not quite sure, because there was a 19 big blind stack. I guess he didn't want to get 3-bet shoved upon. But
Let's put your max pressure on your
Alessandro,
shortest.
I
Who
think,
wants
has
to
to call. A fold here, even with ICM, even with the shorter stacks.
I think he's got such an amazing position. He's got 70 bigs and 3 shortest to his left, so he literally can apply max pressure. It's just who wants to battle back.
And he can 3-bet Zizis in the process. It's
It's such a good spot.
happy days.
Very good position on the table.
And Zizis just has to be a little more controlled. Maybe that's why he's been controlled all day. Is Alexandru has shown that he has different moves in his arsenal. Now Alessandro taking his time, but I think you have to get in your... There we go.
Yeah.
He gets it in, gets it
Okay.
in.
Let's hope the best hand holds, like his queen suited.
And Davide easily folding the 8-3. So could we be losing our 4th player in the last 30 or so minutes? Or will the ace-queen hold for a double, putting Alessandro in a livable spot with 32 big blinds? We can see he's a massive favorite. Maybe we see a 7 with 2 clubs in the board for a sweat. I always want to sweat. I don't know why.
You're always rooting for underdog in that hand, yeah.
But here it's like I'm rooting for the player with the lower stack who isn't an underdog in the hand. So I want him to fall behind
Yeah,
and
I
then
mean
pull ahead.
underdog as in a worse hand, but yeah, I want his queen to win because statistically he
And it's
should.
showing Alessandro with a Greek flag, but he's Italian, so it looks like the flags. And Alexandru is Romanian now with an Italian flag. So a little bit of a flag mix up there, but we'll get that fixed, I'm pretty sure. If not soon, then on the break. But meanwhile, ace queen against ace seven, and it's a five of spades out of the window, followed by the eight of clubs, nine of hearts. So ace seven now also a six will help to
Yeah.
complete that inside straight.
You don't want to see that ace queen when someone picks up more equity on the flop.
But maybe a club, maybe like a random club. Nope, it's a nine of diamonds. Now an eight or a five would lead to a chop, a seven or six, and it'll be showers for Alessandro. Otherwise, he doubles up. And the queen of hearts
Nice.
on the turn, matching Alessandro's queen. He didn't need it, but he'll take it. You
Perfect.
see the hands in the air, 32 million chip pot going his way. And Alexandru, who took the lead for the second time just moments ago, now falls back into second place, and it's Zizis by default in the chip lead. And Zizis is the gentleman coming back to his seat. If you watched this during the last battle of Malta, you remember him triumphing at the end, winning the title, 100,000. This is a much bigger event, about 3 times as many entries. And he's back once again. It still blows my mind that he's on a final table again and with the chip lead.
That's, yeah, something else for sure. I mean, statistically, I don't even know what are the odds for that.
I'm going to message the technicians about the flags.
That's like the best feeling when you're short and you just double up and you're in contention for a win. And then there's a couple of people shorter than you. Just nice feeling. Gives you a little bit more comfort.
I messaged Roberto, who's been helping us out, to add a little bit to the payouts. That 800 min cash is missing, and also to work on the flags, but maybe the flags are okay. That still looks like an Italian flag, though, so it was just by random that one flag was correct. And Cosme is from Spain, so he's now Greek.
It's okay.
Yeah, the Greece community can now have somebody else to root for. Why not?
It's still Europe. And I was playing once in Las Vegas, and then the player asked, "Where are you from?" I was like, "I'm from Lithuania." And he said, "Where is Lithuania?" I was like, "In Europe."
Where's
And he wa-
Europe?
And where is Europe? I was like, "Oh, I don't know how do you explain that."
I mean, based on some recent events this week, let's just say I don't have faith in the average intelligence of people from my original home country, but
I was
we won't go
watching-
into that too
we were
much.
watching election till 4 a.m. and then I was like, okay, I mean, everything showing is going one way, so I mean, I'm going to sleep now.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch this anymore.
Let's just say that I will have a long talk with my wife when I get home. Like, it's our backup plan to move in Portugal that I set up 2 years ago and play. You may
Yeah.
see me living in Portugal pretty soon.
Yeah.
I like living in Lithuania, though, but I don't like some of the statements coming out that make me a little bit scared for my family. For me, I don't care. You know, I'm old. I can take risks for myself. I do it on the poker table. But when it comes to my
Yeah.
family, I'm very
What, in
tight and
Lithuania?
conservative. I mean, we can talk offline. We don't
Okay,
need to chat up
yeah.
the stream, but let's just
I thought
say
we were
I don't
talking
get this
about
very...
American election.
No, I'm talking about the American
Oh,
election
right.
affecting me
Yeah.
living in
Oh,
Lithuania.
Right, okay. But yeah, it will affect the rest of the world, that's for sure. It's absolute craziness.
Apologies to anybody that liked the results. You know, everybody can have their own opinion, but it affects me in a
Yeah.
much deeper way, I would say. Alessandro with the sixes. Borderline decision. I think he will open. If it was the hijack. Oh, folds from the cutoff. Interesting.
Well, this tough because you got a shorty on your left, so you don't. There you are. That's
yeah,
why he
would have
folded.
had to fold to 3-bet shove. He's like, I
He
looked at
knew
the
it.
Vita. He has a monster. I'm getting the hell out of this hand.
Yeah, literally, that's exactly how it went. I got sixes, but I mean, he's gonna shove, so I'm folding.
I don't expect a shove here, but he can shove here. That's like a unexploitable kind of move, but probably the most profitable move is just a min raise in this spot.
Yeah. Because you don't want anyone getting in versus you with 2 live cards when you go ace king at this point of the game.
And
You're
he
just
does
happy
shove.
to take it down.
Shervin seems not so happy about folding his queen 10, but I think he's likely folding that to a min raise as well. And Davide up to 17 million once again. He was among the short stacks to start the day, with Cosme being the shortest of short most of the time. Meanwhile, the two of them have stuck around while three other players have hit the rail. It took a while for an elimination to happen. They were very deep. Lots of good poker. The short stacks keep doubling, but then once the gates opened, it was bang, 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 three players
Yeah,
out.
I know. It all happened within the space of 35 minutes.
And I'm pretty sure that puts us on a 45-minute clock now too, but you might be right. It might be it might be down to an hour, or it might be when it's five-handed. That's why it would be nice to see the clock on the
What
screen
time is
once
the
in a
dinner
while.
break for them? Must be soon.
I hope soon. I can use a little dinner. Maybe can pop my head out to see if they're on dinner in real time now, but that won't help me. That won't tell me when they went on dinner.
Yeah.
I can see. I will ask our technicians, when is dinner break on the stream? Is it possible to have the clock show? Okay, so they weren't sure what I meant about the payouts, but we'll get that sorted on the break. I'll go talk to the guys in person. And maybe we can get a clock in the camera screen once in a blue moon. By blue moon, I mean once every 15, 20 minutes, so everybody has their own definition of what's blue.
Yeah.
So Jack 6 against 5-3, two absolute premium hands from the blinds. Sarcasm intended. And not actually the worst spot from an entertainment
Yeah,
perspective, but it
interesting.
does go check, check, and it
Both
got a
of them
little
got
more.
some piece of that.
But now it's boring again. That 5, meh, meh. Alexandru,
But still, one of them want to win it, and both of them got some piece of run out. So it'll be interesting who tries harder, and what's the strategy.
okay, so
Okay,
a little
check,
bit
check.
boring.
Yeah. No one.
There's
Tried
all
to
the
do
chips in the
anything.
world between the two of them, but not enough. It was a kind of an interesting flop, but it kind of died off from there. And a look at the payouts. Add 800 to them all. So first place is 255,800, 160,800 for second, 115,800 for third, and then we leave the 6-digit area from 4 through 6, but just add 800. You can read along for yourselves. It's quite a lot of money any
Yeah.
way you want to look at it.
I think it's nice. The next person's got nearly 50,000 euros locked up. That's pretty cool.
I'm being told my dinner break is in 2 hours, so that's rather interesting.
I think I'll have to leave beforehand for sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if it's going to be that long, I am going to ask them to fix the payouts.
Okay, so that's interesting. We got ace-10 off on the button from one of the chip leaders, and the second chip leader's got also a playable hand, ace-8, which he elects to just fold. And big blinds got jack-8 suited and 17 big blinds, which is very much the defendable hand versus late position open, and a lot of possibilities potentially on the flop. Has nice connectivity. So let's see what he elects to do. I quite like the defend.
It looks like he's following your advice. They are in the future, so maybe he can channel the present somehow. We don't know how this time works. We just know we're in the present, so they must be somewhere else, but not the worst flop for ace-10. I mean, the big blind can be defending with some 7s and 4s, but in general,
Okay, that was a quick check. It'd be interesting to see with Jack 8 betting small, try to fold out Ace X and King X. Because he could rep range. He hits more of his range than button range. But I think once he checks the turn, he's essentially giving up, and Queen is not a good card for him to lead out on now.
I expect this to go check a lot, but we may see. He's looking at his chips.
No, that's
He
interesting.
reached for a second. Something small. That's
wow.
not going to really
So
do
it's
much.
delayed bet. Yeah, 1 million doesn't really achieve anything.
No, it's just wasting a big blind off your stack.
Yeah, I would prefer it actually lead on the turn.
Yeah, if you lead on the turn and bet a little bigger on the river,
Yeah.
you know, if you want to make a play.
But Queen is not a good card to barrel, because when you're repping essentially just a 7, nothing else. And Queen hits a lot of button open range. Yeah. Ace 10 played it well, had showdown, induced a little bluff, so it worked well for him. It's this time of the tournament when you want to start connecting and hitting some flops. Definitely helps.
Busy arguing with the technicians about this 800 min cash, actually, Taiva.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't make much
I'm
of a
just tired of
difference.
adding it back. It's nice to see on the graphics
Yeah.
what they really won.
I mean,
Eftimov should also have an extra 10,000 that I didn't mention. So he had the chip leader bonus, but that wasn't in the graphics too. So his
Yeah, yeah.
prize was actually 36,330 and not the 25,530 or the 26,330 that I said. It just eliminates confusion. We have a lot going on, and it's nice for the viewers to see the accurate information.
yeah.
So we have a raise from the cutoff from Vasilios and Cosme now, likely to jam from the small blind with his tens, knowing that they are very often ahead, but
Yeah.
not necessarily something you want to play out of position with any Broadway card making you scared. So it's better to get the lot in now,
I think it's gonna make like 10,000.
and if you come up against a monster
Sorry,
hand,
10
so be it.
million and be committed. And
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
In case the big blind shoves over and Vasilios comes in, then I guess you can save and try to spin up the 5 million, but I do think I would just shove it all. But he plays, as you said, he's going to leave a few million back if he does. Oh,
he
no,
went all
not
in.
this time. He's now
Yeah.
listening to Jason, channeling into Jason. And the Robbie Jade is going to be folded, and Vasilios quickly folds his, not even Hollywooding, pretending he
Yeah.
has something to think about, so not wasting any time. And Cosme, who had like 4 or 5 big blinds earlier, is now back to near 20.
Nice play. Nice pickup of a pot. Without showdown.
Sometimes easy game.
He added like 25% to his stack just by shoving. It's nice to see the energy changing on the final table. You see people are happier now and we're chatting more because, you know, the next payout is 50,000 and plus, and everyone's like, okay, that's definitely an amount I'll be celebrating and already, you know, probably making plans, friends, whatever happens. Sending messages to mates, come over, I got 50K locked up, whatever happens, we are going out.
Yeah, why not? Let's have a 20K party.
Yeah.
And then wake up the next day, oh God, what did I do? I spewed up 40% of my prize on a party. I've seen crazier things than that over the years, though.
Yeah, tell us, give us some
I'm
stories.
not sure what I can say.
What crazy things you seen?
I've seen basically a guy win and then go play casino games all night and give it all back.
All of it.
Yes.
First place prize.
Yes.
Wow.
You know the Jake Cody story where you put
Oh,
the whole
yeah.
win on the roulette wheel, but he happened to win. I mean, that one dates itself.
Was it real? I don't know. I never knew if it was real or was it
I think it was real, but you
don't
never
know.
know.
Yeah, I
You
don't know.
don't? I mean, then it's pretty like weird. Then why would Jake risk his reputation? You know, it's kind of like he was an ambassador at the time, I think, of Stars.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, either way, it's high variance move for sure.
I mean, I suppose I can be seen doing that if I win a tournament for like a few hundred, but I'm typically not playing live tournaments where that's the top prize. Once in a while for fun, you know, at the end of a festival or the last tournament, you just want to play a little bit, then of course.
I would be organizing a party with my closest family and friends and then take them all on holiday and book sick villa and just, yeah, have a nice 1 week holiday for everyone inclusive.
When you have a 12-year-old kid, I don't think I would be going in that route, but maybe do
Yeah.
something with the family for
Yeah,
sure.
for
But
me,
not
that's
for
okay.
the whole lot for sure. Maybe take like 5-10K and do something.
No, of course, yeah.
So Vasilios back in action under the gun with the Queen 10. It looks like Cosme is going to be active here with his Ace 8 suited from the cutoff. We haven't seen Cosme do these light 3-bets, but most of the stream didn't have the chips to be moving around. And he's maybe going to rethink this a little bit. I mean, depending on what the button and the blinds have, it could be something that works. And if he's called by Vasilios by some really odd reason, he would be ahead here. But is he ahead of Vasilios' under the gun opening range? And he does fold.
I mean, he has a nice stack. No, he doesn't really need to do
Oh.
anything to, jeopardize that.
Let's see what Davide does here. I mean, he knows that he's been paying attention. He knows Vasilios has been active.
That's an interesting spot for sure.
I think he will fold too, but let's see. He's
I would
going.
call.
Yeah, he's just calling.
I would call a show on him. I don't like folding. The
Mm-hmm.
hand is too strong versus the guy who plays a lot of frequent hand.
On the other hand, now he'll be down to 13 big blinds. You know, if he doesn't hit a flop, Vasilios can rep almost anything.
Yeah, but he already put half of a big blind in, so it's better than just jamming, if you think he's got something decent. And plus, you don't want to run into big blinds, big hand as well.
It's a club out of the window. It's 7, 8, 6, 2 diamonds. So it's actually Shervin with the King 5 that flops that monster. So he has the baby end of that open ender, has that flush draw and an overcard. The overcard wouldn't really help him because Davide has a better kicker.
That's a nice flop for King 5 suited.
And let's see if it's a flop that Vasilios will continue. The 9 would give him a straight. Technically, the 10 is live in reality, but he may not think so, and the queen is a live card as well, but it doesn't really, not really the best flop for the under the gun opening range. You know, I guess if you have like something like 9s, 10s, jacks, etc., then you're continuing. So it looks like he's going to put some pressure on the players, but I think it's going to lead to a fold from a Davide, and then Shervin should just jam this 9.9 big blinds.
Yeah, it's easy fold for King Jack of clubs on this board. I think that's why I prefer a call as well, because it's easier to navigate post-flop, and especially with a shorter stack next to you in a big blind. Yeah, that's nice discipline fold for sure.
And a jam as expected by Shervin and Vasilios with the, did he call?
Yeah, he called.
Wow. I guess it was just 6.4 million more into a
Yeah,
21 chip
yeah.
pot, but even that, I don't think you're priced into a jam. I guess he feels he could be jammed by an empty. I mean, the Queen 10 is,
I think he's
it's a
hoping
strange one
it's
to
like
me.
a 8 or 7 jam, so his things go to over pairs, over card, and also backdoor straights, and also backdoor flush potentially. So I mean, his hands got a lot of equity, especially if you put someone on one pair hand.
And we can see even with this strong of a hand by Shervin that Vasilios has 21% equity, so a 4-1 underdog. I guess he was getting the right price actually, or very
Yeah.
close to it.
Definitely.
And the king on the turn ends any potential drama. The top pair,
Well, 9 is changing.
oh,
everything.
9 actually, yeah.
Yeah.
But the 9 of diamonds is dead, so one
Three
out. The
out.
9 of club, because the 9 of spades was burned already. But it's the 2 of
Nice.
clubs on the river. The king 5 holds.
Nice hand.
Shervin fans can rejoice, including Stepas, who is here to watch Shervin on. So we'll be keeping Stepas, I think, a little bit longer because we've kept Shervin around with 27 million. Meanwhile, Vasilios back down to 61 million. He started the day with 65 million, was down to, I believe, 45 or 44 million, and then was up to more than 70 million.
Nice grind, though. Now he's back in the contention.
And we can see that he barely has the chip lead. Alexandria was in the lead twice, but for just a blink of a moment both times. Alessandro and Shervin neck and neck, and Cosme did chip up a little bit, and Davide is now the short stack with just 13 big blinds. And I think after this blind level, we're probably looking at blinds being, well, I don't
It's a
know what
break time,
happened.
I
I guess
think.
it's a break. This is
Yeah.
why we
Perfect.
should see the clock sometimes. But we will be back soon. Diva, are you coming back, or you've kind of had
No,
enough?
I'm going actually for dinner. I
Okay.
got it booked for 8, so.
Bon appetit, and thank
yeah.
you for joining us.
Thank
We
you
didn't
for
talk
having
about
me.
the ladies' event, so I apologize for that. I
No
did talk
problem.
about it before you came in.
Yeah,
It was
it's all
absolutely
good.
epic.
Thank you.
Um,
It was very good. We had such a great time, and Battle of Malta organized an amazing lunch, and we had a massive turnout. Over 30 ladies came, and it was a lot of fun. And then, yeah, we went and played poker, and 122 entries, and
and I
yeah,
heard
it
you
was
did
perfect.
well. I heard you may
Yeah.
have maybe chopped the tournament with 2 other ladies. Is that the?
Yeah, so we chopped freeway because we're even in stacks freeway, and it was very shallow at that point. And then I made another chop for the extra money we played on the side, heads up. So essentially, I got the same as first, and we played for the trophy.
Nice. And everybody in the top 3 also got a Battle of Malta main event seat for next year too, valued at 600 euros. So it was a
Yeah.
value-added affair. That wasn't part of the prize pool. So
Which was
very
another nice, lovely addition by Battle of Malta team for supporting women in poker, and I'm very grateful for that.
So props to the Battle of Malta, but more importantly, props to you, Diva. I know a lot of players came through your initiatives, letting people know that this was happening, saying that you're coming. It looked like a lot of fun. Of course, there's the usual drama that will happen once in a while, but it's people drinking too much kind of stuff. But I assume
don't
that didn't
think
happen.
it happened yesterday.
No?
No.
Okay, that's
Not
good
as
to
far
hear.
as I know. I mean, everyone had a drink, as any player would do at the table, if we allowed to have drinks, and I think it's all fine. And yeah, it was. We were on a final table, just like you're streaming now, with the last 9 players, and yeah, it was a good game and a good battle. And Gia from Sweden, she won, and yeah, she played super well.
Well, congrats to Gia, and congrats to you, Diva,
Thank you.
and thank you for joining us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm not sure if I'm alone or if we will have a new guest, but see you all soon.
Thank you, and good luck to the rest of the players still in. Is it off now?
You need to do.
I hope it was on.
Welcome back. The players are coming back to their seats. And right now, it's just me in the commentating booth. I'm Jason Glatzer, for those of you just tuning in. Been with you all day long. And Vasilios Zizas is back on top with 6 remaining in the main event. He was the chip leader to start today. He coughed it up a couple times to Alexandru very briefly. He is also the defending champion. And look at this. We have the payouts updated with that 800 min cash. Any kind of mathematical calculations I have to done are done for me now. So you'll see that the next player out will get 50,650 euros, and then it's a 16,000 pay jump from there to 66,600 euros, and then 91, 170, 115, 900, 160, 800, and 255, 800 for tonight's champion. The blind levels will now be 45 minutes in length the rest of the way, so we'll be playing these 400, 800 big blind, which just happened. We then had the 500,000, 1 million, so we're looking at now a 600,000, 1.2 million blind, and then we're looking at 1 million, 1.5 million. And then after that, we're going to take a 75-minute dinner break. And then we will be back after that for the conclusion of the main event if it is not over before the dinner break, which would be highly unlikely with about 210 million chips in play. It looks like everybody is back on time from their 15-minute break. And we had quite an exciting time when Diva joined us. Then we bang, bang, bang had a few eliminations going on. That was actually before the last break. But it was a pleasure to have Diva in the booth with us. And before that, we had Fotios Nomaris. And at some point today, we'll grab Jonathan Rabb to join us as well. The action back underway. Alexandru now with 56 million folding ace-3 from under the gun. Cosme folding his 10-5. Alessandro, though, with the cutoff. A suited ace is putting the cards in the box. I expect him to be reaching for some chips from the cutoff. And does min raise it to 2.4 million. That'll get Shervin to fold his suited queen. If he does come along, he has a hand that's dominated by Alessandro. And Vasilios likely to at least call here. I wouldn't expect to see a raise, but you never know. And does indeed call, so 6.6 million in the pot already. And the threes are still ahead on the 9-5-6 flop, but Alessandro now, his ace is live, his 8 is live, a 7 would complete a straight, and also has backdoor flush draw on top of that. So although behind, he does have some potential to get to where he needs to be. And now this even opens up more outs after the board paired, so it's also now any 5, any 9 would counterfeit that pocket threes, and it would be that ace that Alessandro is holding coming into play. Whereas Vasilios at that point, if the board double pairs, would be basically playing the board. But let's see if Vasilios decides to put some pressure after Alessandro checked. And indeed he does. It's about a 3.6 million. And is thinking it over, but does fold, and Vasilios taking down the pot and up to 64 million. He did begin today with 65 million. Was as low as 45, 44 million, was up above 70 million as well, but basically been in the chip lead for most of the day outside of maybe 10, 15 minutes when Alexandru had it for 2 different times. Cosme with a 2 Broadway cards from under the gun. Let's see if he decides to play this off a 19 big blind stack. It looks like he's reaching for some chips, so let's see if it's a min raise or something else. Looks like a min raise to 2.4, and that's confirmed by the graphics. So Alessandro folding his 8-4, Davide folding his suited trade deuce, and Shervin with the king 5 likely to go in the muck from the button, and indeed it does. And Vasilios with jack 9 offsuit, perhaps a hand he would defend from the big blind, but from the small blind, especially with Alexandru, the only other big stack in the big blind, I don't see a reason to do anything but fold, and he agrees as well. And Alexandru with the queen 7, opting not to defend. It would have spelled trouble if it was a queen high flop. But Cosme happy enough from under the gun to earn a few million. Those will go back in the next 2 hands, though. He's putting up 2.4 million as the big blind right now, 1.2 million in front of him, and 1.2 million in the middle as an ante, which will happen to every player in the big blind. Alessandro with the 9s. We know he's going to play them, but is he going to play with just a min raise? Is it going to be something else? I'm guessing it'll be something close to a min raise, if not a min raise. It looks like the 2.4 once again. Although it looks like 2.5 unless he announced 2.4 based on the chips I see out in front of him, but maybe he verbally said 2.4. And so far, everybody not waking up to anything, but Cosme with the 9-4, he'll be letting it go too. So it was Alessandro's turn to take down a pot from under the gun. And Cosme does take his time, but does eventually fold. No reason to defend that kind of hand. Oh, we got a duck on the back of that one. Not sure what the duck is doing there. And we can see they've recentered the players, so they're now in different seats than before. The corner seats are empty. Everybody kind of centered more towards the middle on the last break. That's not only helpful for us from a viewer point of view, but it's better for the players too, because when you're sitting on those corners, it's very hard to sometimes see everybody's chips. And same for the people that are looking at the players and the chips in the corners. So well done there. And Alexandru now, the second place player, will be opening the button with Jack 10 offsuit. To 2.7 million, so tossing an extra couple chips on top of that min raise. Cosme is going to have to fold this 10-5. And Alessandro, though, with ace 3 is a different story. All 3 different possibilities, calling, raising, and folding, all in play, depending on how he wants to approach this spot. does indeed defend his big blind. Is a little bit ahead. And 3-4-7 flop. So bottom pair for Alessandro, nothing for Alexandria, but is he going to try to represent something? Or will he check it back? Alexandria Farcansano has been playing solid poker the last few days. And we are at a 45-minute clock now, not a 90-minute clock. So while the, let's say, decision-making process taking a little bit longer than you might be used to was not a worry then, it is maybe going to come into play at some point. $4.8 million, so in between 1/3 and 1/2 of the pot. Might get the job done. We can see that Alessandro's ahead, but does Alessandro think that he's ahead? Or does Alessandro want to just call to see what happens on the turn? He has a backdoor flush draw, can improve to 2 pair at the trips. The problem is you're going to be playing this pot out of position the rest of the way. And unless your hand turns into an absolute monster, you're very often going to be forced to fold the best hand. And that's exactly what happened to Alessandro, but at least it happened before things got too expensive. And Alexandro, with a little bit of aggression there, up to 57 million in chips. Shervin with the 6s. Folding them from under the gun, which was really the low jack as it's 6 max. Alexandria folding his 10-3 offsuit. Cosme, though, with ace jack on the button. It's just a question of whether he's going to raise or effectively jam. A fold is never in play here. He is asking, it looks like Shervin, how much he has. No, not the Shervin. Maybe 2. So min raised by Cosme. Alessandro folding from the small blind, and Davide with the ace-5 from the big blind on an 11 million chip stack, and he's jamming it in. Are we going to see a call here by Cosme? It would be for most of his stack. We see how far ahead he is. Cosme was by far the smallest stack to start today, and he could be making the final 5 if he calls and his ace-jack is good. And he does call, folks, so we could be losing another player right away, and a crowd is coming around. Ace-jack against ace-5. So both players really kind of a little bit at risk here, I would say. Like Cosme, I mean, he's used to being a short stack, but he would be back down to 6 big blinds if this doesn't hold. And it's a 7-king, 6 flops, so some backdoors for Davide. Otherwise, Cosme pulls further ahead despite not hitting his jack. The 2 of diamonds was not an action card, so now Davide desperately needs a 5, and we can see 2 of them are dead, so it's 1-5 and only 1-5, and it's the 8 of spades on the river, so it's good game to Davide. Out in 6th place for 50,650 euros, so well done to Davide. Nice run. And Cosmo, meanwhile, is going from 0 to hero. He's now in the middle of things with just 5 players left after nursing that short stack throughout the day. And now the top 5 players have locked up even more. The 5th place finisher will go home with 66,600 euros, and it just goes up and up from there. 4th, 91, 170, 3rd, 115, 800, 2nd, 160,800, and tonight's winner will take home 255,800 euros. And to put this all into perspective, even the 3rd place winner is going to win more than Vasilios Zizas won in that other big Battle of Malta main event back in the spring that we commentated. But this one is just on steroids, more or less. Triple the field size of the one in the spring. And I'll be back in the spring. I'm looking forward to the next Battle of Malta on April 2nd to April 9th. I would consider booking some reservations more on the earlier side before prices start to go up. You can still probably grab some cool hotel room deals. The flights are still going to be reasonable if you plan ahead. I wouldn't wait too long because when word gets out with some more official announcements, prices are going to begin to get up. So I'd consider booking your trip now. I know I'm going to fairly soon as well, likely tomorrow in front of the pool. I'll pull out the phone and book my trip over. Meanwhile, Alexandru, it's the first time we've had a mystery hand, I believe, today, opening the hijack with a mystery hand. And Shervin with the Queen 5. We may never know what Alexandru had because I don't think Shervin's going to defend here. Maybe if it was suited. And Alexandru picking up some cheap chips. So I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream. For those of you that have been watching on YouTube, I apologize that I cannot chat with you. The chat is disabled there. If you do want to send a comment over to me, I will read it out loud if I can understand it and try to answer any questions that you might have. Otherwise, I really hope that you're enjoying this high-octane table. We've seen a lot of good poker today. All 5 remaining players would be a deserving champion. And in fact, one of them is already a champion, and Vasilios Zizas. He won this very event back in the spring. And we have a raise to 2.7 million by Alexandru with King 9 off from under the gun. So now 5-handed, his range is getting a little bit wider. Cosme folding his Queen 9. Alessandro with a better hand with the Ace 8, but it's an under the gun open. Ace 8 doesn't flop very well. Isn't really the kind of hand you want to 3-bet with, especially when you're not suited versus an under the gun open. So I'm not surprised about the fold, but let's see what Shervin does here from the small blind. Decisions, decisions, decisions. We did have some Shervin fans in the chat earlier. In fact, I see some more recent comments from people like David Sivai. So some fans in here for Shervin. We can see that he is dominating Alexandru. Does just call on Vasilios with an Ace 5. Maybe if it was suited, we'd be seeing a 3-bet. Maybe we see it anyway. Maybe he'll peel. Maybe he'll just fold everything in play. He's checking his cards again. Are they suited? Nah. I'll put them back in the box. Just what I thought they were. He looks like he's in a bit of pain here. Does look like a 3-bet. Three bet to 9.5 million, so quite a big 3-bet. And both players fold, so Vasilios padding his lead back near 70 million in chips. Shervin folding the Jack 5 on the button. Vasilios with the King 6. He's either going to call or he's going to raise. He's not going to open fold the King from the small blind in an open pot, even with the other big stack having position on him. And we'll see if Alexandru decides to bump it up with the Jack 3. He also is respecting the fact that Vasilios is the one player covering him, plus his hand is pretty crappy, but you can isolate with those kind of hands if you want to. But meanwhile, Vasilios flopping the world, Queen, King 6, Rainbow, 2 pair for Vasilios. Is he going to check it? Indeed he does. Is Alexandru going to take a stab and sink some money into the pot? He's not going to fall into the honey trap. And it's the 10 of spades on the turn, so giving Alexandru now an open-ender, some hope in this hand. Any ace, any 9. We only see one dead 9 in somebody's hand, or maybe a burn card. And now Vasilios will try to get a little value out of his hand. And does get Alexandru to fold that open-ender to Broadway. So denying the equity value, he might think, well, I didn't get paid for my 2 pair, but you didn't see what the river might be, so it might be good that you got a fold there. We shall never know. Are there any family members of any of the players watching this? And you can respond on the Facebook chat. But meanwhile, Alexandru, it folds around to him with 9-4. And I guess any 2 will do from the small blind for him. We will see what he plans to do. I don't imagine it's going to be a complete if you're playing the 9-4. And it looks like he is jacking it up, putting some pressure on Cosme, who has 31 million now. It's been quite the day for the short stack Cosme. He's no longer the short stack, but I'm just so used to calling him that because that's what he was for almost the entire day. And giving him the stare down. I'm giving him the credit. The Queen 5 is not really that good of a hand anyway, but we see that it was far ahead. And Alexandru's aggression continues to pay off. Well, it's nice to see the players still enjoying themselves. Sounds like something is happening at that high roller. I don't know if they're on the money bubble, if they're on the final table. Maybe I'll pop open the blog to see what's happening, what the last update is of that. The last it was, now that's a much earlier update. Maybe I can find in a different way, as the blog is not giving me that information right now, but I can try to find it. Meanwhile, Cosme now in the small blind with the suited king. Yeah, they must have been on the money bubble because there's 16 players left now. And 13 get paid, so it wasn't quite a money bubble. Maybe that was an announcement for some other reason. So it's getting closer, which is why I did not see any updates, because we're not actively covering the high roller, but passively covering it. The main event, though, you can follow the highlight hands. If you miss them, head to thebattleofmalta.com, click on the live blog link. All the double ups and eliminations should be there. And is Alessandro going to defend? It looks like he does. It's a jack out of the window, and what a flop. This could be action. This could spell some trouble. Alessandro with the straight right off the bat, but Cosme with the top pair. You would expect him to continue. He opened up from the small blind, got top pair. You can probably discount those ace-10s that might have three-bet. So it'd really be the 10-9 that you're behind, maybe a queen-jack, but I'm not sure if that would have re-raised. Maybe not. But it goes check-check. So Alessandro is disguising the strength of his hand, and this may not develop the way that he wanted with that ace. I mean, now it's just a 10, and that's more likely that Cosme now thinks with an ace that maybe I should just continue checking, but maybe Alessandro now will bet his 10. Maybe do like a small bet of like 2 million or something in that range. But let's see what he decides to do. Cosme is saving some chips by not betting that flop. And now the board got very dangerous for Cosme. But I think we will see a bet here after it's checked twice over to him. He has to try to get some value sometime, and it's a bet of 3 million. 2.6 million. There was 3 million in chips, but he did a verbal announcement to 2.6 million. And while Cosme would have had to call a similar kind of bet on the flop on the turn here, he could be drawing dead, and we see that he is. He's not really drawing dead, he's drawing to a chop, but similar idea. If Broadway comes to the board, then the board plays. But Cosme is calling, not realizing how far behind he is. Maybe the third heart slows things down for Alessandro. I feel like he could have potentially gotten a little more value out of this hand, but maybe if he bets the flop and the turn, then he would get a fold then, so maybe this was capped out at his value. Either way, he will have at least 31 million after the hand, and Cosme will be down to no more than 25 million, depending on whether he calls a bet by Alessandro, and depending on whether Alessandro even bets. He no longer has the nuts on the board, and does check it behind, so we'll never know what happened. Cosme is showing his king 3. He's going to see that 10-9 and be like, ooh, I saved some chips there. So while it's not a bad beat for Alessandro because he won the hand and now is about 31 million, he may or may not have missed a little bit more value after flopping the second nuts. Ah, what a gentleman there. We got a high five there at the end by Davide. Alexandru with the pocket fours now. taking his time here. It isn't a open and shut situation with the pocket fours, but based on how Alexandru has been playing all day, I do expect an open from him. So an open for 2.7 million. And Alessandro with some decisions to make from the small blind with that king queen, playing off a 30 million chip stack. Well, if they're just winning a hand against Cosme. It looks like a 3-bet might be incoming. At least it's being counted out, and here it goes across the line. 8.3 million maybe, let's see. 9.3 million, so even bigger. And Alexandru with the snap fold. So Alessandro picking up some free chips there with a little bit of aggression. Would have been slightly behind if he just called or if his 3-bet was called. Very impressed with the talented group on this final table. Very often when you reach final tables, especially when you have such a massive field, you wind up in situations where either people are thrown off their game a little bit because of the money involved, or they're not playing as solid poker as some of the others. But this is quite the clinic. It's very interesting to watch, and hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. Meanwhile, Cosme here with the premium hand, ace-jack suited from the cutoff. I think he's asking Jesus how much he has, but we know he has heaps. Heaps and heaps and heaps. Ooh, this could be very interesting. Cosme opening with the ace-jack suited, but the dealer button with Alessandro with the ace-10 off against a cutoff open, we may be seeing a 3-bet. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something else, but I have a feeling it may be a 3-bet, and he's reaching for some 3-bet chips. Counts them out quickly in his hand, and it's a 3-bet to 7 million. So nearly a 6x 3-bet. Folds back around to Cosme with the ace-jack suited. We see he has the best hand. Is he going to just ship it in? Is he going to fold? And we don't think he can call here. Not out of position. Cosme taking his time. And does fold the best hand. So Alessandro taking one away up to 41 million in chips. And does a fist bump in the air too. If he knew that he was facing against ace-jack and got ace-jack suited to call, maybe the fist bump would have lasted a little bit longer. But he'll take that. Cosme folding the ace-9 from under the gun. Maybe a little scared off after 3-betting. Now under the gun 5-handed is sort of like late position, middle position. It's basically the hijack as well as under the gun. Vasilios giving a walk and a smile with the 6-deuce, and Alexandria with the jack-8 would have likely been okay playing that hand to a raise. You can't just limp there. The fold is the more obvious of the decisions. We'll take a quick peek again at the super high roller. That includes a 4,000 package to the winner. And that has 16 players left in real time, with 13 getting paid at least a 3,650 euro min cash. So best of luck to all the high roller players. I see my friend Philip Pearson is still around. Joris Ruiz is still in as well. Martin Pick, another friend, is still in. Luigi Di Altero, who is always playing in big events in Malta, is also still alive. Meanwhile, Vasilios has something better than 6-2 offsuit this time and opens with ace-7 offsuit from the button. Alexandru, once again, thinking about a decision which I believe he will be folding. But we've seen him raise in these spots too where he's pausing, so I guess it's some kind of bouncing he's doing with his time. Sorry about that. Somebody just walked into my back room again, so we had to get the door closed. But meanwhile, we have Vasilios, this time with Jack-10. We just saw him fold an offsuit, raise an offsuit ace. We saw them previous hand give an open fold with the 6-2 off. And Alexandria with the 7-3 suited will get out of the way. And Cosme, these aren't cards that we've ever seen him play, so they're certainly going away. And Alessandro may decide to do a light defend with the 8-4 off, 8-4 suited, only because it's suited. Probably would be folding an 8-4 off and does indeed defend. And does have 2 live cards. Not the flop either player wanted to see, although Alessandro has a backdoor flush draw and Vasilios is still ahead. But if Vasilios is able to find the bet here, it should work. It looks like a small bet as well. Maybe 125,000. It's 1.5 million. Alessandro has some backdoors, not only to the flush, but also for a straight. But isn't enough. If he doesn't think his 8 and 4 are still live, it probably is not, and he does indeed fold. It's been an absolutely fantastic festival. Tomorrow I'll be able to take it all in at the pool, have a few meetings with people, and then I will fly back to Lithuania Friday morning. Have some time with the family over the weekend, maybe play a little bit of online poker. Probably will not be visiting my local until near the middle of the month. But meanwhile, we have Alexandru back in action, a little bit more than a min raise at 2.5 million with the Queen Jack. From the cutoff, Alessandro thinking about what to do with the King 3 offsuit, but I don't think he's really thinking, and indeed he does fold. And Shervin with the 7-5, it would be a light defend. If it's suited, I would expect to defend. We can see that he has fairly good equity in the hand, but I'm not surprised he folded. I think most of my notes on players online is just actually how they play in the blinds. That just becomes valuable information if you get to a new table and you've played with that player before. That's never stuff you're going to remember. Obviously, on some sites you can use something like Poker Tracker to help you with that, but I find with these kind of like little anomalies, it's better just to take some notes, especially if you're not playing 100 tables. I cap out at 6, so it's easy enough to do. And Cosme, the short stack to start the day, that's made it to the final 5 with pocket 6s. And saying, nope, I do not want to play that. And maybe that could have been an interesting spot with Alessandro waking up with pocket 5s on the button. I don't think he's going to fold. He probably would have folded to an open, but maybe would have done something else. But we won't know that for now. And it looks like an open to 3 million. No, 2.4 million. So just a min raise and Shervin folding. And Vasilios with the ace-3. I would expect our defending champion to do something from a button open, whether it's a 3-bet or a call. A fold would surprise me coming from Zizas based on how we've seen him play not only during this battle of Malta, but when he won the spring edition. Oh, we see somebody making those hand signals in the back. So the rail is having some fun too, and he does just defend his big blind. And Alessandro playing his 5s in position can rep something else. But maybe not on this flop. It's a 10-3-4 flop, so the 5s are still good. I wouldn't be surprised if Alessandro decided to continuation bet. And he may get a call by Vasilios with the bottom pair. It looks like 2.2 million, but we'll wait for it to come up on the screen. Indeed, it is 2.2 million, exactly 1/3 of the pot. And Vasilios thinking through his options. And does call, interesting. This should be a cause of concern for Alessandro. May slow things down now with the 8 coming on the turn. That's now 2 overcards to his 5s. And does check it back. And the 10 of clubs on the river, that should actually make Alessandro a little bit more comfortable with his hand, but I think this, if Vasilios checks, I expect Alessandro to check it back. Maybe he'll try to target a 4 or 3. because it makes it less likely that it was a 10. And after the turn was checked back, you would very often see Vasilios firing away on rivers, especially if he connected with the board a bit better than he has. So fives get the job done for Alessandro, who's now up to 43 million. Zizas still in good shape with 70 million, our defending champion Vasilios Zizas. Nice guy, good player, very popular in the Greek poker community. And then we would have to ask what they do with that Wall of Fame. Do you get two pictures? I imagine you do if you win 2 titles, and I'm hoping that would be the case. But first, Zizas would have to win, and then we will see what will happen when we come back in the spring for the 2025 Battle of Malta Spring Edition. The dates were already announced for April 2 to 9. There'll be a more official announcement after the festival, but for those of you listening in, you got a sneak peek at the dates. Telly Bartolo shared them yesterday, the event manager, during an interview I did with him that went live somewhere, at least on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's made its way to Facebook yet. So an open by Alessandro. Blinds are now up to 1 million, 1.5 million. So that was a quick 45 minutes. And a jam here by Shervin. That'll get the job done. Shervin's 15 million now only means 10 big blinds. Earlier, that would have been a big stack of 25 big blinds when we started the day. Alessandro is going to see that this is too much to call. If it was a little bit less, he could take his chances. It seems to want to call, though. I think he's going to talk himself out of that. Does indeed fold as we expected. And Stepas wants to know how Sherv's getting on. Is he bottom stack at the moment? I believe he is, but we'll probably get a chip count graphic pretty soon. And things can change awfully quickly with the blinds up as far as they are. And then after the dinner break, it'll get really serious, assuming we don't have a mass amount of 4 eliminations in the next 40 minutes. I guess anything is possible. We saw no eliminations for a long time, and then we saw 3 of them in about a 30-minute period, maybe even less. And it looks like we have Giuseppe back as our TV table dealer. Shout out to all them. And I see Simon's comment. I remember Nicoletta. We talked about it last year. Hope you are well. We did have some Cypriots in this field, but none advanced to the final table. That was in response to Nicoletta leaving for Cyprus, who was here during the spring and she played in the ladies event. I remember her on the feature table. Wasn't sure if it was final table or feature table, but Nicoletta corrected me and it was feature table. That was definitely interesting to commentate on with all the different styles from all the ladies. We had a nice mix of very experienced players, some that are playing for the first or third time, and everything in between. So it was very entertaining. And an interesting raise here by Vasilios with the Jack Deuce suited, but with the chips that he has, he can get away with murder. He's going to fold to any 3-bet. But let's see. if Cosme can pull the trigger with the ace-8, he should know by now that in the later stages that Zizis is being a little bit wider with his opens, but on the other hand, he also has Shervin with a short stack as well. And Cosme has been playing pretty tight with the short stack, and he finds himself short once again. And does indeed jam, and he should get a snap fold by Vasilios, and Zizis does indeed fold, so a nice little pickup there by Cosme Gomez Martinez. The short stack to start the day, still alive with 5 players left, already locking up 66,600 euros. That will be awarded to the 5th place finisher. Alexandru with the king-6, opening it up for a little bit more than a min raised. Jacking it up to 3.5 million. Cosme with the 10-9. So Alessandro playing back with a raise to 12 million, and this will get the job done. I'm wondering if he's seeing something, some tells from Alessandro. I mean, ace deuce, you can be doing this, but we haven't really seen these kind of moves from Alessandro with a hand such as this. And is an Alexandru now maybe saying, you know what, he didn't seem that confident. Maybe I do the first 4-bet bluff that will see the day. We talked about that earlier, how there could be some tricky moves even though players are playing pretty tightly for the most part, that when that 4-bet happens, people are going to give you all the respect in the world. He is thinking hard about this king-6. I mean, we can see equity-wise he's not far off, but against the range of the 3-bet by Alessandro, it's not that Alessandro has been 3-bet happy. And does indeed fold, so nice awareness by Alessandro, getting up to 45 million in chips and counting. Stepas, you're asking what the buy-in at 300. So it's a trick question. For those, I see Danielle already answered that it was 600. So what happened was it is a 600 euro buy-in event, so that part is correct. But for the nights, at night there was a turbocharged 300 euro fight, so it was a half-price affair. They got half the chips. It was half the amount of blind level, so it was 20 minutes instead of 40 minutes. And the most important factor that it created some fairness, that 15% of the normal fields advanced already in the money, but in the 300 fight it was just 7.5%. So you really had to grind your ass off to make day 2 through the 300 euro fights. But most of the players decided to go with the 600. There was more than 1,000 that did participate in that 300 euro fight too. But back to the action, Vasilios with the ace-10 from under the gun. It's a hijack open when it's 5-handed, more than fine, and so far it's folding all the way around to the small blind Alessandro with the 5-2 suited. I don't think he's going to get fancy with that, and it's Over to Shervin. What does he have? Queen 9. He might opt to defend. I don't think he's going to 3-bet. And I would also be a little bit surprised if he folded, but not too surprised. I think the call is kind of the obvious play here, though. And does indeed call. Ooh, so we have some action here. We have Vasilios flopping the top pair on the 9 ace-6 flop with 2 clubs, 1 heart. Shervin with that middle pair. It's going to be hard for him to go too far, but he does have a tricky stack depth at just 12 big blinds. So Stepas asking who the defending champion. That was Vasilios who just bet. Vasilios sees this. Vasilios continued for 3,750,000, and Shervin now down under 10 big blinds after he called, but he can still improve. We've seen it happen before. We'll see it again, but maybe not during this hand. And it's the 7 of spades on the turn. So Vasilios, who is already ahead in 8, would give him a straight. And Shervin checking once again. Shervin Gassamloo with the Union Jack flag next to him. And a bigger bet by Vasilios. In fact, it was the biggest of them all with a jam. And is now up to 75 million in chips. I think that might be an all-time high for him. If not, it's pretty close to it. So for those of you watching the stream on Facebook that are able to chat, who are you guys rooting for? I kind of had my eye on the Bulgarian Ivalio Eftimov before he unfortunately went out in 8th place. Did get that extra 10,000 bonus. I think all 5 players are deserving champions. I got to know Vasilios a little bit because he won last year, and we were talking a little bit this year. But I'm not sure if I want a defending champion to win or a new champion. I don't think there's a losing answer to that question. Stepas is absolutely correct that his friend Shervin has just a shoving stack now when you're under 10 big blinds. So, I mean, we have seen actually Cosme open fold off, I think it was a 9 big blind stack, so it doesn't have to be a shoving stack. But I look at it that way too. And Alessandro on the button with the 8-7 suited. Looking down at his chips, I think an open is very likely. But it looks like just a limp. So we haven't seen this limping strategy, but maybe now that the stack depths all around are a bit lower. With the big blind now at 1.5 million, we will start seeing that a little bit more often. Taking a playbook out of Dominic Nietzsche, who I've tried to study while he's doing it, but I can't figure it out, and I've never actually asked Dominic why he's doing that, but it does work for him. But he's usually doing it off a tiny stack size, not one this big. And why not? Flop top 2 for Alessandro. I'm not sure he'll get any action from it, and he can't really be affording to check this back because even though you have the top 2, it is a dangerous connected 8-7-6 flop. Even the rainbow doesn't matter too much. You still want to either take it down or at least know where you're standing. You can always check a turn if you get called on the flop, and a big smile on his face. We keep going back to this duck. If anybody in the chat knows what that duck is, you'll save me a trip later to find out why. And that duck looks loaded. He has a lot of money. I might be smoking a cigar. I'm not sure what that duck is up to. But meanwhile, we're back to the action. Cosme with the ace-3 suited from under the gun. He's been playing fairly tight. Now, while I would open this because it's really just the hijack, I won't be surprised if Cosme folds. It is a little bit of a borderline open, but nope, not borderline for him, and he will be opening for a min raise. And Alessandro forced to fold his 9 tray, and Shervin, who is getting lower and lower on chips, it's not the right time to be going card dead with the 6 high. Vasilios with the 8 high, and Alexandru not likely to defend with Jack 3 off, so it worked out well for Cosme. He at least has some new chips to pay the big blind and the ante, and then the next hand the small blind. And that's where his pot will go if he's not playing any cards. And we should be on a 75-minute dinner break before you know it. I know I will need that break, being that I haven't eaten since breakfast. And I expect a ton more action with 5 more players remaining. So Alexandru, getting a little fancy from the small blind. You don't want to necessarily be limping. You could either fold or raise. You can limp it too. It's just not the option I would take. And a pretty sizable raise, more than 3x. It's likely to get the job done, get the better hand than the queen 4 to fold. And it does do the trick. So Alexandru now up to 50 million in trips. Stepa saying that Shervin's been card dead most of the day. At least it feels like it. I would say the same about Cosme. I think he was even more card dead when he was short. You could see some of the frustration at times. He managed to get back in, so let's see if Shervin can do the same thing. Folds around to the button. Alexandru also folding his 5 high. Cosme with ace king, though. We know he's not folding. Thinking about maybe how much to raise to, whether he wants to just shove, whether he wants to limp to induce. And it does look like a little limpy for the trap. Will Alessandro fold into it? I think he will be checking back with the 9-7, but maybe he'll raise it. But doesn't look like that's the case. So a well-disguised big slick for Cosme. And this could spell a little bit of trouble for Alessandro. He might think that his 7 is good, that Cosme maybe would have raised his aces. And Cosme checking. Let's see if Alessandro decides to take a poke at this pot. And he does not, and it's a king of diamonds on the turn. So it's getting better and better for Cosme, but not better in terms of getting some action from Alessandro. Now it's much easier for him to get away. And now it looks like a min bet coming. A little bit more, maybe 2.25 million. And that's what it is. And Alessandro wasting no time to make the call, but he's drawing to just a 7. He has no way of knowing that. And it wasn't a 7 instead of the 4 of hearts. Completes the board on the river, adding a 3rd heart to the board. So this may slow Cosme down. I'm not sure he would have gotten another call anyway to another bet. You may want to bet it anyway. A check call would be decent, but Alessandro with some showdown value is checking it back, and Cosme picking up the pot up to 29 million in chips. And that lovely dog, it spent so much time the last 2 days here at the Eden Arena as part of the Intercontinental Hotel Malta, connected to Casino Malta. Very friendly dog, very calm dog. Probably the dog knows how to play poker better than me by now, with all the time it spent watching poker action. I think Stepas, it's about 15 minutes to the dinner break. I'm probably going to order food now, and if it arrives before the break, I will ask my friend Jonathan Rabb, who is busy reporting with another friend in Luca, the final table, along with other happenings. And we'll probably get Jonathan in the booth after dinner time. And meanwhile, we're back to the action. Vasilios raising it up to 3 million in chips. Alexander thinking through his options with the 4s. I think this will be a fold for him, but maybe he's reaching for a 3-bet. Well, it looks like 9 million in chips right there. Would be about the 3-bet size. Adding a little bit of juice on top, so I think 9.25 million. And that's what it is. Oh, wow, Cosme also with pocket 4s. This is rather interesting. He's folding to that 3-bet, and who can blame him? You could see some wild people on the rail there. Get Shervin to fold the 6 high. Now, Vasilios, what are you going to do here? I think you need to just fold. But Zizas may be thinking otherwise. Or defending champion in a spot now. Taking his time. It is a spot, though. If he thinks Alexandru is 3-betting late, maybe we'll see something, but I think it'll be a fold, and he does let go. Perhaps a little bit of Hollywooding there. Ace-9 is not that strong, but it was kind of a spot if he's putting Alexandru on, just getting a little bit cute, saying next time you raise, I'm going to 3-bet. So Shervin having a laugh here. Back to the card deadness that Stepas was saying, but it is a jack. But is short, but opts to fold and getting lower and lower down. And it's good he folded because, I mean, he could have gone there, but he would have been snapped off by Vasilios with those sixes. And now after paying the big blind and the big blind ante, he is down to just 6 big blinds. He's going to need to get a spot to double up. Perhaps even before then, he can get another player to hit the rail. But right now, Shervin in the most jeopardy. It used to be Cosme all the time, but he's chipped up since the last break. Got some breathing room. Now it's Shervin on the ropes. Cosme, you have Jack 5. We know you're not going to play it. You know you're not going to play it. Ah, deja vu, Alessandro, but he folded his a little quicker. And Shervin on the button. Is this going to be it? Is he going to take his chances here, try to get back 4 million in chips? He would, if it gets through and he shoves, then he gains about half of his stack, but he probably would have been called by Vasilios with this ace-8 to a small stack shove. So maybe it was for the best. And does raise. We don't know what Alexandru had, but maybe it'll come up on the graphics. He had Jack 8, so it would have been a dominating ace 8 versus Jack 8. But Alexandru opting to fold. And being that we have a few Shervin fans in the chat, I do hope he is able to spin it up. Back to the action. While this hand's being dealt out, I'll take a quick peek at whether the super high roller is in the money. And they are. They're down to 12 left. Domenico Di Francesco, he bubbled the event. Meanwhile, Ettore Esposito was the first player to cash. But 12 left in that, and they are playing for a 48,440 euro top prize in that one. Meanwhile, we have some action here. We have Shervin jamming it with the ace-3, Vasilios with the call with ace-9. So Shervin in a bit of trouble, will need to get a little bit lucky to survive. But let's see. We have lots of players coming around. Shervin, very popular around here. While Vasilios is also popular, but a lot of the Greek players have left on their flight already, so his rail has become a bit thinner. Let's do it for Shervin fans. Give us a tease out of the window. The 4 diamonds out of the window, followed by an ace and a 6. So both players with top pair, but that 3 kicker now is looking uglier and uglier. He wouldn't have minded an ace like Jack 10 kind of flop. And the 7 of diamonds on the turn gives him a few more outs. So now a 5 or a 3 for Shervin to stay alive. What will it be? It's the Queen of Clubs on the river, so it showers to Shervin Gaslamlou. He's out in 5th place for 66,600 euros. Now the money has gotten even bigger for the final four players. They each have locked up 91,170 euros, and those prizes will continue to climb for the final four players. But very good game by Shervin. Pleasure to watch, and I hope we don't lose as fans on the stream. But if so, thank you for tuning in. And here we can take a look at the prizes of the first five players to hit the rail on the final table in Shervin Gasimlu, Davide Anaka, Kyriakos Papadopoulos, Ivalio Eftimov, and Pascale Gregorio. And now the next prize is 91,170 euros. After that, third place 115,800 euros, second place 160,800 euros, and tonight's ultimate winner will not only get that beautiful trophy, the honor, the picture on the wall of fame of the Battle of Malta, but also a 255,800 euro top prize, more than $250,000. Cosme with a nice hand from the small blind. It folded around to him with the ace-9. Does just call. And Alessandro with the 7s. Oh my God, what's going to happen here? We just had a player go out. They seem to go out in pairs, sometimes in threes. Both players with strong hands, and with Cosme limping, I would expect Alessandro to raise. And it looks like he is taking back his chips, reaching for some new ones, raising to 5 million, it looks like. And that's what it is. Now, is Cosme going to come over the top? Are we going to see a 50 million chip flip? Will he get out of the way? Will he call? All options are available. A limp shove would be a decent move a lot of the time because he should be raising much wider than something like 7s. But it is a jam and a call. Oh, my God. So we could be losing another player, Alessandro Sieno, all of a sudden at risk out of nowhere. Did not see this one coming. So we'll either have Alessandro with a very healthy 53 million chip stack, or we'll see Alessandro, which would leave Alessandro down to 14 million, or we'll see Alessandro with a super 6 stack. But let's see. A 3 of spades out of the window, followed by the jack of hearts, 3 of diamonds. So a backdoor flush draw. The ace and 9 are still alive for Cosme. Needs. And the 8 of diamonds on the turn. So Alessandro still ahead. Can Cosme be hitting the showers? He was the short stack for so long, or could he have a healthy one? But no, it's a 9 on the river. And look at that celebration. The Spanish rail going absolutely insane. What a double there for Cosme Gomez Martinez, up to 53 million in chips. And keep in mind, he was so short to start the day, was short stack for literally the first 3-4 blind levels of the day, was completely card dead, and then wins the flip of his lifetime most likely right there. With 4 players left, he could have easily have gone out right there if not for that timely 9 on the river. Amazing turn of events here. And here's a look at the chip count. So it's 85 million, 53 million, another 53 million, and now Alessandro all of a sudden is the player in jeopardy with under 10 big blinds in his stack with 14 million in chips. If that went the other way, we would have Alexandru on the rail and all of a sudden Alessandro with a very healthy stack leading near the break with all 3 players on the podium. But Alessandro can certainly come back. One double up, he's right back into things. And what a smile there by Cosme. Such emotions on that celebration with the rail. It's so nice to see when people come out. The seats are all set up. It can seat a couple hundred people to come watch the Battle of Malta main event final table play out to fruition. Cosme Gomez Martinez has his close rail with him, giving him that positive support, positive entry. Meanwhile, Alessandro Siena taking it with stride here, taking it in stride. So Alexandru now opening the 3.5 million from under the gun, and it folds all the way around to Zizis with the 6-4 offsuit. Hasn't done anything too quickly. So Cosme here taking his time with the 10-6. And we see the clock, there's 7 minutes until the dinner break. Want to thank Mr. Jonathan Grab for picking up my food for me. It may go a little bit cold, but I can wait 7 minutes as well. And we have an all-in and call here. So it's Jack 9 suited against Ace Jack suited. So Alessandro in a bit of jeopardy right now. He needs some clubs. He needs some nines. Maybe a Queen 10 kind of flop. 8-10 kind of flop is also nice. What he does not want to see is a bunch of spades or an ace out of the window. But best of luck to Alessandro Siena in finding that double up. And it's a spade out of the window. In fact, 2 spades on the 8-7 flop, but that also adds a non-spade 10 to the possible outs for Alessandro. But now that 9 of spades and Jack of spades, well, the Jack of spades in Vasilios' hand, and it's a 3 of clubs on the turn. So it's a 9 or a 10 of that isn't a spade, but it's the blank 2 of diamonds on the river. So we are down to 3 players. Massive congratulations to Alessandro Siena. Very well played game. Up to 9, he won 91,170 euros. So quite a nice day for him coming into the day with 22,000 locked up. It wins a bit more. Meanwhile, Zizis is back in control. Look at that stack, 98 million in chips. Wow, wow, wow. And meanwhile, Cosme and Alexandru neck and neck. If one of them doubles through Zizis, we have a new chip leader. And if they double through each other and eliminate one, they're also then going to be with a slight chip lead over Zizis heads up. Of course, these chip counts are going to change pretty quickly with the blinds at 1 million, 1.5 million, and pretty soon to go up to 1 million, 2 million. And after this blind level, now that we are down to 3-handed play after the dinner break, it may go a little bit fast because it's going to be 30-minute blind levels. But maybe we even get to heads-up play before the dinner break. We shall see. So Vasilios with the king 6. May see a rare walk here. But ranges all change three-handed. 9-2 is really not in anybody's good range. And does fold. It would have cost him 500,000 more, but no point in playing around. And Cosme with a dominating ace-deuce. So second and third place with a small swap there. Rather impressive that Cosme has made it to the podium. And thank you, Jonathan. I have my food has arrived, so you'll meet Jonathan a little bit later in the booth after the dinner break, I'm pretty sure. I got the thumbs up on that one, too. Alessandro with an ace now. Let's see what Alessandro does here. We have basically all the Italians are gone now. We have one player from Greece and our defending champion of Vasilis Zizas. Alexandru Farcansanu, who you see with that ace tray, is from Romania, and Cosme Gomez Martinez, who just eliminated Alessandro Siena, is from the country of Spain, España. So Cosme now with a very nice hand, ace-9 suited. Just slipping it along, perhaps hoping that Vasilios will raise it up. Vasilios giving a nice little smile over. And Zizas opting to check back his option from the big blind. And here we go at 9 right out the window. So what a flop for Cosme. Middle pair, nut flush draw. It's just too bad for him that Vasilios only has bottom pair, but that may be enough to get a single bet through. He is going to reach for chips and hope for the best. And it looks like a min bet of 1.5 million. And Vasilios, let's see what he does. I believe he should be peeling off to a turn. Does have some backdoor straight outs. No hearts in his hand, but it is just a min bet. You can always improve from here, so let's see. Oh my, can't improve anymore. Cosme with that nut flush. Already with the check mark. He does check, and Vasilios checking again. And no action card on the river. If it was a queen or a 3, then maybe Cosme could have scooped up a bigger pot, but I have a feeling it's going to go bet fold. Cosme does need to bet here after it was checked back on the turn, unless he's sent some patterns that when Vasilios is checking back the turn, he's betting a lot of rivers. But he needs to hope that there's some kind of combination that will call. It's just probably not going to be the queen 3. Doesn't look like he's sizing it up too much, but the dealer arm is blocking the chips, so we cannot see right now. Looks like 3.5 million into 7.5 million, so nearly half the pot. Jesus with a little table talk. And Martinez happy to respond back with a little bit of banter. It's also possible that Jesus opts to raise here to represent the flush that Martinez has. Takes another look at his cards. I think he showed the 3. He did show the 3. And he will likely find out later. Ah, he's showing the nut flush, so giving away the information, knowing that they have a dinner break coming up and he can get that info anyway. And I'm not sure if the dinner break is now, but we see everybody standing up. And indeed, it does look like the dinner break, folks. So we will be back with you in exactly 75 minutes, maybe not to the second. Here's a look at the chip counts going on break. So Vasilios Zizas in position with 3 left to become the first 2-time champion and also the first back-to-back champion of the Battle of Malta main event. Meanwhile, Cosme Gomez Martinez and Alexandria Farkinsu are not too far behind, at least of each other, and are just 1 double up away from taking the chip lead itself. So come on back in about an hour's time. Blinds will be 1 million, 2 million. They're going to go up every half hour from here. So it's going to be a high octane affair to end the 2024 Battle of Malta Autumn Edition main event, the record setting main event that has caught all the buzz of the poker world. And see you soon.
the issue, Jason. I have no clue what's going on. It's with this software that does the graphics.
Is there?
It's
Is
going
it
crazy.
just super choppy that it freezes
Exactly.
and then it comes? So I can do my best. I'll explain
Yeah, so
the
the
situation.
graphics are fine, but the stream going through the software is very choppy. You see, it's not updating.
Yeah,
It takes
I'm
quite a while.
let my guy know that's reporting from home that he'll have to get some information from Jonathan as well,
Yeah.
just in case it doesn't show.
Okay,
But
let me go tell the Italian guys. as
okay, I don't see it live on Facebook though. Is it going to go back
well.
live
I
there?
just put it now because Facebook has an 8-hour limit, so I just
Yeah,
put it up again.
that's what I came in to talk. But then I saw there was a bigger problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back from dinner break with just 3 players remaining, and you need to bear with us. Unfortunately, there are some software slash connectivity. I'm not sure exactly what the issues are, but we will do our best with what we have, and if it becomes completely unmanageable, we will deal with that as well. But as you can see, we have a lot of frozen frames, so it's going to be very difficult to commentate on this action. But we will do our best. We understand that there's a lot of technical things that go into making a professional stream. And some of those things can be also out of the control of the technicians, especially in a place like Malta where some things can happen. But let's see what happens. If we can pick up some of the action here. We see Zizas is in the big blind. We have Cosme in the small blind, who came in as the short stack. Vasilios came in as the defending champion and the chip leader. He's coughed it up twice to Alexandru, who you see over in seat number 1. But it was very quick both times, and now he has nearly the same stack as both of his opponents put together. It's actually Alessandro in the big blind now, yes. So we have Zizas on the button. Blinds are 1 million, 2 million, and will increase every 30 minutes until winner is crowned. So it looks like we had an open with ace-4 and got the job done, so nothing to hear there. And maybe we go into a little bit of singing mode. I'm sure that none of you want to hear me sing, though. But I was going to have Mr. Jonathan Rabb as a guest right now, but due to the technical difficulties that I was warned about, it is best that he is watching the table just in case we miss some of the action. But we can see what's happening now. We see Vasilios with a min raise on the button, very standard with the king 10 off. Now Alessandro with an okay hand, 3-handed, he would have opened the button, maybe defended the big blind most likely. Has to fold from the small blind, and Cosme folding the 8-2. And now I have the reporters giving me some song requests, but I'm not sure I should follow that advice. Maybe I just talk in these soft, dulcet tones while we are waiting for the technical difficulties. And in the meantime, we can answer any questions that may come up on Facebook. If I see that we can announce any action, we can do that. I can go back to my days in the early 90s as a college radio DJ and spin some songs maybe, but that would probably get us all sorts of DCMA violations. Ooh, now I can't see a thing. Here we go. So we have Alexandru, Queen, Deuce, suited. Let's see if we can run good for a hand. He folds the button. Cosme with the King 6 in the small blind. The stare downs seem longer, the combing through the hair longer. Does limp it, then Vasilios. This actually could be a spot if he raises. If you're listening to Fotios earlier, he was saying that you want to do this a lot with the bottom of your range and the top of your range. I would be checking this back myself, but we'll see what Zizas does. And it looks like he checks because we see that there is a 2-8-9 flop, so it wouldn't have been the worst one to raise, being that Zizas did get the top pair here and does bet 3.6 million, so he's going to get pretty close to that 100 million mark for the first time. And I apologize for the technical difficulties, and despite being urged to sing by several of my colleagues, yes, it was my idea originally. We will not be doing any singing at the moment, but we'll do our best with what we have. You know, it is what it is. You know, we have the final 3. We know this will come back soon. I see no reason to leave you guys. We'll bear through this all together. We'll have a little bit of fun. In the meantime, I see a flurry of people all of a sudden kind of entering my room for no reason, which should be locked, but that's, let's just say, the least of the problems at the moment, so that's okay. We can have all sorts of noise going on behind me. But I would appreciate, guys, if you can wait to do this until, like, I'm not on the air. Guys, you know I'm live on a stream now, so it'd be nice to wait. You had all break to do this. I had an hour dinner break you could have done. Now's not the time. Okay, I threw about 3 people out of the room making a lot of noise behind me. I don't understand what exactly happened there, but now was not the time for people to randomly come into the room. Okay, so we're going to stop for a technical pause, so I think then we can actually let the guys back in that we took out. Glenn Brown, it was amazing to see you. The stream was smooth until now. It would have been amazing for you to join as a guest, maybe not at this particular moment, or maybe really at this particular moment, because you know, it would make a lot of sense that I would have someone to talk to while we're down. Then you don't have to hear me sing. But I'm certainly not singing Gangnam Style. Sorry, Jonathan. But you say goodbye, I say hello, and I will see you all pretty soon after the technical issues are resolved. Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer, and we are down to the final three in the Battle of Malta main event. This was an epic affair, a record-breaking affair, in fact, with 5,799 entries across all the opening flights, generating a massive record-breaking prize pool of €2,578,172. We are down to the final three, where each player has locked up €115,800. The next pay jump is to €160,800, and tonight's winner will go home with €255,800. Now, all the players already collected that 800 min cash after the opening day, and now the players are getting ready to take their seats. And it looks like we lost the screen temporarily, but that was Alexandra Farkansanu taking his seat, and it looks like we have still a 10-minute delay. So be right back. Guess who's back? I think we are back for real right now. We see cards in front of players. We see all three players sort of at the table. We have Cosme Gomez Martinez getting his bag prepared. He likes to wear it up front. Maybe that's the lucky thing for him to do. But that'll probably go around his head any second now. And meanwhile, we have Cosme, who raised to 1.5 million. So the blinds are now 1 million, 2.5 million. We did miss on the stream the 1 million, 2 million level, but it doesn't look like the chip stacks have changed that much. Well, I say that, but look at Cosme. He has tied it up with Vasilio, so something must have happened, because he has 83 million in front of him, if that's correct. So I'm guessing there was a double up between Cosme and Alexandru after a little bit of play, because Alexandru must be down to about 40 million now, but it's possible Cosme just chipped up off both of his opponents. And what's going on here? Did we have a jam by Vasilios? Yes, no, we had a full by Vasilios, a jam by Alexandru. No, it was first a jam, but no, I'm sorry, it was a call by Vasilios, a jam by Alexandru, and Vasilios calling with the Queen 10. A little bit light here. We could be looking at him now being in third place unless some magic happens. And it's a King 10 Queen flop, so there is some magic after all, but any Jack, any Ace, and that all changes. Even a King wouldn't change it actually, then it would be King Queen for Vasilios, so any Ace, 10, or will do the trick. And a 9 now. Let's see if we can get a Jack going, Ace or Jack. And it's a 6 of spades on the river, so Alexandru shaking hands, but out in third place on a bad beat for €115,800 right off the bat. A bit of a strange hand, which involved Cosme Gomez Martinez still getting ready to play, putting on his bag, opening from the button. But meanwhile, we're looking at now Vasilios Zizas in the driver's seat with a 3-2 chip advantage over Cosme Gomez Martinez. It's 124 million, I believe, to 81 million. Give or take a few chips there. but this is the first time, at least we've seen on stream, that any player is above the 100 million chip mark. Of course, that was going to happen at some point. The fact that it took all the way to heads-up play with Zizas basically with the chip lead most of the way. The only other player that's been in the lead, and that was for very short periods of time, was Alexandru Farkansanu, who just exited on the podium in third place for 115,000. And I was close on the chip counts, 122 million to 83 million, about the same as what I said. You can see that there is some playability left, heads up, with 48 big blinds to 33 big blinds. So let's see what happens. The players are already locked up a lot, and we have our Cinderella in Cosme. He was the short stack for the first half of the day, was just down to a handful of big blinds and just completely card dead, but watching players bust left and right. And then we have our returning champion who entered the final table as the chip leader. Basically was the chip leader throughout, outside of about 10 or 15 minutes today. So quite a run for the returning champion, and I'm expecting, with the skill level of these two players, quite the epic heads-up affair. Now it's possible that players are either talking to the rail or talking to each other while the heads-up is being set up. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to talk numbers, because it's quite a jump from second to first. So they've already locked up 160,800 euros. They're playing for 255,800 euros. So either way, they're bringing home the Brinks truck of money, but they could wind up just saying, you know what, let's like secure a little bit more for each other. It's a big pay jump. It's 95,000 euros. It's nothing to laugh about despite what you've locked up. So we should respect whatever the players decide. But it doesn't look like at least there's any discussion of that nature. And you can hear the Spanish rail from the table microphone while the chips are being set up. Both players with mountains. And Cosme's Spain flag has disappeared, but Cosme Gomez Martinez from Spain against Vasilios Zizas from Greece. It could be the year of Vasilios at the Battle of Malta. Therefore, the year of Greece. He could be the third time we have a Greek champion, in fact. Or the first time we have a Spanish champion. And here's a look at the payouts once again. So either way, it was a good payday. It looks like they'll be coloring up a little bit. Perhaps getting rid of those 100K chips to some degree. Maybe there's still some 25s in the mix. Those look like, it's hard to see the colors from the light. But it looks like we're also confirming the chip counts, so maybe they're slightly off, which is certainly possible. And Nuccio, Nucci's on the stream now. He's usually behind the camera, not for the stream, but for all the amazing videos that you see on the Battle of Malta website, Facebook page, some on YouTube as well. Yeah, it looks like we're getting the numbers updated, so they might be slightly different than what we see here. But based on what I see in front of me, it does look like it's pretty close. And I'm not sure if they're getting numbers just to make sure everything is okay in the back end, or if they're getting numbers so that the players can have a private discussion. Meanwhile, Giuseppe getting a little bit of time to talk with the MST audio and visual technician. I believe, by the way, the high roller may be down to 9 players. Let's check that out while we're waiting for this to be set up. It's the only other event today running. It was day 2 of the super high roller with the 2K buy-in, and it's indeed down to a final table of 9 players. Lorenzo Arduini, Christian Dahl, Ike, Satan, Luigi Di Altero, Gregory Campbell, Socrates Papavromides, Giannis Oikonomidis, Martin Pick, a friend of mine from Estonia, and Gaspari Sposato, all still alive and hunt for the titles. It was Yoris Ruiz who bubbled the final table in 10th place for 3,920 euros. Now the final 9 have locked up 5,110 euros, and in the high roller they're playing for a 48,440 euro top prize, and I expect that to go well past the ending of the main event. They are playing under a 50-minute blind structure. Now that we're heads up, the blinds have been reduced to 30 minutes in length in this event. So math would dictate that unless something really goes crazy in the super high roller, that will go for a few more hours at a minimum. Meanwhile, I'm not sure if we're on any kind of break right now, which would be strange because we just got back from one, but perhaps we're bringing over the trophy to the table. No, I see that's behind the chip count graphic. Ah, there's some heads-up photo going on here. Some camaraderie between the two heads-up. A little bit of paparazzi action. Massive thanks to Igor, who's shooting now. He's done a fantastic job all week. Okay, I think Vasilios asked, can we kiss now? I think that is definitely open for debate, but maybe not on the stream. It looks like Mika's maybe going to make an announcement. He has the microphone in his hand, the iPad at the same time. But let's get this party started, fellas. We still have some more poker to be played. We just had a nice break. And see Giuseppe here shuffling up the cards, so it looks like the action will get underway momentarily. And it seems like there are still people here from the Greek rail. It was just some of the guys caught a flight already, maybe just the Athens boys. And Cosme getting some vamoses from his Spanish rail. So it's nice. Both players have a nice support system. They seem to be friendly with each other as well. And they just wished each other good luck. So it's a gentleman's game, despite there being a 95,000 difference between that 160,800 euro second place prize and the 255,800 euro top prize. Now, Zizas has been there before. Just in the spring, he was heads up and shipped the title. Meanwhile, Cosme was a short stacked all day, kept his resilience up. Resilience, a word that AI seems to like to use, which I've read a lot recently, but usually can tell when that word is being used, what is being used behind the scenes. I can assure you I'm not AI, but a real person. But anyway, we have 10-9 versus Queen 8 in the very first hand off the break. And pretty decent flop there for Vasilios. He has top pair, open ender, Cosme with middle pair. So we may see some action here. And it's Vasilios leading out from the big blind in the limp pot, wanting to get some chips into this pot. It looks like a bet of 4.5 million. And Cosme not looking like he wants to go anywhere quite yet. Does make the call. And who can blame him? He has a pretty strong heads-up hand. Oh my, 6 of clubs on the turn. What an action card here. We have a flush draw for Cosme. Meanwhile, we have the straight completed for Vasilios. I would expect to see another bet from Zizis here. And depending on the sizing, Cosme is going to have to call, or maybe he'll even raise with his fold equity, not knowing that Vasilios has the 9. But instead, we'll never know because Zizis opts to check, perhaps with a little trappy. And Cosme checks back, so giving him a free look at that ace of hearts river. Vasilios still with the check mark, no flush draw completed. I'm not sure how good Cosme is going to feel about his third pair, being that a 9 completes a straight, the 10 is beating him, the ace is beating him. There are a lot of 2-pair combinations that could be there. He would likely call something small, but let's just see what Zizis attempts to do after it was checked back to him on the turn. Looks like he's sizing it to about half the pot, maybe 8 point. No, it's a little bit more. That might be a full pot bet. 17.5 million, so one might say a slight over bet, but it's coming up at 18 million, so we shall see. It's basically a pot size bet. Very polarizing bet sizing. And Cosme thinking it through. I think if it was a little bit smaller, it would have been perhaps a quicker call. But now he's probably overthinking this. Is he doing this to push me away from a 7, 6, or an 8? Knowing that I'll probably call some of the things. Maybe the tank is so that I'm thinking about how to deal with my 9 or 9 jack and get value from it. Trying to get him to Zizis' head, but we see Zizis has the 9 and would be going nowhere. So that wouldn't work either, but no way for Cosme to know that. Deep in thought. And does make the call, only to get the bad news. So now it's a massive chip lead for Vasilios. A nearly 3-to-1 chip advantage. Sizing it up perfectly. It was a very polarizing bet. It was the kind of bet you might do with like a queen jack that you might miss. But I'm just wondering what Cosme thought he was doing that with, like how many bluffs that he might have there. It's easier for us to stay while we're watching on the stream than it is for the players actually playing. It helps to know the whole cards. So here we can look, it's 59 big blinds to 22 big blinds. That should be 115,800. But close enough. What's 100 euros between friends when you have millions on the line? Let's see if Vasilios is opening up every button. This will be an indicator. If he's opening up this hand, I don't expect there to be a full button when he's on the button. It's still 9-4. Maybe check it a third time. Maybe it'll change. But Jesus, in control to win that back-to-back title. Truly witnessing history in the making. And we now know that Jesus does not have a full button on the button. That's a raise up to 8 million. He was actually ahead of the 7-3 by Martinez there. And we can see he's going to keep on, I think, the aggression from the button until he's pushed back upon. You could see how excited the rail is and how composed the two players are. But Jesus getting a little bit of energy from the Greek rail. Now it sounds like the Spanish rail that Jesus is getting energy from, so it's like reverse energy. So Cosme with the 9-8 certainly heads up. This is a hand that he will be playing. Will he be raising, completing? It looks like he's opting to complete. And Vasilios here with a dominating 10-8 suited. And opting to check back his option, playing the hand out of position. And this looks like a flop that could be a bit dangerous here, because Cosme improving to the stone-cold nuts. Meanwhile, Vasilios with the middle pair, gut shot to the same straight that Cosme flopped. Also a backdoor flush draw. We could see chips being get in. Let's see if Cosme slow plays the nuts. It's still, even though he has the nuts with that Jack 10 of diamonds, you have to be paying the price for the diamonds, need to be paying the price also for sorry, I keep having people walk in while I'm streaming, so we'll block the door. Okay, so we have the nuts here for Cosme. And I do not blame him for betting. There's those two diamonds you want to protect. I mean, I think anything like a queen 10 type of hand, a queen king kind of hand would have raised from the big blind. But still, he's got some value. And wow, 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 wow. Vasilios going nowhere now. Second pair of flush draw. Does not know the monster that Cosme has. Cosme deep in thought. He needs to bet here. It's a double suited board, two diamonds, two clubs. Still some draws can get there. We see in this case it's just the club draw. And betting 12 million into a pot of 16, I believe. And let's see what Jesus does here. It's not the easiest of spots. You can see the gears in motion. Doesn't look like a man that's willing to fold. And he good jams it in. Oh, my God. We could be over soon if a club comes on the river. If not, the stacks are going to be fairly evened up. So Cosme with the stone cold nuts. We have Vasilios with a flush draw. And 9 would be a chop if it's not the 9 of clubs. But quite the sweat now is a snap call, of course, by Cosme with the nuts, living in heaven. For 106 million chip pot, so he would take his first chip lead of the day if his hand can hold. Otherwise, we have our first ever two-time Battle of Malta main event champion. Let's see. And it's a blank king of diamonds on the river. The vamos is being screamed everywhere. The Spanish rail letting themselves know. And we do have our first lead change in quite some time. It's the first time Cosme Gomez Martinez has taken the lead. He was the short stack most of the day from 9-handed, 8-handed, 7-handed. Stuck around, players hitting the rail, finally chips up. And look at him now, has the chip lead over the defending champion, Vasilios Jesus. It may take a little time to count this out. But Most of those stacks are in 20s, as you see here, and Mika is on the case. And we have Team Ten Potter on the rail, the virtual rail of Cosme. Reading some of the Facebook comments that are in a language I can understand. So in a 106 million chip pot, by far the largest thus far in the festival. Not just the main event. Of course, there's a lot more chips in the main event than anywhere else. No other tournament even had 106 million chips. But let's not get caught up in semantics. It's the largest pot at the 2024 Battle of Malta Autumn Edition, won by Cosme Gomez Martinez from Spain, who is now in the lead over Vasilios Zizis, the defending champion. And blinds will be going up fairly soon to 1.5 million, 3 million. And we can look at the chip counts right here. So both players hovering around 40 big blinds. We could see a bit of heads-up action before this is through. Meanwhile, Zizis keeping his smile, keeping his cool. I'm pretty sure that he will not be tilted by that. And he does apparently have a full button on the button, so I stand corrected. I guess 10-3 is where he draws the line. Or maybe it's the fact that he no longer has the chip lead. Because the dynamics have changed a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot, because there's a new chip leader. So if they get it in now, and Cosmo Gomez Martinez wins that hand, he will be the next champion. Meanwhile, if Zizis wins that kind of hand, it's pretty inevitable that he would be the winner, but we've seen some major comebacks before at the Battle of Malta. So let's see what Cosme does with his King Deuce. Is he going to limp or raise? Okay, first getting his chip stack correctly. And it does look like he's going to raise the button to 6.5 million. And now Zizis with a better king. Quickly calls. It's a deuce out of the window for Cosme, but look at this, a 6 for Zizis with top pair, but then Cosme also has that flush draw. Both players check their holdings, and now the ace of spades kind of changes things up. If Vasilios wanted to bet, now it's more difficult being that Cosme raised, so he has some aces in his range as well. Cosme also has some showdown value, also has that flush draw, so let's see how he plays it. Looks like he's finding some chips to bet. So it looks like a bet of 4 million and a call. And the jack of diamonds on the river, but so it's a check mark over to Zizis, but can Martinez push him off the pot? If not, Cosme's time with the lead has come to an end after just one hand. And it does go check, check. So our defending champion, Vasilios Zizas, back with the chip lead. But the stacks are still extremely close after Cosme doubled up the hand before. So now Zizas seems like that double up got to him. I believe he was asked not to talk to his friend in Greek. And if you're going to talk to somebody on the rail while you're at the table and not in a hand, that should be in English, so your opponent can also understand what you might be saying. But I've seen it happen the other way with Cosme too, so if they're going to enforce it on Zizas, they need to enforce it the other way as well. But really, during play, the rail should stay in their seats, give the players some respect. And it's another king versus king situation, and this time it's an open to 7 million. So the sizings are getting bigger and bigger. And is this a 3-bet incoming? Wow. King 4, 3-bet to 16 million. And even though Vasilios is ahead and is in position, I think his raise was rather big to 7 million, so he's going to call the extra 9. Looks like he's about to. And we have a bloated 35 million chip pot with neither player having a strong king. And it looks like Zizas is either a little tired or a little bit affected by the fact his opponent is right on his tail. And not the flop for either player, but perhaps Cosme has a plan here. If he bets it, he may get it. Would be denying some equity from Zizas here. We could see that it's very close. I guess one of the differences is the 5 versus the 4, and then also the backdoor flush draw that Vasilios has. Showing some heart here. A continuation bet of 14 million. And does Zizas see through this? Even if he does and thinks it's that way, is this the right time for him to make a move, or is he just going to give the chip lead straight back to Martinez? Deep in thought. Looking down, it's still King 5 of spades. Let's see if he's a man with a plan. Wow, he's reaching for chips. It's getting dangerous with this pot, and Vasilios makes the fold, so the danger is averted. But meanwhile, Martinez steals this one away, takes back the chip lead for the second time during heads-up play, gets a round of applause from his rail, or at least from one player on his rail. And we have Vincenzo Mattare, Grande Giuseppe numero 1. Yeah, so that's for the TV table dealer. He's been doing a fantastic job throughout the day. I agree that he's grande. And blinds are now up to 1.5 million, 3 million. And after this, blinds will go up to 2 million, 4 million. And if it still continues after that, there will be a quick 20-minute break. And then the blinds will go up to 2.5 million, 5 million, and continue to go and go until a winner is crowned. But we're not looking at a 4 a.m. end time for sure, because the blinds are now 30 minutes in length, and something will give, especially with two aggressive players in Cosme Gomez Martinez, who was not aggressive to start the table when he was short stack, but showing some aggression during heads-up play. And our defending champion, Vasilios Zizis, who we have not only seen all day today, but all day back in the springtime when he won this very main event for 100,000 euros. So it looks like it's a limp call, and the Jack-9 is ahead for Vasilios, but it's going to be a matter of potentially position. Let's see if Martinez just pokes out something small here. Checks it back. King of Hearts on the turn. Vasilios still ahead with his Jack. Let's see what he does here. Does he feel like he's being trapped? Does he want to take it down? It looks like he's going to poke at it. 6.5 million into 9, so that's a little bit more than a poke. And does get a fold. So stacks are getting closer to even, and I see Antoine is back, giving some shout out to the beautiful dealers as well. I know Antoine is very supportive of everybody that helps poker festivals run, including people like me as well. I consider Antoine to be a good friend after so many years, so many events. Also hanging out from him from time to time away from the casino environment. So thank you for coming back, Antoine, and a bigger thank you for your shout out about the dealers. And speaking of which, we have a dealer change. I'm not sure I'm aware of this dealer's name, but I can't see who it is either. Meanwhile, Vasilios will certainly be opening up Queen 7 suited. Will it be a call or a raise is what the debate is. So it is a raise to 7 million, and I don't think Cosme is going anywhere. Heads up, this is a pretty decent hand, and we see in this particular situation, it's actually dominating the Queen 7 suited of Vasilios, but he has no way of knowing that. And does indeed toss an extra 4 million to call. So 17 million in the pot before the 8 of clubs, 4 of hearts, 9 of spades. So it doesn't hit either player. Cosme is still ahead with this king high. And will Vasilios be able to continue here? There's no diamonds on that flop either. You can see that he's only drawing to a queen if this goes to showdown. But perhaps he can find a way to take it down before that. And the only way to do it is the way that he's looking to do it is by tossing some chips in. And it looks like it's a bet of 6.5 million. And now Cosme Gomez Martinez putting the hoodie on. Thinking about what to do. And does just give up on it. So Vasilios now back on top with 106 million to 99 million. So it's a back and forth affair, at least early on. We have two deserving champions, but only one of them can officially be the champion of the 2024 Battle of Malta Autumn Edition main event. If Zizis wins it, he sweeps the year with 2 titles, which is something that I never thought would be possible considering how many players enter these events. And meanwhile, it would be a first title, I believe, for anybody in Spain if Cosme Gomez Martinez can seal the deal. And now Zizis is back to himself. He shook off whatever was bothering him before. That's very important to be able to do as a professional poker player. Perhaps one of the reasons I am not professional, although I'm able to kind of separate my emotions quite well when I'm playing, but not 100% of the time. It sounds like they're talking about the last hand. Maybe Zizis is trying to say, I was hoping you had something, even though we know Zizis also was happy to get a fold there. So complete with 8-5 offsuit, I would expect Martinez to be raising the big blind with 2 Broadway cards when it's limped over to him. Maybe he wants to disguise that a little bit. But it'd be nice to get a few more chips in the pot, even though you're out of position. And indeed, he is raising, and raising big to 11 million, nearly 4x. And that's enough to get a fold and deny the equity of Vasilios. A really dedicated rail. I see some faces that I've seen this morning still out there on the rail. Something fantastic to see. Cosme with the 6 deuce suited. Min raising the button, I would expect to see a 3-bet by Vasilios. We've seen him do this 3 or 4-handed with the ace-5 even when it wasn't suited. But I stand corrected. He opts to call, and that was also when he had a substantial chip lead. And as we can see, they're virtually tied at the moment. And 9-7-9 flop, backdoor flush draw for Cosme. Is he going to bet this flop? He checks it back. And now the back door is to the front door, but Vasilios should feel pretty good about his ace kicker to the double paired board. But does not bet it. Is Cosme going to bet his flush draw, check it back? It looks like he will be betting something. 5 million. I don't think that's going to scare Zizis off. And does indeed make the call. And the King of Hearts on the river. So maybe Cosme will take one last stab at it. Or maybe he's going to check it back thinking, well, I'm probably going to chop this, but we can see he's not. And does check it back. So Vasilios now back up to 115 million to Cosme's 90 million. And it looks like a big gap, but it really isn't, with blinds at 1.5 million, 3 million. That's 30 big blinds to about 38 big blinds. So an 8 big blind differential at the moment. I'm much more relaxed now that I've barricaded my door. Of course, that'll make it so that guests can't come in, but if there were any guests I spoke to, just send me a message and I will unbarricade. I'm happy to have a partner in crime for this heads-up battle between two very experienced players. And this time we have Vasilios opening up to 9.25 million. So he's playing around a lot with his raising sizes. This is a 3+X. Perhaps to try to get his opponent thinking a little bit more. And Cosme defending with a pretty Jack-10 offsuit. An ace-deuce-3 flop does not help either player, but does hit Vasilios' range. I suppose also Cosme's check-back range, calling range, but more the opening range of Vasilios. He should have more of those aces. But let's see. He's reaching for some chips, and I think a bet will get it done. It doesn't look like he's going to plan to bet much. Around 5.75 million, I believe. So about 1/4 of the pot. And Cosme not looking like he wants to move away. Not buying the story here. But has a change of heart, and it's another pot over to Ziza, so he's regaining a little bit of that gap that he lost after doubling up Cosme, and then Cosme actually taking the chip lead on 2 separate occasions ever so briefly. And now all the momentum is back to Zizas, who seems far more relaxed than he was 15 minutes ago. Perhaps he had his own rail barricaded, and that helped him relax. And you could see Alexandria, 115,800 euro. There's a small little typo there, but the 100 euro is fairly insignificant. But all the prizes on the top 3 will end with an 800 euro, because that was the min cash that they received on day 1 for bagging up. Meanwhile, now it's Cosme's turn with the king-queen on the button. What's fair is fair. You give it to one player, why not give it to another? Reached for a whole load of those pink chips. It looks like a raise to 8 million. And a quick call by Vasilios with the queen jack. If it's a queen high flop, it's going to be problematic. But it's a king out of the window. Oh my God, a full house here for Cosme. Wow, 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 wow. And it's going to be nearly impossible for Vasilios to get away from at least a couple bets here. Is Cosme going to check back the stone cold nuts? He doesn't have that much to fear. He may want to let another diamond get on the board, but I think if you're betting when you don't have it, you kind of have to bet a little bit when you have it. So it looks like a bet of 5 million. So once again, a little more than 1/4 of the pot. And a quick call by Vasilios. And the 7 of hearts on the turn. That might be music to Cosme's ears. Because he has a full house. He wouldn't mind if Vasilios had hearts or diamonds in his hand and was going for that flush draw. But we see Vasilios checking again. Is Cosme going to try for a value here or wait till the river? He will be waiting to the river, hoping that Vasilios takes charge, and it's another heart on the river. Now, if Vasilios bets, he's obviously betting for value that he thinks he has. We see he does not. So a bet of 11 million. This will lead to another lead change. And Cosme just thinking, can I shove here? Or do I have to raise less? We know he's not calling. There's nothing that can possibly beat him. A king-queen can tie him, but that's the worst that can happen. Deep in thought, trying to potentially hide some tells here. I don't know what's going on with the hoodie, but I assume that's what he's doing. Or maybe it just helps him stay calm. And it looks like he will be raising to, I think he said 36. And Vasilios feeling left to call, and he's going to get the bad news. And the stacks have changed, and it's now Cosme with Vasilios stack, Vasilios with Cosme stack. And the Vamoses are coming from the rail, from the Spanish rail. Lots of support for both players. But now I could see why Zizis may have been a little bit upset before when he was told not to talk to his rail, because we do see Cosme talking to his rail in Spanish. It looks like we had an open fold from the button with the 10 deuce, and Cosme is probably shaking his head with that pretty ace-10 suited, but he did just win a big pot to soften that blow. It's not the worst case scenario to get a walk. Okay, so Zizis is back talking to his rail in Greek again too, so what's fair is fair. And Cosme now with the big slick. Taking his time, perhaps thinking about a sizing. And goes with the 3x sizing to 9 million. And I think this will be the time where he just steals the blinds and now has basically a 2-to-1 chip advantage over Vasilios Zizis. So if Zizis doubles, the stacks change. So Martinez is showing a lot of gumption throughout this event. Played that short stack very well, very patiently. He was so card dead, but never forced the issue. Waited patiently. Watched other players hit the rail while he was still with a short stack and built up his stack and now is in the lead, heads up for the title against the defending champion. What a life. Meanwhile, back to the action, Vasilios with an ace this time. Not as pretty as the big slick, but we've seen Vasilios does like his ace fives. And certainly heads up, this is a premium hand. Looks like he's just going to limp. Is Cosme going to try to take it down pre-flop with the queen three suited, maybe sensing some weakness? But opts to just check back his option. And the 7-4 deuce flop. Vasilios still ahead. Also has, if that 3 comes, a wheel. So a wheel, gut shot wheel draw. Other than that, not much doing for either player. Some backdoor straight draws for Cosme with the 3. But this bet should work by Zizis, 4.25 million. But it does not. Vasilios does not get the fold by Cosme. Cosme being a little sticky with this queen 3, has a backdoor flush draw too, which is now in the front door, and now also has a gut shot straight draw. But Vasilios not only has that ace high, but he has an open-ended straight draw, no clubs in his hand. Let's see if Cosme bets his big draw. You can see up top that any queen, any 5, and any club will get the job done. Opts to do a little bit of pot control rather than stealing the pot, and Zizis checking back. It's the jack of diamonds on the river. So the ace high by Vasilios is still ahead, but will Cosme try to steal this one away? And if he does, will it work, or will Vasilios call with that ace high? If he checks, I expect this to be checked back at a very, very high frequency. And Cosme does bet. Now can Vasilios Zizis see through this and make the call with the ace high? He only needs to be right from a chip EV perspective 1 out of every 4 times. Actually 1 out of every 5 times. But let's see what he does here. We see that he has the best hand. Deep in thought, a lot on the line. There's a 95,000 euro differential between first and second place. So even though each player is locked up 160,800 euros, there's a big jump awaiting both players. And Zizis, who was in the lead most of the way, now has a big decision to make. Can he add 24 million to his stack if he can find a call, or will he fall further into the hole by letting Cosme steal this one away? Perhaps going through previous hands in his head, trying to think, is Cosme available of any bluffs, but does fold the best hand. So nice awareness by Cosme Gomez Martinez, stealing that away on the river. And now he's at his high point with 144 million in chips. Of course, it's still anybody's game. And wines are still at 1.5, 3 million. Soon enough, they will go up to 2, 4 million. So then Ziz's stack, if it was 2-4 now, would be much shorter than it is. He still has some playability. Does not have to go into shoving mode. Let's see what Cosme does here. It looks like it's going to be a raise to 6.5 or 7.5 million. It is to 6.5 million, so just a little bit more than a min raise. And this be one of the hands, even though it's suited, that may just steal it away. If Vasilios does call, he does have 2 live cards. And does indeed want to see what might happen on the flop. Hoping for some diamonds. But instead, it's all black cards, all clubs, 7, 8, 6, all clubs. Cosme with the open-ended straight draw, the high end of that. Meanwhile, Vasilios with the top pair on a very, very dangerous board. And Cosme checks his draw. And it gets checked back. And it's the 5 of diamonds on the turn. So Cosme getting one of the cards he needs now has that check mark. Not the real check mark, but he cannot lose this hand. The only way he can, anything will change. If there's a 9 on the river, the board will play and both players will chop. Let's see if Cosme winds up betting here. He did announce something, 5.5 million. And while we could see the cards, it looks like an easy fold. He may wind up folding not only because of the straight, maybe also the flush possibility, but the straight is a more likely one. The bet is one of these little teaser ones, though, where, you know, you just kind of want to call and see what happens. But he's not have any draws if he puts Cosme on either of those kind of hands. And it's the ace of spades on the river. Let's see if Cosme goes for more value or if he's concerned that his 9 high straight might not be good enough or whether he wants to induce a bet by Vasilios. It would be amazing to know what's going through the players' minds at this standpoint. We can only guess. But what a poker face by Cosme. 8 million. And Jesus is just like, what the heck? Has he always got it? He does seem a little frustrated for the second time at this final table. But you cannot blame any player from getting frustrated. They played for 5 long days. Countless hours of poker only to get to this point in time. It's been a marathon, not a sprint. However, at the end, it's a sprint to that trophy that you see sitting side by side, Vasilios Vizos. And Zizis already has one in his collection. Maybe it's time for Cosme to match him. Maybe it's time for Vasilios to add another. We will know within the next few hours, if not sooner, how that might work out. But in the meantime, Jesus looks like he's in pain making this decision. And it's for less than 20% of his stack, but you can see that if he calls, he'll be down to 38 million. If he tries to turn his hand to a bluff, he's probably going to get snapped off by Cosme, who would be like, well, if he has the flush, he has the flush. But I think it's going to be a call or a fold. Because what are you getting to fold that is better than what you have? Probably nothing. But let's see how he approaches this moment. It could be a pivotal one. Even if he folds here, though, he has some work to do. He'll be down to around 15 big blinds, and the blinds are probably going up fairly soon, so it's really then going to be like an 11.5 big blind, give or take. But taking his time, an important decision. Cosme Gomez Martinez giving him some space to think, because at this point, if he wanted to, he could call the clock. But he also does not want to potentially give away any tells while you're calling the clock. You know, maybe you're seeing how he's calling the clock. We know Zizas has shown a lot of experience both at this Battle of Malta and the last that he won. And I think Martinez just wants his hand to end so he could take the hoodie off his mouth. In the meantime, I had the paparazzi enter. The paparazzi is always welcome to enter my booth. I have it barricaded for other reasons because all sorts of movers and construction workers were coming in. Apparently, I need a better sign next time. Do not enter unless you're paparazzi or coming to join me in the booth. But Igor, you've done a fantastic job all week long. And meanwhile, Zizas does go down in chips a little bit. So we'll need a comeback if he wants that back-to-back title that seemed to be all but his throughout the final table when he was maintaining that chip lead. But things are beginning to fall apart. By beginning, they're falling apart at a rapid pace and needs momentum to go the other way. Both emotionally and with his chips, they probably go hand in hand. And just as I suspected, blinds are now up to 2 million, 4 million. So now Zizas' stack is effectively even shorter than before. He's nearly in shove range if he's not there now. But just one double up and he's right back in the thick of things. 11 big blinds, and what a hand. I mean, 11 big blinds in a dream with the big slick here. On the button, counting his chips, perhaps deciding if he has to shove or if he can just open his ace-king. Time will tell what the defending champion will do. It's the first time in the last 10 minutes, throughout the last 10 minutes, we can see him feeling the pressure. And who wouldn't in such a spot? So it does limp. Wow, and Gosme showing up with an ace himself could play right in the hands of Vasilios. Let's see if he raises it up. Maybe get a jam by Zizas. Maybe the fact that that deuce isn't suited, but he is just jamming it in, and we get a call, so we could see Vasilios Zizas right back in action, or we could see a bad beat ending. Wow, 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 and the players are getting closer to the table. They do need to stay off the stage, though. It's okay that they get a little closer, being that we do have an all-in call. And this is a very pivotal moment. If Vasilios Zizas' hand can hold, he will double back up to near the chip lead. It'll at least be neck and neck in anyone's game. Meanwhile, Cosme can close this out right here, right now. If the right board comes out, and you see the Spanish and Greek rail both gathering in anticipation and what's to be. It's a 10 of spades out of the window, followed by a 9 of hearts, 9 of diamonds. So there are some chop possibilities too, especially if we see a 10 on the turn. It's the 3 of spades on the turn. So far it's looking good for Vasilios to double. And it's the Jack of Hearts on the river. So Vasilios Zizas back in action, up to 95 million after his big slick holds. That should make him relax a little bit. Our defending champion in good shape, and it may take a little time for the chips to be counted up, but we see that they're nicely stacked in 20s, so this shouldn't take too long. But an amazing spot for Zizas. A disguised limp, calling that jam very quickly, hoping and praying that would happen. And look how close these chip counts are now. 27 big blinds for Cosme, 23 big blinds for Vasilios. A third place finish for Alexandru, which was worth 115,800 euros. Has 0 chips in the chip counts. But we can go through the rest of the payouts while we're winning. Alessandro Sieno with 91,170 euros. Shervin Gasimlu with 66,600 euros for 5th place. Davide Yanako with 50,650 euros for 6th place. Kyriakos Papadopoulos with a 7th place finish. I should not be trying that name this late in the evening, for 35,500 euros. Bulgaria's Ivalio Eftimov, the guy that I said maybe he will win, 36,330 euros for 8th place. That also includes the 10K bonus that he got as one of the opening day chip leaders, so he actually cashed more than the 7th place finisher. And last but not least, our first busted on the final table did play quite well, and Pascale Gregorio with a 9th place finish worth 22,240 euros. But we are back in action. That was done very quickly, so props to the floor team to getting that chip count up quickly. And we can see now that it's just 11 million chip difference between these two players for the title. And we can see once again what the payouts of the top 3 look like. And the reason I think we don't have the top 9 on here is due to the restart of the Facebook stream. You can only do 8 hours at one time on Facebook, for those of you unaware. That used to be 4, so it's a big improvement. And we are, I believe, on hour 10 or 11 at this point. So we have some Vasilios fans, it looks like, in the chat. I'm sure there are some Cosme fans watching as well, based on the split dynamic in the room on the rail. So Cosme disguising the strength of his hand here, out of position with the ace-9 suited, just checking back his option. Neither player getting a big piece of this 4-king queen flop, a backdoor flush draw for Vasilios. Cosme with that ace high still ahead. But Vasilios reaching for some chips right away. 5.5 million. He will regain the chip lead out of nowhere. I mean, shouldn't say out of nowhere, it was the big slick against ace-2 getting him very close. And does steal it away. So just when we thought that Vasilios was on the ropes, he's right back in the chip lead. You gotta love heads-up play in tournaments. You're never out of it until it's over. It's good to see both players joking around. There were a couple tense moments earlier on, but it wasn't between the two players. They've shown respect to each other throughout this heads-up match and throughout the entire final table. So Cosme now limping. So it looks like they've changed from aggression to more of a limping strategy in the blinds. And Vasilios more than happy to check back his option with that 7-deuce offsuit, because there's no 7-deuce game in this tournament. Although that could be an interesting concept, applying the 7-deuce game of cash games into tournaments. What an idea. But meanwhile, Vasilios checks. Cosme doesn't really connect with this flop either. Does have the better hand. And it looks like a small bet, a little bit bigger than I thought, but still just 6 million takes down the pot. And we do have another lead change. Back and forth, back and forth. Look how empty it is behind Zizis. So that must have been like a good 30, 40 tables behind him as early as this morning. But the crew is busy clearing out dozens upon dozens of tables, setting up the chairs behind the TV table, making a nice atmosphere not only for the players but those that came to watch. So Cosme with the 8-7 offsuit. Are we going to stick with a limping strategy? Are we going to see something a little bit different? The limping strategy continues, and it's 9-4 for Vasilios. Probably going to check back his option. May try to make a move, but I think it's going to be a check back, and indeed it is. Actually, he's ahead with the 9-4, but not by much. An interesting flop, middle pair for Vasilios. A gut shot straight draw for Cosme. Cosme thinking things over. Perhaps if he had a club in his hand, it would be a little stronger, but that's not going to slow him down. Okay, and a quick call by Vasilios with the middle pair, and it's a 3 of spades on the turn. So not much changing, but it does make the board more dangerous. But neither player with clubs or spades. And Vasilios checking his 9 once again. Is Cosme going to keep the aggression going? $18 million, so definitely keeping that aggression going into a pot of $28 million. And let's see if this scares off Zizis. $46 million in the pot at the moment. Definitely one that Vasilios Zizis wants in his stack, but not at the expense if he thinks he's drawing dead or some super thin, and gives up the best hand. So Cosme stealing yet another one, and now patting on his chip lead. And Antoine loves my 7-deuce thing in a tournament. He has an idea. Antoine, a man full of ideas. Maybe like darts, Antoine, you have to win the tournament with 7-deuce, the same way you have to win with like a double number. And Zizis now, premium, 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 ace queen on the button. reaching for some chips as expected and raising to 11 million. I don't think this is one that Cosme needs to actually defend. I know he likes to see flops heads up. But he's thinking about it. Shows the deuce. Could have shown the 4-2. But Vasilios picking up the blinds and the ante back up to 87 million. Every little bit counts now. It's 10 million being put into the pot every hand before the cards are even being dealt. So about 5% of the chips in play already out there. Oh my, Cosme with the fish hooks. So we had ace queen the previous hand where Vasilios Zizis did not get any action, but will Cosme Gomez Martinez get any action from his premium hand? We've seen him switch it around. He was being a little bit aggressive in the beginning, then doing a lot of limping, but back to the raising. And it's a 3x raise to 12 million. Oh my, so Vasilios Zizis with an ace, he may be getting it in. He may just call. We know he's not folding an ace. We've seen him play enough over the last two Battle of Maltas to know there is no fold, and in fact, he's counting out some chips. He sees how much it is to call, counting out the rest, thinking about what to do. There's no time bank. This isn't like online poker. Oh, and jams it in. Wow, and a snap call here by Cosme. Let's see what happens here. It's jacks against ace-8. This could be the determining hand regardless of who wins it. Look how much is in the pot. This is the biggest pot thus far, 170 million in chips. Cosme will still be able to form a comeback if he takes a bad beat here. Meanwhile, Vasilios is in jeopardy of losing heads up and his opportunity to become the first ever two-time champion, the first ever back-to-back champion. But anything can happen. We still have 5 cards to go on the board. And here we go, the double pat on the table. A 9 out of the window, followed by a king and a 6. It's rainbow, so it's basically some backdoors, but mostly just an ace for Vasilios to stay alive. The 4 of spades on the turn, so now it really is just an ace. Vasilios Zizis needing a miracle for that back-to-back. Otherwise, we have a brand new Battle of Malta main event champion. And it's a 3 of clubs on the river. Look at the Spanish rail. The players do not need to be mic'd up to hear that, so a massive congratulations to Cosme Gomez Martinez for becoming the latest Battle of Malta champion. He has just won the 2024 Battle of Malta main event for a whopping 255,800 euros. Meanwhile, Vasilios Zizis did not leave empty-handed. He even won more than he won last time around when he won the main event. He will go home with 160,800 euros. You could see he's proud of his effort as well. I'm sure he would have loved to have that second trophy. But a massive congratulations to all the players that have cashed, especially those at the final table. And Cosme Gomez Martinez, you will be getting that trophy. They will be piling out that Brinks truck for you with cash, and you will be getting your photo on that Battle of Malta Wall of Fame. But before we go, I have a lot of people I do want to thank. I want to thank both Diane and Telly for inviting me out to the Battle of Malta and for all their countless hours that people do not see leading up to the event. I'm not sure if either got a wink of sleep throughout the week. Just the dedication of those two has made this happen. A massive congratulations is in order to both of them and to Casino Malta for the most successful Battle of Malta to date. And also, thank you very much to all the dealers and the floor and the tournament directors and the dealer coordinators. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of people working their tails off to make sure that there would be action on all the tables And of course, thank you to all the players, because without you, the records wouldn't be broken. A massive thank you to the Italian team, partly because we're doing things a little bit differently now, so we were able to focus on English, they're on Italian, but they've done all a fantastic job. And last but not least, I mean, I have to thank my team, of course, but before we do that, we're going to thank MST Audiovisual for putting on this production today. The technical problems were not related to anything that they were involved with. And at the end, we did not miss any significant action. So thank you very much. Keeping your cool, making sure that we had an amazing product at the end. And I have to thank my team. I mean, my team was absolutely amazing throughout the week. So thank you, Jonathan Rabb. Thank you, Igor, who's been taking all those amazing photos you see on our live reporting blog. And for Luca for stepping it in today, for helping Jonathan out with some final table reporting. So thank you to everybody involved. The Battle of Malta will be back on April 2nd to April 9th, 2025 for its next spring edition. Keep your eyes peeled on social media channels for the full schedule in the coming months. In the meantime, this is Jason Glatzer. I was absolutely thrilled to be with you all day long, and see you next time. Thank you very much.